Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our ninth conference in a monthly series of events, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. We've done these themed events for the past year. We're really excited that the demand and everybody, is into these monthly events, and that's why we produce them and put them on for our viewers, our audience, whether you're just coming into the space or you've been in the space, there's a little bit of everything for everybody. We've done What the Fi is DeFi. We've done Tales from the Crypto during Halloween, Happy Hodl Days. We've done NFTs. We try to stay on top of the market. This conference is a little bit different. The concept behind it really is pretty straightforward. It's Game of Chains, Battle for the Throne. Well, we're talking to communities, protocols, networks, the pros and cons, highlighting like what they do best, some of the things that they're trying to work on, and not only that, the projects within the ecosystem that have chosen to develop within the networking community. So pretty exciting. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mouseball team. Where we focus on early stage investments to our accelerator, or providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education, which is critical within our Mouseball University program. Our main objective is pretty simple. Our goals are to increase adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. So I've been kind of talking a lot here at the intro. I have a super exciting panel today put on by Dodo Exchange. We have Dai here, the co-founder, along with a few other panelists that I'm super excited to engage in discussions with. How's everybody doing? Let me go ahead and first get some quick intros. Daniel, you're new to the show. Alex, you're new. Dada, your team are repeat guests, and very fortunate, appreciative for you guys to not only participate but actually sponsor. Right, money just goes back to like our student programs and like the production quality of this event, which is we hold a high bar there, right, to share what we're all doing in this space. So I'll go ahead and stop talking. Let's go around. Alex, we'll start with you. Name, title, name of the company. Thank you for joining.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. I'm Alex Shevchenko. Really enjoying this panel. Really enjoying the captions that you are given to all of these things. So super cool. I'm a CEO of Aurora Labs. We're building a scaling solution to Ethereum. This project Aurora is deployed on top of Near blockchain. So from me today, you're going to hear a lot about Near, an alternative L1 solution, I would say, to Ethereum, and also how we can help Ethereum ecosystem to grow.
Awesome. Daniel, how about yourself? Name, title, company, and excited to have you participate as well. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for having. My name is Daniel. I'm working at Off-Chain Labs, where we're building the Arbitrum protocol, which is a sort of layer 2 optimistic rollup style solution on top of Ethereum. As of a few weeks ago, we're live on mainnet beta, if my timing is correct. I do software engineering and kind of general technical communication.
Awesome. Thank you for coming on. How you doing, Dai? Thanks for joining again. This is kind of like your second, third time. I know your team's been on a few times. Give us your name. Give us your title, who you're with, and we'll kick this off.
Yeah, sure. Hello, everyone. Yeah, thanks for having me here again. Yeah, so you can call me Dai. I am the co-founder of Dodo, and Dodo is a decentralized exchange powered by the PMM algorithm to bring the best liquidity for everyone on chain. Yeah, now we are built on Ethereum and Binance Smart Chain, and we are exploring more multi chains. Yeah, so thanks.
Awesome.
Here, this is the.
Awesome. Thanks for joining. Thanks for contributing to the whole Reimagine 2021 conference and production. Let's go ahead and kick this off. One thing that people are tuning in here, we have students, we have blockchain enthusiasts, we have developers, investors, right? Everybody from A to Z. One thing that I've noticed, and people will notice, is everybody is working at the moment on Ethereum. I'd love to get kind of your thoughts on that initial decision. And I think a lot of discussion, we'll talk about the challenges and barriers, and what you guys think of that, and how you guys are evolving your guys' teams to contribute to some of these hurdles. And then we'll also talk about like interoperability and just kind of things that you guys are focused on moving forward. I'll go and start with you, Dai. You guys have been around a long time, strong team. What was the decision to choose to develop on Ethereum, and how has been the experience so far?
Yeah, sure. So at first, actually, our team grow together in the Ethereum ecosystem. Yeah, so back in like 2017, actually, many team members of the Dodo team work on DDEX, which is somehow the very early order book exchange, decentralized exchange on Ethereum, especially in Asia. Yeah, and so we have gathered a lot of engineering experience, and we know very well about the Ethereum ecosystem. Yeah, and there is not even the word of DeFi back then, but actually we are already building the financial applications. Yeah, and then running order book DEX on Ethereum is very struggling, right? And we have went through 3 years, and there is not many user growth on Ethereum for DeFi applications, and there are other teams face the same problem. We share our insights and share our problems with the team like DYDX, right? All the order book DEX, yeah, and then we feel that there must somehow Ethereum should evolve itself, or we need to have other layer 2 solutions or sidechain solutions. Yeah, and after the DEX, I and my ex-colleague come out from DDEX and build Dodo. Yeah, because we think somehow the algorithm, the liquidity make more sense on the current infrastructure of Ethereum, because it's a charge less gas fee. Yeah, for the AMM type of DEX. Yeah, and based on AMM, we involved the algorithm. We created the PMM algorithm to give a higher capital efficient solution as a liquidity provider. Yeah, and that is how Dodo built, and why we chose Ethereum, and why we still expect more on a better infrastructure, because so far, because we need a very high frequent price feeding on the chain, and so the PMM performance can't work out the best results on Ethereum. Yeah, so we put much effort on multi-chain strategy. Yeah, to trying to involve our trading experience for the users on the current and on new users for DeFi. Yeah, that's the story.
Yeah, no, great. I think Ethereum is a good environment for that, and obviously kind of has a strong community, and we'll get into some of that moving forward in the discussion. Daniel, before we get into kind of your current project, Arbitrum, what was the decision, I guess, or the thoughts behind kind of the Ethereum ecosystem? Was it the same thing in terms of strong community, resources, infrastructure that made you kind of, or was it just kind of the first blockchain that you guys thought was capable of what you guys were working on?
Yeah, so it's a similar history, but I guess initially it was more by necessity. So the initial Arbitrum protocol, which was conceived by the current 3 founders, Ed, Stephen, and Harry, was conceived early 2015, maybe even late 2014. The sort of
wow.
prototypical version of Arbitrum. Yeah, so it actually sort of predates Ethereum. Funnily enough. And the core component there was really this kind of efficient fraud-proof scheme. So they had kind of, recognized that scalability would be a problem, came up with a solution. It wasn't something that was really workable on Bitcoin, and then Ethereum emerged. So it was like, okay, here's where we should focus our attention. For me personally, before I connected with them, I kind of came to Ethereum weirdly in a similar way, where I was in the Bitcoin world and very interested in Lightning. And from sort of just exploring the sort of research of layer 2 protocols, realized that with a flexible base layer like Ethereum, you had much more opportunity to do trustless things on layer 2. And then we sort of, the community sort of has gone through these iterations of what's the best L2 we should focus on, but we sort of landed on optimistic rollup. And yeah, that's what we're doing on Arbitrum. So yeah, I mean, I think Ethereum, it's been around long and it's still sort of where a lot of the action is. It has sort of the most robust ecosystem in terms of apps, in terms of developers, in terms of users. So that's certainly like where we'll be focusing on for the time being. I think certainly in principle, I think I can say, on the personal level, I'm not, I don't believe Ethereum will just like forever be overtaking everything. And we're definitely open to, exploring building on other chains. In terms of the experience of developing this sort of protocol on Ethereum, it's funny because in some sense what we're doing is, optimistic rollup is the sort of new chain, right? Even though it's layer 2 on top of Ethereum. And one of the directions that we're seeing the sort of dev tooling going and just the way users have to think about things are going is from the sort of one chain model to multi-chain. So that's been a lot of some of the work that I've been doing and talking to other projects, wallet providers, block explorers, infrastructure providers, is sort of making this transition to, it's going to be a multi-chain world, even within the Ethereum world, and just sort of getting to the point where everything can support that, which I'm sure we can get more into detail. Yeah. I also just wanted to say I saw that she showed some Dodo merch. I don't know if I can. Here we go. Is that right? This is an Arbitrum rollup we made for rollups. So yeah,
that's cool.
If anyone wants some, just let me know.
That's cool. No, I appreciate that, and yeah, definitely, I do want to touch on some of those points after we get Alex's perspectives. In terms of interoperability and like, some of the risk associated there and the decisions to collaborate or, I don't know, integrate other chains. And we'll touch on that. Alex, what's going on, man? What are your thoughts here? I mean, you're developing on Near, so I think, well, you're familiar with both networks, but I'll let you kind of, elaborate here. We have Dai, and Dodo really developing on Ethereum. You have Daniel, the Ethereum ecosystem, you obviously too, but you're also working, on the Near network. So what's going on there? What are, what's the decision, I guess, to develop on Near?
Yeah. So one second, Daniel, on his points here. Obviously, Ethereum is the biggest ecosystem right now, the most capable, the most profound, the most deep, and I believe one of the most, or probably the most, valuing the blockchain principles, the decentralization, and trustless operations of stuff. So this is, I believe, super important. Initially, Aurora was developed inside of Near itself. So that's why Aurora right now is a spin-off outside of the Near, and we are moving on as a separate company. So our ideas was that obviously there is Ethereum, and a de facto EVM, or Ethereum virtual machine, is a runtime for smart contracts that is widely used right now. I believe, well, this is my personal point of view, I believe none of the existing layer 1 solutions are able to succeed in the long term in case they do not have the support of the EVM runtime, right? So in case you're not given, this is like a compatibility thing, right? So if you will take a look at Windows 10, up until now, Windows supports MS-DOS applications. This is weird thing, but it is there, right? And Ethereum is not going to go anywhere, right? But new projects, again, going to second Daniel, new chains will be there, and we need to help Ethereum users and Ethereum ecosystem to expand beyond Ethereum itself, right? So that was a clear idea and a clear understanding, and that's why Aurora project appeared there. So literally what we are doing is actually bringing this EVM runtime inside of the Near blockchain. So people that have MetaMask are able to connect to Near and do some execution on top of it. People who are developing applications, they're able to take their smart contracts as is and deploy inside of Near blockchain through Aurora, right? Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, yeah, interesting. So to kind of touch on that a little bit, how important is it, Alex, for this interoperability, I guess, and how does one choose, or let's just start there. How important is interoperability? At one point, it was, maxis, right? A lot of max lists and whatever community, whatever blockchain you were involved in. That's all it was going to be. It's evolved, and a lot of teams and projects and startups and people developing understand that we need to collaborate a little bit more and it shouldn't be so siloed. And here we are, opening things up. So I'll start with you, Alex. How important is interoperability for the space? To kind of go from one chain to another.
Well, I think this is crucial, and I believe many problems are not yet solved. We can go in depth into this later on. But in general, like as you said, blockchain itself as a self-sustained container, you need to make sure that all of the operations that are there, they are robust and they are the same on all of the nodes in the blockchain. That's why you just cannot get to the website and check what is there, because the website content can be different for different nodes, right? So that's the problem, and that's why you need to make sure that everything is there. That's why blockchains are disconnected from the outer world, and here the interoperability piece plays lots of sense, right? So in case you will figure out how to build bridges in between blockchains, how to help blockchains to communicate with each other, this will tremendously help. Instead of having two separate economies, you will be able to bridge these economies. You will be able to create something like a European Union in between different blockchains, right? And this will be, the zone, the shared economic zone, when goods and people can travel for the benefit of the whole world.
Yeah, no, nice. I think it's very critical. I think it's important. Daniel, you guys are EVM compatible, obviously. What are some of the risks, I guess, associated when? So, are you compatible with any other chains at the moment, or is it just Ethereum?
So we're currently building on Ethereum. In principle, you could run Arbitrum on anything that's EVM compatible. You could even run it on things that are like less than EVM compatible technically, which is a sort of interesting property, but I suspect that won't matter for any L1s anytime soon. But yeah, I mean, I think even over the past year, it became clear to us. I mean, I would second pretty much everything Alex just said, including the fact that the sort of EVM is the standard, and it became clear to us how it's important to really go from 95% to 100% EVM compatibility kind of on the bottom level, and then on the sort of higher layers of client-side tooling and things like that, being able to support compatibility with everything that interacts in and around the EVM, so that developers can develop on Arbitrum, so users can use Arbitrum and sort of have it feel like they're using a familiar layer one, became increasingly important. And yeah, it's funny, in terms of interoperability. First of all, I agree. I think it's very important. And up until recently, it's been this neglected thing in the space. We've been theorizing about it for a while. There's all sorts of research on interoperability between chains, but I would say up until recently, it was sort of frustrating to see not much of this stuff was really being built and was really usable. And I suspect part of that is because going with the EU metaphor, the international relation between certain communities has been tense, and maybe that's why there just isn't as much interest. But yeah, I mean, I think the stuff you're doing with Aurora and Harmony is certainly leading the way in some of this interoperability stuff. And a lot of the stuff that we're thinking about, even though, we're just thinking of bridging, Ethereum to our own, to, a trustless L2, we end up dealing with a lot of similar questions. I think the research here and the development kind of converges in this interesting way, basically because, you know, whether you're talking about two different independent L1s or whether you're talking about a rollup and an L2, you're talking about like bridging and passing messages between these like independent chains. And then it becomes a question of what is the bridging mechanism? What sort of trust assumptions does it use? So we've definitely, you know, obviously we're like focused on, you know, we're on mainnet, we want to get out of mainnet beta, so we're focused on that. So it's hard to do everything at once. But one of the things that we're doing is starting to communicate with other teams, other L2s, teams like some of the Cello people, but they have this optics protocol, the Cosmos team. There's all these sort of interchain communication standards, and it's feeling like it's getting to be time that we all start at least like, you know, if not converging on one standard, which is always hard, at least just understanding the differences so that developers and users can reason about this stuff. So yeah, we should, yeah.
And what about like, we're talking about kind of free flow, interoperable, collaborating, partnering. What are some of the like, I don't know, requirements? I've been chatting about this, you know, often, and it's kind of like, you know, obviously we would love to bridge, you know, and connect and be compatible with other chains. And we're just talking about it right now. It's very critical and crucial. But like, what are some of the risks associated that? And chains are different, you know, consensus mechanisms, security, privacy, right? Some of the underlying principles that each chain has. Like, how do you view when if you're going to, you know, bridge to another chain? Does that play like a big factor? Obviously, everybody would be like, "Oh, bridge to my chain, bridge to mine." But like, how important is it to pick and choose like who you bridge to, and or is that important at all?
Yeah, I mean, I'll start and then I'll hand it off to Alex because I'm sure you have a lot of thoughts about this. But I mean, basically, like the short answer is yes, those things are all important, and it really depends on the details. There's kind of two questions here when you're talking about, in my mind, when you're talking about interchain communication. There's, you know, you have these two sort of separate state spaces. Let's say these two L1s, for example, that each have their own security model, right? Some chains are more secure than others, and then there's the question of the security of the bridging mechanism itself. And it does get complicated, is what I would say. You know, there's an interesting debate that I'm seeing going on about the Matic chain, which was sort of, you know, put out there as an Ethereum L2, and some are insisting, no, actually it's better thought of as an L1 with a trustless bridge. And honestly, I'm not sure. It does get tricky, you know. I feel comfortable saying that, you know, there are trustless L2s like Arbitrum, those are L2s. There's other things I could point to and say they're definitely L1s, but I think the lines are going to keep blurring. Yeah, I'm sort of deliberately not answering your question because I think it's a hard question, but I think basically it's complicated, and this is something we need to start like really getting clear terminology on and considering. And yeah, I think kind of the core question I would say is, what is the bridging mechanism that you're using for interoperability, and what, if any, new trust assumptions are introduced by it? And yeah, I will just say like the work that's being done around NEAR and like light clients to Ethereum is a really cool example of like, you know, bridging independent L1s in like a very trust minimized way. So yeah.
Yeah, no, that's right. Thanks for kind of that feedback, right? I think people just think we just build bridges. We're building a bridge right now from Nervos to Cardano. And you know, it's good to highlight some of these questions. Like, we're not sure, we're unsure, we're experimenting, got to figure out, you know, what it is. But you're right, it's getting all blurred. Alex, what are your thoughts there? Like, in terms of bridging, is it just bridging assets, you know, messaging, or do you have to like really think about, are there users over there, the security, the community, you know, does it benefit, you know, one or the other? And like, what are your thoughts on not just bridging to everything, but, you know, strategically, you know, being interoperable with certain specific chains, I guess?
Right. So, well, from my point of view, being interoperable with the Ethereum ecosystem right now is a must-have for any chain. And in general, well, I would love to see the world of blockchains fully connected, having all of the bridges everywhere, or at least having an ability, maybe through multiple hops, to go like in the Lightning Network in Bitcoin, to go from one chain to another chain, right? But obviously, again, super important are the risk model of the bridges, and super important the risks model of the blockchain and the consensus algorithm that are there. And I just want to light here one specific problem, even in the smallest thing, right? In the tokens bridging, I'd like to highlight one one problem that is up to decision and up to the solution in the networks. So in case you have multiple blockchains, it means that, for example, a Dodo token, you are able to bridge to Arbitrum through many different ways. So you can bridge it to BSC, then you can bridge it to Matic, you can bridge it to Phantom, and then you can bridge it back to Ethereum and then to Arbitrum, right? And this will be a different token rather than if you will bridge Dodo token directly to Arbitrum, or you are going to use it there, right? And here's the problem: the consistency of the tokens is a super big problem. It is fully unsolved right now, and it cannot be solved by any single participant, right? We need to come on board, sit together in the room, and decide how the hell we are going to decide this, how we are going to have the difference in these two tokens, right? Because the difference is really there. Because if you are bridging through multiple hops your token, and then you're relying on the security of every single channel there that you're using. And if only one channel is broken, then your bridge token worth nothing, literally, right? And so they are different, but like users are never taken care. If I open my wallet and I see $100 there, I do not care what was the path to Ukraine, where I'm currently based. What was the path of this $100 to my wallet, right? And for user to have different tokens that are eventually starting with the same token, but were bridged into different ways, well, it will be super complicated for them. At first time, we can solve this problem with the AMM solutions that are going to exchange this token one to another. But eventually, since the ways how you can bridge tokens, there are so many ways how you can bridge it. In fact, in case you have more than 3 networks that are interconnected, there are infinite ways of bridging the token. So yeah, we need to somehow help the users to solve this problem of the consistency. And this is just only one small problems of the interconnected world. So yeah, encourage everyone everyone who have the same ideas and same problems in mind. Let's come together. Let's try to solve these problems, because they are going to hit us really, really soon.
Yeah, no, I think yeah, no, that's definitely some good insight, good perspective. A lot of things to think about when we're talking about bridging and interoperability. Dai, like, how about your team? You obviously focus on Ethereum. How do you see integrating with other chains? Have you already done that? What are your thoughts there? I know, there are some, infrastructure, kind of gas costs, right, on Ethereum, and congestion and all these things that everybody's trying to figure out and provide solutions. How does Dodo, I guess, work or innovate in that front? Are you guys working on other chains, or are you guys open to cross-chain, multi-chain capability?
Yeah, sure. So we start on Ethereum, yeah, and then we also build on Binance Smart Chain, yes, because actually for different chains there are different ecosystem, right? For Ethereum, the developers, a large group and very experienced. So there are a lot of composability, like among these DeFi protocols. Yeah, and on Binance Smart Chain, there are really a lot of retail users on Binance Smart Chain, and they are using Dodo, and they are participating the IDO events on Dodo. These are great. And recently we just deployed on Polygon as well. Yeah, because Binance Smart Chain is facing a problem of scalability. Yeah, so, and now there is somehow there is a right timing for Polygon. So there are some like volume go from Ethereum to Polygon. Yeah, and now we are prepare prepare for the deploy on Arbitrum and also on Aurora. Yeah, and actually, multi-chain strategy is a very important thing for Dodo. Yeah, first of all, due to our liquidity algorithm, we do need a high performance chain to support the high capital efficiency liquidity. So that can really, show how powerful of our algorithm is. There will be more unique use cases on new chains. And the second thing is, it's very important to be a first mover on a new ecosystem. Yeah, so we are trying to be one of the first movers and also the leading DEX on a new chain. Yeah, and so when we are looking at all of these layer 2 and chains, our philosophy is, first of all, we prefer EVM chain. Yeah, so, and also the legitimacy is very important. Yeah, and so when we get reached with Arbitrum team, and we think this is the team that's with, so-called legitimacy. Yeah, it's very important to enhance our community and also branding in the whole ecosystem, in the whole Ethereum ecosystem. Yeah, so now we are also, have, already deployed on Arbitrum and waiting for to migrate our tokens on the chain, and also we are promoting this layer 2 into Asia as well. Yeah, and another aspect is EVM is not enough. We also need to go on a non-EVM chain to hedge the risk of the EVM chain when it comes to the scaling problem. Yeah, and that's why we talked with Near, we talked with Solana, because they are not the pure EVM chain. Yeah, and I see a good advantage on Aurora because it is EVM, but it's not a pure EVM. Yeah, so this is very interesting. Yeah, so we will also, plan to join the Aurora ecosystem and seeking the opportunity to join the Aurora DAO. Yeah, to bring more resource and make this chain more approachable to other partners of us. Yeah, so this is basically our strategy on the multi-chain strategy. And one of the advantage for Dodo to deploy on multi-chain is that actually we are a one-stop shop for developers and new users, because you can use Dodo to issue a native token on this new chain and launch an IDO event to do fundraising and also bootstrap your liquidity in our liquidity mining program. Yeah, and also if you want to do something not only in DeFi, we will also have the plan to launch the Dodo NFT platform, which means you can not just issue fungible tokens but also non-fungible tokens, and also fractionize this NFT into fungible tokens to have a better liquidity. Yeah, so we are also expanding our scope of assets to support these different assets issuing and trading. Yeah, so that's basically what we are doing and what's in our roadmap. Yeah, so the two teams are very important partners to us. Yeah,
Definitely. And real quick before I move on, you touched on a lot of points that I was going to bring up anyway, so I'm glad you touched on kind of the purpose and objective. Like, how important is it? You're creating a lot of value, not only to your ecosystem partners and multi-chain partners, but you're creating value for the user. And that's kind of been a real challenge over the last couple of years of like product market fit. And we've all building infrastructure and tooling, right, to kind of make the onboarding or the UI UX, the design flow a lot better. It seems like you working with all of these partners is really adding value to the users of the users of Dodo, right? How important is that, I think, to you guys to be able to do this for the end user at the end of the day?
Yeah, you mean how our partners can add value to our end users?
Yeah, well, it seems like there's a focus. You're working with two partners here. You brought up some other names in the blockchain space. That really adds value to the Dodo users that are leveraging the DEX. To move tokens around, and we're kind of talking about interoperability and like this multi-chain verse. It seems like product market fit, and over the last few years, it's been very like we just talked about. It's been very siloed, but you guys are bringing it all together into one spot. Do you guys listen to your community? Is there a lot of feedback on those efforts, and do you listen to that, or are you guys just very proactive and ahead of the curve, I would say?
Yeah, I think first of all, I think our mission is to bring different kinds of assets, tradable on chain, and bring the very best trading experience for traders. So traders can always find the best price anytime, anywhere on Dodo. Yeah, so that's why we not only just support fungible tokens, but also NFT assets. Yeah, not just support on Ethereum, but also BSC, also Arbitrum, also at Aurora in the future. Yeah, so the trading there are some main metrics for trading service, best price, quick, right, and the low cost. Yeah, so I think this mission and also vision that drive us to select the promising partners that can work with us to bring the very best trading experience to our users, and not just only the current DeFi users, but also in the future, if you learn the whole crypto industry, there will be massive new users. Maybe that even don't know what DeFi means now. Maybe they don't really have the MetaMask Ethereum wallet now, but finally they will enter into this industry and become users in it and live in this ecosystem. So if you believe in this, and this is very important, not only just focus on the current ecosystem, but also prepare for the future.
Awesome. Daniel, I'm going to ask you guys, both of you, the same question, and I'll start with you, Daniel. How do you guys increase in target developers to get building on your protocol, right? We're talking about kind of the Ethereums of the world, and we have people that are the highlight of this conference really is showcasing the pros and cons, people's decisions to develop here, there. How do you guys plan to onboard developers onto Arbitrum? And is that through tooling, infrastructure, docs? Is that through community? At the end of the day, right, you want people to start developing dApps and porting stuff over. How do you guys envision people moving over to your guys' technology?
Yeah, so I mean, it's all of the above, but the nice thing, we're in this nice and kind of exciting position so far because if you haven't noticed, the Ethereum community is very eager and excited for these L2s to really come out. So it's not as though, it was, the short answer is just releasing Arbitrum, putting it on mainnet beta was enough that, we got a lot of excitement and we have a lot of teams building on it, and that's awesome. You know, the thing that we aim for and the thing that, you know, is like music to our ears and we've been hearing a lot of lately is having a team say, you know, we deploy it on Ethereum or some other EVM compatible L1 and deploying to Arbitrum, like we're done. We did it. It was just as easy as we're used to. So that's sort of the goal, is that, you know, again, they can use all the tooling they're used to. You know, we're still going through this mainnet beta phase just to sort of ensure everything goes well. But for the most part, we just want to make it very easy. And yeah, I mean, it's sort of self-evident that Ethereum needs L2s, right? Fees are high. So everyone kind of knows what's going on in L2 world at this point, and is very much ready for it. And yeah, I mean, it's you know, just sort of thinking that what we've sort of seen talking to teams is, I think, you know, when it comes to which L2s they want to build on, they tend to be sort of like agnostic, and they're like, you know, we'll deploy on whatever's there and whatever's ready, which I think makes perfect sense. I mean, teams of, you know, that are building, you know, some sort of DApp as opposed to infrastructure stuff. That seems to be the general attitude with L2s. I'm imagining, and, you know, I'm sort of speculating here, maybe you can step in and correct me, Di, but, you know, I'm imagining that, you know, if you announce that you're deploying on an Ethereum L2 and you're already in the Ethereum world, it's basically just considered positive. Whereas with certain L1s, I imagine some people are going to give you some heat. Like probably you've gotten some flack for being on Binance, I'm guessing, right? So there's some interesting, like, you know, Alex was talking about some of the technical challenges of interchain communication. And by the way, we could do a whole hour on token bridging, because that's what we've been thinking about lately for a while. So all of the stuff he was bringing up, I have a lot of thoughts on. But these sort of social coordination issues are definitely also a part of that. And yeah, like I said, it seems like applications are fine saying like if it's an Ethereum L2 and it's available, you know, we're happy to be on it. I think there's this other level of coordination that I was alluding to earlier, just sort of between projects. And there definitely is, you know, L1s. There is, you know, to some extent, inevitably, they're competitive with each other. I think even with Ethereum L2s, there's some sort of balance there where we're all building in the same ecosystem. We all sort of want what's best, but inevitably, you know, people are going to be comparing us to other L2s, and there's some degree of competition there. So that's something we've been trying to navigate, is finding just the right balance there where we can still, you know, be friendly, still coordinate on standards, things like that, while, you know, still, of course, being biased towards our own system. So I think that's going to be another layer of this challenge moving forward is yeah, these sort of, let's call it the social coordination challenges.
And does that play into, we kind of talk about like existing devs, right? Web 3.0 devs. Well, what are your thoughts, since you're an engineer, developer, to bring Web 2.0 devs, right? Like new devs coming into this space. How do you guys, I don't know, add value there? Or what do you think as an industry, you know, that are some of the challenges and hurdles that we need to overcome or that we have overcome? Yeah, to get kind of this native, you know, into this native type of developer excited. What I've learned and what I've seen is like developers like to build cool shit in general and experiment. So they're down to, you know, to try things out. But on the broader spectrum, like, yeah, how do we get some of these, you know, existing devs over and getting into the blockchain space? Because we are building out the infrastructure and the protocols and, like, you know, the resources available, the education content, all that above. Like, how do you see us? I don't know. There's a shortage of talent out there. So how do we kind of increase that talent into the space?
Yeah. Sorry, you want to take this one, Alex, or I can.
Oh, I can do, but
okay. Yeah. I'll start and just basically say that, you know, I mean, first of all, you know, yeah, as someone who's been like developing in sort of like Ethereum, Solidity, Web3 stack over the years, the tooling has improved pretty significantly, which is nice. It used to be much harder to, you know, I used to spend much more time on Stack Overflow than I do now. Still spend time there, of course. But you know, one thing that I definitely think about a lot is, as you said, like just communication, because I think it's easy. You know, as I'm thinking about the answer to your question, I more think about how do we attract, you know, people who are already in the crypto world, in the Web3 world, to build an Arbitrum, for example. But this other layer of questions, you know, it's easy. I think I'm probably guilty of this, of losing sight of just how confusing some of this is from the outside. And one thing I definitely think about is communication, both between, you know, communicating with non-technical people to get them to the point where, again, they can sort of reason about the systems. But then there's communication with people who have some technical background, who have development background, and, you know, what even are we talking about when we talk about developing on Ethereum versus Arbitrum and things like that? So yeah, I think it's definitely important. Yeah, I think you just sort of, when I'm doing things like, you know, public things like this, or writing documentation, or you know, I do some writing on our blog, definitely try to just like keep those different perspectives in mind as much as possible. But yeah, it is a real, I don't want to say it's a problem, but let's say it's a challenge because you know, things aren't going to get simpler over time, right? As we talk about layer 2s and interoperability, you know, in some sense years ago when there was just, you know, the Bitcoin chain, the Ethereum chain, it was definitely simpler. So even though we see these things as improvements, and I think they are, it also just makes it a little more intimidating to step in. So yeah.
And I only asked that, and Alex, I'll have you answer too, but I bring these questions up to you guys because there might be some people, right, looking to jump into the space, career changes, trying to figure out what their next move is. You know, we get calls all the time, like I'm thinking about building this, that, and the other. So Alex, kind of the question that I posed really was, you know, how do you guys target developers, like increasing, you know, dApps kind of on your guys' network, getting them involved? Is that through like marketing, education, you know, tooling and infrastructure that you make available? And then the second question that I posed really was, you know, we were talking about like ecosystem devs in the space already. How do we onboard? There's a shortage of talent. So how do we onboard like more people into the space? And Daniel kind of touched on it. We'd love to get your thoughts on how you guys, you know, target developers.
Yeah. So I'm going to second what Daniel was saying. The more standards we have, the more simpler it is to switch from one solution to another. The simpler, and in fact EVM is a standard right now. So in case any L1 or rollup or anything is implementing absolutely the same Ethereum standard from the developer perspective, so the SDK, the set of tools that developers are using there, and the way how you are connecting to these tools, how you're connecting to the blockchain, which in this case is the RPC, you know, endpoints and all the stuff. In case these are sharing absolutely the same interfaces and they are absolutely similar, then the onboarding is super simple. You just say to developers, hey, you just take your stuff that you have been developing on the other network and just deploy, and it works. You do not need to migrate. You do not need to think about the tokens. And by the way, here you have a complete set of Ethereum scaling solutions that have Ether as a base token, right? So there are only 2 solutions in the space that are doing this, right? Or both Aurora and Arbitrum are taking care deeply about the developer experience, because we do not want developers to change anything, right? And since we're using Ether as a base token, developers, even front-end developers, do not need to change price feeds, right? And the smart contract developers do not need to change the integration with Chainlink, because maybe, you know, some kind of other token price feed is not there, and there might be some problem. So make it as easy as possible for developers to be onboarded, and this will be then this will open the doors. And for people who are seeking their path in the blockchain, well, my personal advice would be just go get and learn Solidity. This will be the standard for a long period of time. And this will for sure put you in the right spot in the blockchain ecosystem.
Awesome. No, thank you for that. And yeah, I'd like to hear it, you know, from industry leaders, from you three on, you know, perspectives and insights on the direction, what's trending, the momentum, and then ultimately like applications. You know, I bring this up because, you know, like you said, Daniel, it was a little bit like cumbersome, right? It still is. And if we could streamline that, then a lot of these developers and not even developers, but entrepreneurs and you know, founders can just really focus on innovation and really building cool things. And you know, we get our you know, nobody would think of Uber or Lyft, right? And in the early 90s when the internet was kind of booming, and we still don't know what's bound to happen, right, with blockchain coming up. But I got a minute or so here left. That I want to ask kind of, there's a lot of DEXs out there. What's the differentiation, you know, of your guys' project with what's out there, and kind of, you know, we've chatted about some of the benefits of you know, the features that you offer. I'd love to really kind of, when people are looking into DeFi, they're going to come across, you know, Dodo and others. What are some of the features that differentiate from competition in the space?
Yeah, this is a very good question. Yeah, so I think first of all, Dodo has been focused on long tail assets, right? Including the IDO. Now we are offering to users, and also for the fragments NFT assets that we are going to support. Yeah, we will going to build the primary market of blind box selling for NFT asset, and also support users to fractionize NFT assets into fungible tokens for better liquidity. Yeah, and so far, as I mentioned, our core, um, you know, um, strength is, I think our team has the ability to keep innovating the products and the algorithm. Yeah, so I think, so I believe when we come to the high performance chain, we will and we are exploring more use cases based on PMM algorithm for DeFi users and for new users. Yeah, so like what like the effort we are trying now is like expand the scope of assets, and also promoting our training API to more professional market makers. Yeah, and also have market makers that's not in the DeFi space, and but help them onboard them, enter into the DeFi space, and use our algorithm to adopt their market making strategy and make money. Yeah, and somehow share the revenue with our token holders. Yeah, so this is our approach.
No, yeah, thank you. And I think, you guys have a strong team, right? And you guys are always evolving. Just based off this discussion, you guys have thought about kind of the technologies that you're working with, the partners that you're working with. Everything's pretty strategic. Not only that, you definitely keep an eye out, for the end user, to bring crypto users, non-crypto users, and provide, a solution for them, which is great. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up here. Alex, where can people learn more about your project? Where can they get in touch?
Well, the best place to go is to aurora.dev website. We have weekly updates. If you want to have, if you have any questions, you can join our weekly Friday calls, public calls, where I share all of the updates on the development. So come and join. You will find all of the info on the website, aurora.dev.
Awesome. Daniel, how about yourself? Where can people learn more about your project? You get some insights, information.
Yeah, so to learn more about Arbitrum, probably the best place to start is developer.offchainlabs.com. That's our developer doc, our documentation generally. That includes stuff that's geared towards developers getting started. There's also, if you're really interested in digging deeper into the protocol, there's an Inside Arbitrum section, which is sort of effectively our white paper at this point, where you can get, a lot of cool info there. You can follow us at Arbitrum on Twitter, and you can follow me at DZAC23 on Twitter. And I recommend you do.
Awesome. Dai, where can people learn more about your team, get some updates? You guys are always putting out like, products and solutions. Where can, our audience here, our viewers, learn more about your project and your decks?
Yeah, you can find us on Breeder Dodo on Twitter. Yeah.
Awesome. So
yeah, if I just throw in one more plug, we are hiring, and we're hiring for all sorts of positions. So if you're interested, you can find a link through our website, but it's jobs@offchainlabs.com. Please reach out.
I like that. We do have, we do produce this to our 100+ university partners and professors and students. So thank you for that. Hopefully, if anybody's looking for a job, check them out. So yeah, we had a great discussion. Again, appreciate all of you like tuning in, the viewers here, the audience, supporting Reimagine 2021 for the past year. Our panel here, Alex, Daniel, and Dai, taking time out of your day. We're all in different time zones at the moment. But ideally, this is a great discussion. We talked about kind of developer like ecosystem growth. We've talked about interoperability. We talk about the importance and the risks, that are involved there. And we talked about what everybody's been working on really from the Dodo team, Rover Labs, and in Arbitrum, you guys are really solving some pain points in the space. And we have people that are trying to get into the space, and you guys are, making an impact and adding value as much as you guys can. So again, I appreciate that. Reimagine has been sponsored by the Dodo team. They've been on a few times, and we appreciate their efforts. This just goes right back into production and into our university program. So very fortunate, and we thank them for doing that. So again, everybody watching here, we hope you had a good time, and we hope to see you again. Alex, Daniel, Dada, thank you for joining, and we hope to have either you back or somebody from your team to continue the discussion.
Cool. Thanks, Adam.
Yes.
We just caught word of some breaking news. People are outside of Parliament demanding that the High Chancellor answer. The people are chanting, "When Moon, when Lambo." When Moon, when Lambo. Back to you.
Greetings. I am Grey Tail the Old and wise. Yes, it's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Maximalist. The term maximalist refers to one who has unwavering confidence in their favorite cryptocurrency to be the winner of a zero-sum game. A maximalist, in other words, believes that there will be one coin to rule them all, namely their preferred coin of choice based on fundamentals. They are, if you will, maxed out on a single currency. Now fly, you fools!
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy.
And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard. Not sure which coins to buy? Just go with the cheapest.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another Reimagine 2021 virtual conference series. This is our 9th event, and this time we're going with the Game of Chains theme. So we're exploring alternatives in the space. We're exploring mainly people that are pushing the boundaries of innovation and launching new projects as opposed to projects that have been in the space for a very long time. I'm Roshan Marashkar, one of your hosts for today. And I'm very excited to be joined here by a new guest. With me here today, I have Jonathan Sampolinski. He's the founding scientist at DAG Labs, and he's a postdoc at Harvard University. Jonathan, very excited to have you here today. And just to start off, I think it would be really great if you could tell us how did you get into the space, and really excited to learn more about DAG Labs.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, so I began my journey into crypto around 2013 or 14. I was admitted to a graduate program in the Hebrew University, computer science. I was recommended by the head of the school to join Aviv Zohar. He was a new assistant professor back at the time. And he basically suggested I work on a project called Bitcoin. Frankly, I found it boring and too practical for my taste at the time. But then after a few months, I saw the light and went back to Aviv. And under his supervision, I started a project lab, which a lab project which came into the Ghost protocol paper. And since then, I've been working on scaling Nakamoto consensus, security analysis of Nakamoto of different protocols, incentives in the system, some game theory. Basically, that's what I've been doing since.
Yes, and it's really exciting to talk to you, especially because I don't come across many researchers in particular in the space. A lot of different people developing things or have ideas, and I think you're going to give us a good inside look at kind of the structure of a lot of these blockchain protocols and what really matters. Tell us a little bit about, what exactly is DAG Labs, and what are the 2 or 3 most important things that you all focus on just on a daily basis?
Yeah, so DAG Labs is the main entity, the funding of core devs of Caspa. Caspa is a decentralized project. We have a testnet already. It's a new platform, which is based on the DAG protocols that I've co-authored in the Hebrew University. The main premise or the main premises of Caspa is optimizing for speed, optimizing for transaction fees, and manipulation resistance of transactions. So what Caspa is aiming to be is a transaction sequencing layer for crypto, specifically for DeFi. I can elaborate on the meaning of transaction sequencing, what exactly that means. In general, this is what Caspa is aiming for. This is not replacing the entire DeFi stack. We're not trying to kill ETH or something of that sort. We are trying to replace one of its core functionalities, which is the transaction ordering, transaction sequencing, utilizing DAG protocols, which we've co-authored.
Got it. So you guys are trying to make it better, so to speak. And can you also explain some of the differences between, I think people get a lot confused by layer 1, layer 2. So are you building a layer 2 technology, or is it a new layer 1?
The terminology is a very contentious issue. Everyone wants to say they're layer 1 or layer 2. Others claim they are sidechains. I won't fall into this pitfall, So Caspa is an independent layer 1 and should be considered a sidechain to Ethereum. Others will call it a layer 2. There are reasons to emphasize the sidechain because layer 2 is more natively embedded into the system, whereas a sidechain has its own security, which is its own security and its own performance. So being layer 2 means you're bottlenecked with part of Ethereum's performance limitations. And bigger sidechains mean you can improve over Ethereum's performance, while at the same time you do have to bootstrap your own security. This is why it's more fair to call it a sidechain or a side platform.
Got it. Yeah, and the reason why I asked is there's a lot of debates in the space, and I think many people, especially the new people entering, even new developers, get really confused as some of the terminology that people use. So getting a little bit into Caspa, tell us like what exactly Caspa is and why are you choosing to launch it now? Is this something that you've been working on the past couple of years?
Yeah, we've been working on Caspa for the last years. Caspa the timing is very important. Now is there are a few events in the crypto ecosystem which are realizing now, and for which Caspa is a very prime candidate. Mainly the question of what happens to Ethereum when Ethereum transitions into a rollup centric roadmap, what happens to other chains which are incorporated into DeFi ecosystem alongside Ethereum, and what are the problems that Ethereum does not solve, neither in its current version nor its future versions, like Ethereum 2.0 or the rollup centric version of Ethereum. So focusing on what Caspa is a transaction sequencing system, which means where does the agreement on who came first, which transaction came first. So when you send a transaction, let's say you're a Wall Street trader, you send a transaction to the system. You want to know that your transaction came in very fast. You don't want to wait. You don't want to wait 15 seconds, let alone wait a minute. It's eternity in internet systems, in our 2021 terms. So you want the transaction to be processed very fast, and you want it to be manipulation free. These are basically the two requirements of a trader, and you want the fee to be low. Now, focusing first on the speed and the manipulation resistance, Ethereum has its own design, and the design was not, back at the time when Ethereum was designed, it wasn't focused on the ordering in a sophisticated manner because it was just the beginning. Now, what happens is that the system is very mature, the market is very mature, and now you have flashbots, and what is called MEV or flashbots, which are entities that manipulate your transactions and reorder them inside the block. Now, as a trader, you can either join them or suffer from them. So flashbot is both a solution and a problem. As I wouldn't say it's a rare occurrence that someone creates a problem and a solution. Now, this is what Caspa is focused on. We want to create a high-speed transaction sequencing, which will allow you to both get very fast confirmation and get an assurance that your transaction is not manipulated and reordered.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting when you say like something like a flashbot is both a problem and a solution. And one of my quick questions is, so do you think Caspa is going to be better suited for like enterprise applications where front running and having things in order, no manipulation matter? Or is it also for like, I guess, mainstream DeFi where people don't even know the terms that you're talking about here today? Like, I'm glad you're covering them because it's more education for them.
I think the problems with front running will become mainstream. DeFi traders are increasingly becoming more and more aware of the reordering problem, the front running, back running, sandwich attacks. Admittedly, it's currently in the awareness of high frequency traders. So people that trade at least a few times a day, usually they know that there's this risk. You know it from Wall Street. You know that there's algo trading and micro trading in Wall Street, and people try to have their Wi-Fi connected high speed to Wall Street backbone system in order to be able to front run transactions. So it's not something new. It's not something that traders that are new to crypto can't imagine. The question is how can it be solved? Because in a decentralized system, everyone needs to see the transaction before it's processed. That's at least the design of Ethereum. This is the main problem. In Ethereum, when you send a transaction, before it's mined, everyone sees it. So if it takes, let's say in Ethereum, it takes 15 seconds at least for your transaction to be mined. In these 15 seconds, everyone, and especially bots, internet bots, can look at your transaction and decide whether they can manipulate it or maybe just replace it. Let's say you had an arbitrage opportunity. The bot can simply read your transaction, simulate what it does, and say, okay, this is a very good transaction. Let's kick it out of the mempool and let's mine this transaction for our own sake. This is a very classical problem. So crypto traders are probably, mainstream crypto traders will be aware of that if they're not aware of that today.
I see. So is it a problem of blockchain infrastructure, or does it have something to do with like the actual technological, I guess, code in Ethereum that allows it for you to even do that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say, not to get too technical, it's a problem mainly of leader-based consensus, which means it's a problem when the consensus is too slow. I'm oversimplifying it, but for the sake of our viewers, when the consensus is too slow and every round you need to agree on what happened in the previous round. So in this delay, you have this front-running capability. So take for instance Bitcoin or Ethereum's protocol. Because it's a chain of blocks, every chain block, you need to wait a few seconds. In Ethereum's case, it's 15 seconds. In Bitcoin, it's, as you know, 10 minutes, in order to ensure that all the network agrees on what happened in the previous round. What was the identity of the chain block? This is, even 15 seconds is a very long time, which gives many people the opportunity to manipulate your transaction. So any consensus system that is slow would suffer from that. If you want to solve it, you have to introduce the speed. You have to introduce a mechanism that circumvents the mempool, meaning that when you send your transaction, you send it to a miner that mines it without exposing it to the entire network before it's mined. This is just imagine you're a Wall Street trader. You don't want to publish your transaction to everyone, and only then it will be processed in the backbone, because someone can just front run you easily. You want to send it secretly to a single operator within the system, and only then, you want it to be exposed to everyone only after it was processed. Now, this is not to say speed is enough. If you want to protect yourself from the miner, from the operator itself, from the single operator to which you're sending your transaction, additional crypto magic should happen. So this is not to say speed and parallelism of the consensus is sufficient to protect users and crypto traders from front running and such attacks, but it is a necessary condition. So this is why Caspa is focusing on asynchronous consensus or parallel consensus. So imagine we get to 100 blocks per second. 100 blocks per second, without getting too technical, it means that I can send my transaction or even part of my transaction to specific miners in the system, and within less than a second, my transaction will be processed before it was propagated to the network. So this is the core manipulation feature that we're focusing on.
Yeah, thank you so much for explaining that, because I've always heard people talk about, transactions per second just for finality, or just for the sake of transactions. But I really like how you're covering, like you're really doing it for a specific reason. And now to get into DeFi a bit, because I think that's what's been happening the whole past year, NFTs as well. But I think DeFi has really taken the storm, disrupted a lot of markets, like new financial products. So, you know, from your view, what, like from a user standpoint, without getting too technical, like what are some important considerations that you find important or that you spend time on? I know you covered some, but like what are some things that people who are just experimenting with these DeFi protocols that maybe they don't realize, but they should know in a couple months or something like that?
Yeah, so today or a couple of months will be very different because of the whole transitioning of DeFi, of Ethereum to layer 2. Today, most of the things are abstracted away from the user, apart from of course, the speed, the fee, the high fee, which can skyrocket at time of congestion, and manipulation, which we covered. Coming forward in the next, I would say half a year, maybe slightly more, but not much more, there is an entire transitioning of Ethereum to layer 2. With this transitioning, what will happen is, maybe not immediately, but the user will suffer from this fragmentation, meaning today as a crypto user, as a DeFi user, especially if you're a bit sophisticated, you know that you can take a loan, you know, from this contract, invest it in this contract, hedge yourself with a third contract within the same transaction. This is the amazing invention, which has no parallel in the traditional system. It's very, very unique. You can just simulate the entire flow of your transaction before doing it and playing with all these contracts like a Lego box. The thing that will happen with Ethereum's transitioning to layer 2 is that different contracts will live in different areas in the system, in different shards. And this will become a bit more problematic because then this basically harms what's called composability, the main invention of Ethereum, arguably. And then the user will need to operate more within the shard, within the area, within the rollup instance, if you may, that its assets are locked in. And then this becomes a pain point for the user because the user won't be able to do in the same transaction atomically the loaning of the borrowing of the money from one contract and investing it in the second one, unless these contracts live in the same shard. This is the main problem that Ethereum and DeFi users will feel. On the positive side, entities which we can call market makers or liquidity providers will presumably bridge the gap, which means that as a user, you will interact with gateways or with entities that will try to make it smoother for you and provide the service of abstracting this away. They will run the nodes in the different shards and communicate your transaction across different rollups or shards. I can't say this will solve it indefinitely. Absolutely, it will alleviate some pain points, but users will need to start becoming more aware of the, unfortunately, of the backbone of the system.
Got it. So yeah, as time progresses, they're going to have to maybe understand the infrastructure a bit. Just like we kind of do in the traditional stock market or like 401k, everyone at least understands the structure of the kind of the risks of what they're getting themselves into. Like no one's afraid of getting front run when you're doing your 401k or just stock trading. But I guess inherently it does still happen. I know we talked a lot about like some of the issues and the important considerations. But just to bring it back, I want to remind all our users that I want to talk a little bit about the Ghost protocol because correct me if I'm wrong. This was in Ethereum's original roadmap. So can you tell us a little bit about what the Ghost protocol is? Like, how long have you been working on it, and why is it so important to you?
Okay, so Ghost is not so important to me. It was my first baby, my first research product. with Aviv Zohar. Ghost is basically the first protocol which questioned the longest chain rule that Satoshi Nakamoto invented. And at the time, again, we didn't fully acknowledge the impact of Ghost. By the time that Ghost was embedded in Ethereum's roadmap, we already came up with an alternative, more enhanced version of Ghost in several papers we published, Spectre Protocol, Phantom Protocol, and others. And to understand what Ghost is, or what this entire family of protocols is about, just imagine again the longest chain rule, which, okay, maybe people are not too familiar with the details, but by and large, people understand that the way that the Bitcoin or Ethereum chain grow is they extend the chain in rounds, and if in case of any fork, the longest chain is maintained, and the rest of the branches of this ledger are discarded. So if there's a fork, contentious or accidental, this is what will happen. Now, this mechanism, while it secures the system, it does require that every node in the system contributes to the most updated part of the ledger. This is the main part. In current consensus protocol systems, in crypto, before the protocol makes the next progress, the next round, it has to agree on the previous round. You don't want the honest network to be fragmented between different forks. So this is why Bitcoin and Ethereum as well are slow in their extension of the ledger. So in Ethereum, the next ledger will be extended only once every 15 seconds. Again, this is to ensure that the entire miner network extends the same version of the ledger. You don't want to have forks or disagreements. Now, with Ghost, what we figured out was that this need to delay the progress of the system is caused by the longest chain rule of Satoshi. But you can design different protocols which select the chain in the ledger, or extract consensus and consistency from the ledger in different manners. So Ghost was a different protocol in which, if there are too many forks, if there are many forks in the system, you wouldn't choose the longest chain. You would choose rather the heaviest chain. How to define heaviest? Go read the paper. But in general, this is a more sophisticated procedure to agree on the chain of the honest majority, which allows you to speed up block creation and suffer forks. Now, Ghost didn't come free. It had several problems, which were at a trade-off, in trade-off with its solutions. This is why we designed the block DAG paradigm. And the block DAG paradigm, from a bird eye view, is let all miners mine blocks as fast as possible. So imagine 10 blocks per second, 100 blocks per second. And then, okay, there's a big mess, right? There's many forks in the system. Obviously, miners will not form one clean chain. There will be a big graph. We call this graph a DAG, a directed acyclic graph. And this block DAG is progressing very, very fast. Of course, there's a catch here. What's the catch? The catch is that this messy DAG contains conflicts, double spends, or other sorts of conflicts. And the way you solve them is you design an ordering protocol of the DAG in a way that recovers the consistency. So without getting into details, DAG protocols are a way to speed up block creation, let the blocks form a big graph, a growing graph that can have conflicts, and that's okay. It has conflict, it has many forks, and the DAG protocol orders the transactions, orders the blocks in a way that extracts consistency and ensures agreement. So visually, you can just imagine a blockchain with many chains, many branches growing in parallel, merging and diverting, and then some magic happens and every node agrees on the ordering of transactions, even though, despite the high speed of the system. This is in general what the DAG protocols are about.
Yeah, thank you for explaining that. I don't even think many people have heard of DAGs and how they're very different to blockchain. And what I want to ask you about that is, are DAGs better suited for DeFi? Or do you think it will continue? Do you think Ethereum will continue to dominate? Or like we've also seen kind of forks of Ethereum, like Binance Chain. Like, when you think of DeFi, and you obviously are researching some of, you're kind of seeing the inside of what's actually happening in these smart contracts, or you have more knowledge there. So what do you think is better suited for the future of DeFi? And you can answer this in terms of like security, or I wanted to ask you about governance in a couple of minutes as well, but you can answer it how you want.
Yeah, sure. So there are several questions here. What will be the future of DAGs? What will be the future of Ethereum? What will be the future of DeFi? I will try to provide a holistic answer on those. So what I think from my current perspective, and my perspective, has changed with the flows of the market, admittedly. So what I think currently is happening is that the DeFi ecosystem is fragmenting, and it's centered around Ethereum. It will presumably remain centered around Ethereum, but more as a community and ecosystem, maybe identity, but less on the main chain of Ethereum. The main chain of Ethereum, that's my prediction, will continue to be the settlement layer of DeFi. So but users will find themselves visiting and engaging more with layer 2 or side chains than with the Ethereum main chain, and only when they want to exit the system, they will need to engage with the main chain. And to give you a perspective, there's a project called Matic, which was rebranded into Polygon, and it has risen and got lots of traction. What was Polygon's vision? They boldly said, we want to turn Ethereum into a multi-chain world. And because they had this bold statement, which they believe Ethereum will be fragmented, this is my interpretation. This has attracted lots of devs and projects to cooperate with them, because having a monolithic design where everyone needs to engage and operate everything on the main chain is not scalable. It did provide composability and did enable these amazing inventions, but it won't last. To the question, where do DAGs fit into this ecosystem? What I think will happen, continuing the notion that Ethereum will remain the main chain, the settlement layer, I think what will happen is that different aspects of the system will be served by different layers. So that the final settlement, the logic handling, especially in case of disputes, will happen on Ethereum's main chain. But the day-to-day operation, my prediction is, and it's already happening, will happen in different chains. And these different chains will have bridges, liquidity providers, connecting them to the main chain in case of dispute. But other than that, people will use different layers. Now, what layer should the user choose? So users that are not informed will typically just go by their current service provider. If they're using MetaMask, they will go with the decision, the first option that MetaMask, the default option of MetaMask, for instance. The informed user will ask themselves, what are the properties of the different layers that I'm choosing? So some layers will provide immediate finality, but in a more centralized manner. Some layers like Caspa will provide you very fast inclusion, instant inclusion in the ledger, in the ordering, slower finality, but higher manipulation resistance. So every layer will provide the users with different properties. And the informed users, and supposedly then the herd, will go after the layer that provides the trade-off that this sub-community needs.
Yeah, thank you for answering all my questions. I think that was a great bite that a great sound bite that a lot of people can learn from in the way that you explained it. And even me, I haven't heard too many implementations of DAGs or even the actual value of these different things. And something that you were talking about, kind of had a deeper question about, and that's the question about governance. Do you think that governance in the current state of, I guess, Ethereum and maybe some other forks, do you think it's like, it's sustainable and it's actually working? Like, based on what you're saying, I'm thinking, is there a way you can even front run the governance a bit, like vote on something faster or manipulate something there to your advantage? I'm not sure. Like, what do you think is the current state, or have you seen something kind of disruptive or dangerous like that related to governance?
That's a great question. I haven't given it thought, to be frank. I think the governance systems that are designed around or on top of Ethereum are not, to my knowledge, are not sensitive to real-time manipulations, rather to larger timescales. That being said, with the system transitioning to being high speed, whether through Caspar or through other systems, I believe the contracts that implement governance will need to secure themselves. Meaning, the contract designer, the dev that's writing the smart contract, should be aware of the I would say attack space or the manipulation space of users that are very sophisticated and can front run votes or manipulate things in real time. And they will they will need to design governance contracts that are manipulation resistant. But I don't think it's unique to governance. I think any contract developer will need to be aware of this new maturity of the market, the development of these flashbots and other manipulations.
Got it. Yeah, that makes sense to me, that it's not just related to governance, and it's a probably really important consideration for the developers out there, because just from starting out with like even students in schools, they don't really learn that, and like they're also the next generation of people entering the space. Like they don't know too much about developing on open source standards. So do you have any like advice for developers that are converting into the space? Like what are like two of your important considerations that you think are above all else when people are developing these applications and forking things?
People that are coming to the space, it depends on the type of contribution you want to make. But I would say there are two general things I would look for, which might be at odds with one another. One is the dev tools, having sufficient dev tools and SDKs so that I don't write everything from scratch and build everything from scratch, rather focus on my special contribution and the thing I want to achieve uniquely. And the other is the ability to be a game changer. As a new person to crypto, I would want to join an area which is a blue ocean or something that I can shine in, rather than provide an incremental contribution to an existing ecosystem or to an existing niche. I do want to mention, going back to governance, that there is a different consideration that's going to happen with this fragmentation of the system, and it's related to governance but not identical to it. And this is the social consensus around coins. So what I mean by that is when you have a token that's represented in different shards, you will need to decide whether this is the same token or not, whether its economical value is the same or not, whether it should have a one-to-one peg. So, for instance, let's say we implement MakerDAO, a stable token on one shard, and we have it on another shard as well. We have two implementations of it, two running implementations of it, two sets of users. And then for some reason, one shard was compromised. So it collapsed. Some of the auction design of it didn't work out. And then, but the other shard remained stable. How should the liquidity providers behave in this scenario? How should the exchanges behave in this scenario? You have this, informal social consensus of exchanges and market makers around the same token that is supposedly lives in different shards, and that lives in different shards, but it's supposedly the same token. But you will need to decide at some point whether you call it the same token or whether you say, no, this is not Maker, this is not DAI, this is a DAI in this rollup, and I will ascribe to it a different value. So these are the kinds of maybe governance or maybe social consensus questions that will arise.
Yeah, I really love what you just said about the social. Can you repeat that again? What did you say about the social coins and the governance related there?
Yeah, I mentioned social consensus because the term social consensus goes to say that you can't solve things, you can't solve this problem or you can't even define them without analyzing what will happen to the, I would say, humans or the operators behind the protocol. So it's not a matter of designing a new technology or coming up with a new research or a better consensus, a formal consensus. It's about understanding what will happen to the people or the economic entities that will engage with the protocol, and we'll need to decide what happens. So this is roughly under the umbrella of social consensus, and you can't fully predict what will happen there, but you can focus on that and try to facilitate social consensus across the leading entities of these projects.
Yeah, no, that's just a great term. I'm going to start using that term. And I think it also balances both parties in the ecosystem right now, people that are on the extreme of actually participating in governance through voting. And then you have new people that are just buying these coins, so to speak, but they're just now learning that you can actually facilitate other economic activity, participation, and like staking. I just find it very different than what you can do in our traditional world right now. And one of my last questions to you is actually what you just kind of touched on a bit. It is about the game theory elements of just blockchains in general. From your point of view, how much does the evolution of, I guess, technology, like new ways to make things more efficient, affect some of the game theory models? Because I find that a lot of the projects are successful right now, or they've been doing good in the past year because they have like crazy game theory attributes that I don't know if it's sustainable. Like some of these yields that you're getting, or there's no really repercussions like what you were talking about earlier. They're just building on another chain. But yeah, from your perspective, like how much does technology affect some of the game theory elements? Anything we should be aware of?
Yeah, definitely. What's interesting from a research perspective and academic perspective is the focus of the community. So the research community was focused, I would say, in the until maybe 2019 on the application and the infrastructure layer, including myself. The building a faster infrastructure, building more robust protocols, making utilizing cryptographic primitives to scale up the system. This was the main focus of the research community, I think, until 2019 or so. And then what happened was that with maturing and development of DeFi, the entire focus shifted to the application layer with new conferences and new ideas around DeFi, around Uniswap, around incentives between these different contracts. And you kind of see the researchers starting to publish papers in this field. And lately, what happened is that these two fields became connected. And the way they are connected is that the game theory of the application layer is impacting the consensus layer, the infrastructure layer, because the infrastructure layer, the miners, still have, they are the operators of the game. So if previously people were more interested in how miners can do selfish mining attack or double spend attack, these very basic and straightforward to some extent attacks. Now the focus is, okay, let's think what happens to the miners when they become aware of the transactions, when they are sophisticated enough, or they use sophisticated enough agents to reason about how they can manipulate the system. So suddenly you have these very weird results, game theoretic results, which shed light, sometimes not in a positive manner on the system. For instance, you get a result wherein just for the sake of curiosity, you get results like if one miner is incentivized to do a front running, then others are yet more incentivized to do the front running, and you have this cascade, and the entire system, the entire incentives cascade into a total destruction of consensus. This is called the instability of consensus in face of whale transactions. So this is a very unique phenomena, because typically you have, like in traditional finance, you have the operators, the backbone is stable, and the game is between the different traders. And now here you have a system where the traders play the game not only against themselves, but also against the operators. This is really fascinating, and the research is just starting now. And this is my main focus now. This is the main thing that's interesting to me now. In connection to Caspa and in DeFi in general, because I think the market is going there. Definitely the research community is going there. And you see also projects like Flashbot that are definitely, going around the same topic. This is to me the main thing that every researcher should be focused on.
That was such an awesome explanation. I was just very interested just hearing you speak about it. Love the way you just broke it down. It's just having me think about like how different this system is. Like it enables a lot of new things, but you're totally right that the same things that kind of empower you, so to speak, going back to what you said at the beginning, can also come back and be a problem. I think the only better way to end this off is to have you kind of give us some ways that we can people can reach out to your project or reach out to you.
Oh, sure. So my handle in Twitter is #, and I would love to. People can direct message me freely. You can join the Caspa testnet by going to the Discord of CaspaNet. There's a CaspaNet GitHub. If you're a developer or a researcher, feel free to contribute and engage with the core devs or become one yourself. So I would say Twitter, Discord, and GitHub. Yeah,
awesome.
And Twitter.
Awesome. Yeah, Jonathan, thank you so much for your time here today. And it was really interesting having you on the Reimagine 2021 series. You covered a lot of interesting in-depth topics, and yeah, I look forward to seeing more developments at Caspa, and hopefully hope to talk to you in a few more months and see what you're up to.
Yeah, thanks a lot for having me, and have a great conference.
Thank you. I'll let you all tune back into Reimagine 2021 version 9.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today. to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Here, matey, Long John Silverbells here, and it be time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to ye by Reimagine 2021. Oracle. An oracle sends data from the outside world, such as the daily temperature or the number of votes a political candidate received, to a blockchain such as Ethereum. A smart contract on the blockchain can then use the data, typically to make a decision about whether to dispense money and to whom. Hyar, I once sailed the 7 seas to find a legendary oracle. Turns out it was Santa. True story.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy,
And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune in to Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
All right, welcome back to Reimagine here at our 9th iteration of the conference, all the way through to number 9. It's getting pretty high up there with the amount of people we've spoken to across the crypto ecosystem. But the fact of the matter is, there's always more conversations to have, always more to talk about, always new directions being developed, and that's why we love this space so much. This month's conference's theme is Game of Chains. And I don't think I could be speaking to a more relevant person and a more relevant organization than my guest today. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Min Kim, the founder of Icon Foundation. Min, firstly, thank you so much for being with us.
Well, thank you for having me.
All right, so let's start off, at bare basics and really get the audience, familiar with what we're talking about here. So tell us, give me a bit of a background. What was your thinking behind the founding of Icon? And what sort of led you into that stage?
Sure. So the short story is that previously I was an executive working at a fintech company. And while we were looking into public blockchain and also private blockchain, we believed the future was all about multi-chain. So we were doing several projects with various companies and government, and we realized that these were all siloed blockchains that they were creating, and eventually we believe that these will eventually connect to a public blockchain and become very interoperable. So ICON was founded on the idea of future of multi-chain and interoperability.
Such a powerful and relevant message, I think, at the moment when we're seeing this surge of so many chains offering so many potential options for different developer needs and different user needs, for that matter. That interoperability, at one point I think it was a buzzword, but now really we've hit into a use case that really utilizes this notion of interoperability. So,
right.
I mean, with that in mind, how would you say you're sort of realizing your vision of ensuring, and I'm going to take a quote from your literature here, the legitimacy of decentralized data sharing, and that's going between citizens, governments, and private enterprises, and more importantly, in a transparent manner?
Right. I think you hit a good point that we're finally hitting the strides of interoperability. We are still at a very, very early stages of seeing that, where you see value transfer between different public blockchains in general. We believe that as we move forward, we will see more advanced use cases of interoperability, and our technology called Blockchain Transmission Protocol, or BTP for short, is one of the most premier technologies that we've been sharing with various groups, and it's been we've been getting some great feedback from a lot of these partners that we're working with, a lot of the more notable chains and developers teams as well. Kind of going back, it's been about 3 years, and now we're starting to hit the stride, as I mentioned, which means that, this process is very painstakingly slow, especially when you're working with various enterprises and governments across the world, or in Korea, where one of our tech partners is responsible for. So, as you know, working with these large conglomerates, which already uses legacy systems, and trying to replace those systems is very risky, and hence you have to take things a little bit slower. So, we're still working towards that future where we will see interoperability. However, right now, these are all siloed blockchains, and still a lot of use cases that are being experimented at the moment.
And one point I want to touch on at a moment before we're sort of moving ahead with the cutting edge of the technology is, you mentioned that you've been operating about 3 years now, and it's taken you about this long to really hit your stride. And I wonder, zooming out at the wider market for a moment, when you came to the fore, that was in the peak of the crypto winter, at a time when there was a lot of great development going on, but the hype, the excitement, the sort of exponential growth that we're seeing wasn't there. Do you think that has had an impact through your development cycle, and how so? Better or worse? Some people say crypto winters are the best time for development. How would you say that's impacted ICON?
No, I completely agree with that. I think when there is no real market of movement or distraction, I would say the team could focus on just building. So I think not only for management, but also for the development teams, it's great time to just put your head down and just crank out codes and just work towards building that future. When the market is obviously great, like this year, a lot of distractions come into play. There's a lot of excitement, for better or worse. It's a different kind of atmosphere and feeling that you're getting, and it does sometimes motivate you at the same time, but in a different way. But I will have to say, when it's the crypto winter time, I think we were very productive. We've made a lot of progress, and a lot of that progress is now starting to show in this market today.
All right, well, you've segued perfectly to my next point, which is to explain a little bit more about ICON 2.0. This is talking about progress and iterations, a little bit about what changes occur, what you're aiming to achieve with the development of the protocol. You mentioned a bit about BTP, but maybe go into a little more detail.
Yeah, so ICON 2.0 is a advancement from the Icon 1.0, obviously, and an upgrade. But it's not just a simple feature upgrade or things like that. It is a complete overhaul of the original blockchain that we built initially. So how I like to divide up time is that our first 2 years or 3 years, we were experimenting with a POC chain we built on Python really quickly. We wanted to get a sense of how the market was responding, how development teams were responding, and getting a lot of good feedback. And it's not just just dev teams, but also from enterprise partners and government that we're working with. And then we realized, okay, that was an experimental stage. We got a lot of great feedback. Now let's reiterate on the product, the blockchain itself. So we went right back to work, going back to the drawing board from I think it was a couple of years ago, and we've been silently building a Icon 2.0, which is built on Go or Golang, and that has been completed. So Icon 2.0 is completed. The only progress right now is that there needs to be data migration from Icon 1.0 to Icon 2.0. So, obviously there's a lot of block data that has accumulated over the past 3 years. And during those times, you have to replicate every single scenarios and every single transaction data or every single data in general that you've seen into the new blockchain to make it perfectly verifiable that those transactions are authentic. So that has been taking some time. We're about 1/3 of the way done, but once it's completed, the value of this new blockchain is more stability, more scalability, and then we'll be adding JVM, Java Virtual Machine, allowing Java, which is the most popular language in the world, and where a lot of the enterprise developers are using today from banking institutions to be able to create smart contracts using Java. So that will be available with Icon 2.0. But to go a little bit further than that, we believe that the Icon 2.0 or the Icon blockchain is synonymous with BTP. As I kind of going back to the original thought is that we started this project with interoperability in mind. We believe that we could be the aggregator chain of the blockchain world. We have a superior technology, and we've been seeing that through a lot of great feedback. And BTP will have its own economic design with Icon 2.0. So again, BTP, interoperability, and Icon 2.0 will be all synonymous. And from a community or investor perspective, I think everyone, simply put, you will need to just think about how, with Icon 2.0 and BTP around the corner, Icon blockchain will be a great aggregator chain.
And a powerful, ability when you're talking about, creating this blockchain where you're able to iterate a completely new version, addressing the faults and the learning experiences that occurred from the 1.0, and taking those and iterating it fully. I just find it such an interesting point where you talk about, working alongside legacy systems, working alongside, traditional finance and whatnot, and being able to, those who have, effectively used the same system now for decades and are stuck with a sort of a legacy model of software, accounting, development, for you to be able to work with those systems, yet simultaneously be agile enough and adaptable enough to fully reiterate. It's such a powerful, symbolism of the strength of the blockchain.
Right. And that entire overhaul process is very painstaking, as I mentioned. There is a reason why legacy systems can't get replaced immediately, not just from a customer risk perspective, but a lot of it is due to regulatory perspective. So, the financial regulators have specific rules and regulations for every financial companies in South Korea, for example, to have, to be compliant. So there's a checkbox that they need to go through in order for them, for the way they believe the data to be safe and secure. And blockchain does not actually meet those requirements because it is just so new. So regulation needs to catch up to allow new systems like blockchain to be allowed to be used by financial institutions. So that process is not something that we could change in 2 to 3 year time frame. We need to continually prove to the regulators that the blockchain is a better, safer method and even more advanced method than what we previously had. And that takes, we don't know exactly, but we're making great strides here through small advancements where I think we'll talk about other, proof of concepts that we're doing, or even, commercial a decentralized ID product that the Korea company that we work with is working on with a couple of government and financial institutions, which is really ahead of its time. And basically, a lot of community members ask us, like, why aren't you guys having so much transactions through this one application? Why isn't all the data on the blockchain? The question, it's not the question of we can't do that. Technically we can do it, but from a regulatory perspective, we need to use 10% of the blockchain, and then we need to improve that to like 20% of the blockchain, and then that builds more confidence for regulators to allow us to fully implement blockchain for every application in the financial world.
Right. And I guess that sort of proof, that you talk about, that fidelity that needs to be sort of come through when it comes to proving to regulators that this product is secure, is reliable, is stable, and is able to be utilized by legacy and existing systems to enhance what they already have. A lot of that can come through real world engagement. I think that's an important step where ICON has been involved. So could you maybe talk a little bit about the involvement in that real world blockchain adoption, about your involvement with COVID-19 tracing and various partnerships and more?
Right. So, just to take a step back, so the ICON Foundation and where I sit is that we take care of the technology part, the public blockchain side. We have a tech partner in Korea that we work very, very closely with that takes care of all the applications that utilizes the ICON public blockchain, including working with these financial institutions, with government on the COVID-19. So, as for me, I don't have that direct experience working directly with this government organization, but of course I get a lot of good feedback from our Korean partner. With that said, these applications that we're using for something like COVID-19 is, currently built, I think 80%, just to make it easier, trying to make it non-technical, just think of it as about 80% of the, blockchain utilizes a private blockchain, and 20% that deals with storing some sensitive personal data and authenticating that uses a public blockchain. So with that in mind, that framework currently, what the application does is, COVID-19 tracing, contact tracing will require a lot of data sharing, including personal data sharing. Whenever there's a discovery of the virus at a certain location, you got to be notifying different people in order to warn and for the government to take action. The benefit of the decentralized ID system is that you are saving a lot of your personal data on your mobile device. These mobile device is something that is like an NFT where there's only one data set that sits on your phone. It doesn't get shared to others unless you give direct permission to do that. So you control a lot of the personal data that you have. You don't rely on the government or third party to store your personal data. And only during the case of COVID tracing, you will be able to provide that information and be able to get notified for all the warnings and so on.
Yeah, a very powerful tool, and obviously so relevant to the current time that we live in. I want to ask as well, I want to touch on a point that you made there. You're speaking about utilizing a partially private blockchain, partially public. It's been said that 2018, 19 was the era of mass private chains. A lot of big enterprise firms and legacy firms were very interested in investing in and developing their own private chains or working with big systems that exist. And I've heard many say that the private chain is now seeing it was more of a transitional phase and that it's not going to expect it to last into the long term. Do you have any views on that matter, or the private versus public chain sort of debate, and whether maybe zero knowledge proofs might be the solution there, as opposed to totally private chains, given that it's so relevant, in a conversation like the COVID one, as you just mentioned?
Yeah, I think people don't realize that actually private blockchain or enterprise blockchains industry is thriving like we've never seen. So a lot of this information or this news is hidden behind the scenes, where I think a lot of what's happening in the cryptocurrency actually takes center stage. So, but in reality, a lot of the enterprises around the world are taking blockchain and experimenting with blockchain, things like IBM Hyperledger or R3 Corda, or even our loop chain is being used to do different POCs and use cases, and just to continue developing different applications that are running on a private network. So do I believe that in the future everything will mesh and and more enterprises will be more comfortable using public blockchain? I absolutely do. But it's just a lot of these experiments and a lot of this use cases are actually done behind the scene. But again, the reality is there's a lot of good progress on the enterprise blockchain side as well. We just don't hear about it.
Fantastic insight behind the scenes, as you say. I think a lot of people think if there's not coverage they're seeing of it on media, it means it's not happening. But I suppose by its nature, a private blockchain is not to be discussed widely, in mass media.
Yeah, and I have to say, I mean, a lot of what's happening in the cryptocurrency world actually flows back into the enterprise world as well. So things like NFTs had a huge boom recently, as you all know, in the art world, but not only in the art world, but there's so many different types of NFTs that are out there, digital collectibles to tickets and things like that. So a lot of enterprise side and a lot of the clients of our Korean partner Icon Loop is taking notice of this and has been reaching out to our partners around the world to learn more about how NFTs could benefit what they are, the business that they're in. So this is all still quite early. There's some there's some great progress happening in the NFT side in South Korea by these enterprises, and of course Icon is spearheading a lot of these initiatives as well. But it's still quite early, but I think the future is bright. I think NFTs will see a lot of use cases, more use cases than we've seen in the past few months.
The future in that instance certainly is quite bright. And I want to turn now to think about, obviously with any crypto project and with any blockchain development project, the community is so central and so important to getting these projects to the transition point to the larger scale that they need. So in terms of Icon's community, I'd like to focus in particular on the transition from the 1.0 to the 2.0. How did the community respond to that change? As you said, it was quite an iterative change, quite a distinct one, and how have they come to adopt the Icon 2.0 model?
Yeah, when you talk about community, I would like to divide community into two parts. The one would be the investor community, and obviously they are the ones on Twitter and always looking at prices and get excited with different news. And of course, like they're a very active and integral part of the Icon community, which we love and appreciate. And then there's also the developer community, which is sort of behind the scenes and working with our technology directly with the Icon Foundation to actually build useful things. And there's a lot of great projects coming out of these teams. So we're very excited about that. I mean, I would say from Icon 1.0, from 2.0, I think overall everyone is quite excited, but it's actually more about the development team. I think that is quite impressed with the things that we're building. And especially again, with the interoperability technology, BTP, we've been getting a lot of good feedbacks over the past 6 months or so, just showing our architecture, sharing the capabilities, just going down into like very nitty-gritty details about the functionalities and the features and how fully decentralized our solution is compared to what's out there, and the token economics that's built in to incentivize very powerful relay network between different blockchains, and how if you get connected to the Icon blockchain, you are essentially connected to every single other blockchains that are in the Icon network, which is extremely, extremely powerful. So I think people are truly, truly excited about that on the developer team side. We don't think that excitement has yet reached out to the our investor community yet, because things are still being built and things are still has to be tested and seen, right? So a lot of the investor community get excited on things that they could play around with, are things that are more tangible than just conceptually. So I think that excitement will carry over eventually when our BTP technology actually goes live this year.
Certainly, I mean, as you say, each stage needs to have their hand on the ball to be able to see everything in motion. So, I mean, I want to get tied to specifics here, talking about that idea of community and talking about that idea of place. Icon, one of the largest and most well-known blockchains in South Korea. How would you sort of consider South Korea as a jurisdiction in terms of their regulation and approach to cryptocurrencies as a whole?
I'll be very frank here. There are different government bodies in Korea. There's regulators, there are tax authorities, there's government agencies that promote internet and new technology. There's universities that promote new technologies and things like that as well. So all of that is sort of part of this whole cryptocurrency. I would call them like stakeholders. A lot of the news that you see out there puts South Korea in a positive light, where yes, the retail community is very strong. There's a lot of excitement in the industry by some of these government agencies that are thinking about the future of South Korea. But then again, we have entities that are holding back the entire innovation part of this. So, a lot of the things that we see, we're very frustrated, honestly, with how South Korea has the potential to be leading the blockchain industry. However, a lot of these agencies are actually holding back everything back, and like very selfishly, and without going into too many nitty-gritty details. But I would say, I think there's a lot of fear at the moment in South Korea, to be very honest. A lot of entrepreneurs and founders in the cryptocurrency industry is actually thinking about leaving South Korea. We from Icon Foundation have decided to de-risk from South Korea and start hiring people outside of South Korea. We're pulling a lot of our investments into other jurisdictions and putting it into like Singapore, for example. Singapore has been much more crypto friendly, in my opinion, or other areas. That's not to say that South Korea still doesn't, it has, as I said, has the potential. It's just that there's a lot of lack of clarity in this regulation from different departments, which is adding frustration to the entrepreneurs and the founders and projects that are developing in South Korea. So there's a lot of silence and a lot of quietness that you don't hear about from the news. right now, but I think in the next few weeks, you will start to hear more about how there's a lot of these government agencies that's holding back innovation in South Korea in the cryptocurrency side. And that might be sort of a bear news for some people, something that maybe a lot of our ICON community members or other people don't want to hear. But the truth of the matter is there's significant regulatory risk in South Korea that's growing, is concerning, and all the projects and all the investors are starting to pull back out of South Korea at the moment. So I think that's something that we need to be very careful of and be very mindful of. And that kind of puts more work for me and my partners and everyone else to try to convince people with authority to help grow this industry in South Korea. So we need to sort of do this together as a community, and that's something that I've been actually spending a lot of time on, defending our industry and things like that over the past several months.
I mean, you mentioned, for example, Singapore as a alternative jurisdiction. But is there a jurisdiction you see that you would consider doing best practice at the moment when it comes to crypto regulation and support, or is it a bit of a mixed bag all over?
So, great question. There are a lot of jurisdictions that people have set up different crypto projects, but these are small states that are not really recognized globally, and that kind of puts a question mark on the authenticity of these projects in the view of different other jurisdiction. Switzerland is definitely a great place. It's highly reputable. ICON is in Switzerland for a lot of the regulatory clarity and treatment that we get. It's a country that values private data and protecting data and financial information and status of crypto projects. So I think Switzerland obviously has been putting a lot of thought into building sort of the framework that crypto projects enjoy, which is the reason why some of the best projects are in Switzerland, regardless of the cost of operations. And I have to tell you, like, the cost of operating in Switzerland is very, very expensive, but there are clear benefits in working in Switzerland. Singapore, again, is a great example of how mindful and thoughtful these regulators are, and trying to build something that works for entrepreneurs as well as the government, and at the same time protecting consumers and investors and all of that. So everyone is very excited and trying to figure out how to grow this industry. And Singapore obviously is a very reputable jurisdiction around the world. Outside of those two, I mean, US is still, a lot of people complain about US, but US is not that bad when it comes to the rights that once it comes to personal rights, when you're setting up, when you're a founder, as long as you don't outright break the law, and there are very clear laws. At the same time, there are unclear laws that we need to be mindful of. But at the same time, US is a good place to, there's a lot of human capital, a lot of great engineers, a lot of very smart, educated people that we could build teams with. And US in that matter has been very, very friendly. And so far we haven't had much problem, working with teams here in the US. So, I could probably go into some of the other jurisdiction, but overall, I mean, it's sort of what's out there. It's been, there are pros and cons of every kind of jurisdiction, but I think those three I would say is on the high mark, in my opinion.
Yeah, certainly. And I guess as with the blockchain space in general, it's an ever-changing space as new jurisdictions onboard new regulation and take different approaches, both better or worse, when it comes to the blockchain space. But projecting forward, I want to think about as ICON 2.0 comes online, as we get sort of BTP up and running at full pace and so on. Where do you see the role of ICON in amongst the varied chains and protocols that exist, into at the present and into the future? Where do you see Icon fitting into the larger ecosystem?
As I said, we are positioning ourselves as an aggregator chain, which means that we want to be the plug and play solution for any blockchain or private chains. If they want to be interoperable with other blockchains, all they need to do is connect with the Icon blockchain. So it'll be very simple where, if you're a new blockchain project coming out, you don't need to connect or create bridges for every single blockchain that are out there. You just need to connect to Icon, and that will be your solution, being able to move assets between other chains freely from your chain to any other chains out there, and vice versa, where you could bring other assets into your chain. So as I said, the multi-chain is what we envision the future to be, and Icon will be specialized in bringing that reality into play.
Fantastic vision indeed. And just zooming out again, and this is a question I love asking our guests across Reimagine, but looking ahead to the blockchain space as a whole, projecting ahead 1 year, 5 years. I don't want to set a time frame. I don't know, sometimes some people seem to like predicting into the distant future, others feel that's an impossibility. But what do you see as sort of the overarching trends, direction, and maybe even your vision for the blockchain space in the sort of long-term time frame?
Yeah, I think we've made a lot of great progress within the past year, more than what we've seen in the past 3 years. And I think as we move forward, a lot of that will be even faster. So I think in the future, we'll make great progress in 1 month than what we've seen in the past year or two. So I think with this sort of acceleration of adoption and a lot of knowledge sharing, I think we've seen a lot of these, especially in the Ethereum world, where a lot of the codes are copied and people are adding new flavors to their own project, sort of making it their own. Some people like it, some people don't like it, but the truth of the matter is, we're creating a very free market where consumers are the judges, and the consumers get to play around with different product offerings in the blockchain world. And I think it's sort of feeding the energy off of each other to innovate and create something better than what we've seen before. With that said, I think still we have this mindset. I think a lot of people look at the blockchain or cryptocurrency world, and they see a lot of value, dollar sign, that's been coming in. So they believe that this, things are very late, like things have grown too far, or it's getting too big, that there's millions of users that are on different chains. But the reality is, if you compare the cryptocurrency and blockchain use cases and the users who are actually using these applications, is a tiny fraction of what you see in other industries, like web publishing industry or gaming industry, or so on. So the upside from here is tremendous, I believe. I think we're still far from really tapping into mainstream users, making it easier for mainstream users to be using these applications. I think NFT is one of the interesting areas where we started seeing some more mainstream users starting to experiment and see, like, purchase like these art pieces or NBA Top Shot cards and things like that. So I believe that it's growing, and it's going to be more and more exciting as we move forward.
Sorry, Aldo, we can come back in. I just want, you were just sort of talking about NFTs and being an area where you can see potential growth.
Right. So kind of going back to that, I think NFT is like a good stepping stone that we've seen in the past few months, where we've seen more mainstream users come in, and we'll frankly see more of that as more enterprises come in, offer new applications that are built on blockchain. I think more and more users will come in. Again, like right now, people are saying Uniswap has a lot of users, or certain applications have a lot of users. NBA Top Shots has a lot of users, but those users is still a tiny fraction of other industries, and I believe that this industry will only grow from here much bigger.
So I'll just say, so Min, Min Kim, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. It's such a valuable conversation to talk about, what can be done with interoperability, what can be done to sort of, create this developed ecosystem that is so critical to the blockchain space. So I think for all the Reimagine audience, this is such a valuable conversation. And, any last words you'd like to take us out on?
No, I mean, overall, I think I've tried to provide a honest view about not just South Korea, but the sort of the entire industry. I think we have a lot of positive momentum going. Icon has a lot of positive momentum coming. So, we're all in this together. I mean, I appreciate you having me here and being able to talk about the plans of Icon and my thoughts about the industry in general. Hopefully we'll get more mainstream adoption in the next few months, in the next few years, and be able to grow this industry together.
And Kim, thank you so much for being with us.
All right. Thank you, Asher. Bye-bye.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021 version 9 Game of Chains. We're back with another event. I'm Roshan Rajkar. I'm one of your hosts for this event. And this time we're really exploring layer 2 solutions, all of the innovation that's happening with side chains, and really, talking about the broader discussion of what's happening with all these different blockchains and innovators. I'm very excited to bring you a new host, a new guest on our show this time. With me here today, I have Ahmed Al-Balaghi, who is the co-founder of Bioconomy. Ahmed, welcome to the show. Really glad to have you here today. And I think it would be great, just to get started for everyone to know, like, how did you get into the space? What interested you? And tell us a little bit more about what Bioconomy is.
Hey, Roshan. Thanks a lot for having me on. Absolutely. So, I mean, it's funny when I got into this space, I was actually in Shanghai. In Shanghai, China, was studying Mandarin there, and I heard a bit about Bitcoin, and there was this sort of meetup going on. So I decided to go to that meetup, and it was in 2016, early 2016. And I remember the first thing I heard about sort of blockchain or crypto was where you had these two entrepreneurs talking about how you put Louis Vuitton bags on the blockchain. And I was just thinking, what the hell's going on here? And then I just remember some crazy Bitcoin maximalist that was then like, he was an ex-speaker and he was drawing charts about Bitcoin. and saying, well, why it will skyrocket, and talking about sort of its fundamentals. And that's what got me initially interested in the sense where, because I have an economics background, I studied Bitcoin from an economic perspective, and I thought, like this is really interesting, and this is something that could really pave the way for the future. And I was also very lucky because I was in Shanghai. Vitalik made lots of different trips. I even attended some of the meetups where Vitalik was a speaker, and these meetups were maybe at max 20 people, right? Back in 2016, it was just super interesting sort of to hear about all these concepts back in 2016, and we're seeing them sort of realized today.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting story, and it's really interesting that you have a economist background because it's a fundamental and an important layer, I would say, in our industry to understand a lot of this technology as well as the adoption element. How have things been going for you and your team in the past year? What kind of changes have you seen from the types of users who have been using your platform?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, just a quick sort of introduction to Bioconomy. Really, what we read Bioconomy is a infrastructure platform, and what we really call a relayer infrastructure network that really helps developers and dApps enable things like gasless transactions, helping them to sort of allow the end users to pay gas fees using different ERC20 tokens, and also working on and really providing infrastructure around how we can enable instant cross-chain transfers between for different assets, and we call this particular product Hyphen. And so really we are a plug and play solution for developers to allow for these different transactional use cases. So that's a very sort of high level about who we are and what we do. And in terms of the team and sort of like who we've been interacting with for now and sort of the past year, it's funny. It was in last year May when we actually just launched our initial alpha product, and that's when we sort of went on mainnet, and this is when we sort of just started, okay, like how can we provide very simple developer experience for developers to implement gasless solutions in their dApps, right? And what's been interesting is sort of seeing sort of the transition between and our focus between L1 and L2. And when I say L2, I know because there's a lot of semantics going on about what an L2 really means. I'm just talking about anything that is on top of Ethereum and that has scalability and throughput, right? And so we're very close to the Polygon team, and we integrated with Polygon fairly early on because we anticipated that if gasless, if a gasless UX or a meta transaction UX makes a lot of sense, and if it were to be something that would be the norm, then we need to ensure gas fees are super low, right? And this is where Polygon helped to achieve that. And so we focus quite a bit on Polygon and ensuring that we are working with a lot of dApps there. And so it was funny because when we first started off, we started off with a couple of DeFi projects like Idle Finance and Curve Finance, but then the gas fees went so high. And then that's when we sort of focused a bit more on Polygon, where gas fees are lower. And now most of the projects that we work with are on these scaling solutions, so to speak. And so, yeah, it's been a very different very different in terms of the projects that we work with. And I'm just thinking right now, like last year, this time was literally just for DeFi summer. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, I mean, you guys are definitely focusing on very important problems, things that are preventing adoption or turning people away, which is like that first experience. So really awesome to hear. And what's your view in general? Like, do you guys work with a lot of different blockchains, or do you guys only work with a couple of different blockchains right now?
Yeah, no, I mean, for us, our thesis has always been, multi-chain is the future. And so for us, it's about how can we pick, the right chains to work with, the ones that has, broad a broad developer community that actually has, use cases and dApps already being deployed, and actually has, a sufficient amount of security around the network as well. And so, it's funny. I mean, we have supported, we just recently supported Binance Smart Chain, which doesn't really fulfill the third criteria, I get, the security criteria, at least from what we've seen recently. But for us, I mean, we've when we actually launched, we started off with Ethereum, then Polygon, and then XDAI. And we've always known that, we're going to have L2s like Arbitrum, Optimism. We're going to see, newer chains such as, Solana take off, and Tezos as well. We actually received a grant from the Tezos Foundation. We've also have done a formal partnership with the Moonbeam as well, which is sort of our entry into the Polkadot ecosystem. So for us, we're very, bullish on the on basically going and making sure that we support these different chains, because it is something that we believe that, we will be seeing and living in a multi-chain future where these different chains will exist and will then have interoperability between them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that's how the pace of adoption goes. A lot of people first use like one chain, get used to it, and now people are actually building applications and finding that, everything can't just stay on one chain. Like there's tons of adoption and institution coming into the space. Yeah, so tell me a little bit more about, you worked with Arbitrum, I believe, last month to achieve this gasless or feeless transaction. So what impact do you think that will have on increasing adoption, or even, the types of things, applications that people will build that are tough right now?
Yeah, I mean, so for some of the applications that, for example, that we worked on, we've worked with that are deployed on Polygon, for example, lots of their growth and lots of, where they've seen actual sort of user retention and lots of great feedback is from the fact that their end users say they don't need to pay gas, and that the UX is very frictionless. And I think in this industry, we understate how much, when you remove friction, it expands markets. And so we believe the same thing, will happen, and even at a larger scale, potentially on Arbitrum, given the amount of, new developers that are now going into the ecosystem and the amount of dApps that they've, that they're bringing on board. And I really do believe that, it will become standard because of the fact that people will come to expect, things can be done in a gasless way. And especially if you're going to reach the 99% of the world, that's what, in a way, people expect. And even if it's, not done in a way where end users don't need to pay the gas fees, it could be done in a way where, they could pay these fees in a different way, whether it's through a monthly subscription, whether it's through paying the gas fees in a different token, whether, you have advertisers paying the gas fees, right? It doesn't always have to be the project itself. And so I really believe we're going to see sort of different models of this into the future, and working with Arbitrum has sort of helped us, at least realize a few of the things that we want to do in the space.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. We have like this user-centric model right now where like users are paying all the fees directly themselves, and that is the theme of Web 3.0 as well. But what are the biggest shifts you think from Web 2.0 to Web 3.0 in terms of infrastructure? Like, do you think a lot of these companies are going to run their own nodes, or do you think they can use something like Biconomy to maybe subsidize some of those fees and not do it themselves?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think we're going to see a rise in, and we're seeing this now. I mean, where you have all these dApps and projects relying on whether centralized third-party services or decentralized infrastructure, right? And so we're seeing this sort of across the board. I mean, the whole industry right now, kind of operates on Infura or or Pocket or these different, let's say, node level plays, right? Many are okay with paying a SaaS fee or paying, on a per API fee, or, being too technical to actually come in and look into the decentralized options and way of doing things, right? And we're also going to see decentralized web hosting very soon, and of course we're seeing decentralized storage on the rise. And so these will either be packaged up as as a core component where developers will pay these as a monthly fee, or they'll pay them on a per usage level. And given the services that sort of we provide as Biconomy, and especially with our plans to progressively decentralize in the future, that would be something that developers would come in and will either pay a monthly fee or a per usage fee, right? And again, depending on the product, depending on the service and the use case, we will, we'll see, sort of the actual person or the entity who will be paying these things could either be the direct end user or be the products themselves, right? Well, the whole point is, or a different third party. Well, the whole point is that how can you do it in such a way that it's seamless for everyone and it makes sense for each particular use case that we're working on as well.
Yeah, for sure. It has to be sustainable and it has to make sense. And, kind of while we're on the topic of developers, because you guys focus so much on developers and, making it very easy, making their experience easy, and, at the end, making it easy for end users as well. Like, what are some of your metrics that are important when you're developing tools for developers? Like, I don't think a lot of people know or talk about what developers care about.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting because we've always received feedback on our documentation, for example. Like it's not a metric per se, this is very subjective, but really good documentation is something that is hard to come by, especially in the crypto space, right? And so in this is sort of a given, and so we definitely need to do a better job just as an industry, and even the different blockchains that are coming out to provide sufficient documentation for both existing developers in the space and sort of new ones. And so for us, we try and do as much as we can on that front. And also, and another point is making sure that we're able to actually support different languages that we anticipate developers would be using when using Biconomy. And so this is important, especially when it comes to sort of thinking about which libraries to put out and to support. And for us, we just feel that we just have that extra sort of drive to basically say, okay, how can we make this easier for the developer later on, right? And another thing, is of course the data and analytics as well, to provide all the key metrics that they need to sort of to see like how how many transactions that they're doing, what are how much sort of gas costs is this costing them, for example, where are the stuck transactions or failed transactions, how many of all those transactions were successful as well. All of these things are sort of like super important. And again, I'm not saying no one in this industry has figured out or has the whole solution ready, fit prime for developers, right? It takes time to build really good infrastructure, because a lot of it is not just smart contracts work, right? A lot of it is back end, and so it does require quite some DevOps work as well. So yeah, I definitely think as the industry is maturing, we'll definitely be seeing way better, like developers will have just way better toolkits in a couple of years from now, and especially running on any EVM chain, a lot of the tools are already there, which is great.
Yeah, no, those are great points, and I'm glad you covered some of those, because for the native blockchain developers, they don't really feel a lot of those same pain points. But in order to get traditional developers into our industry, you're totally right that by by you all providing them, more data, they're also getting educated about things that they should even be wary of that you don't really learn, in school and even in the real world so far with developing with open source technology. But before we talk about a lot of the applications that you all are supporting, tell us a little bit about the Biconomy relayer network and how that works from the infrastructure standpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, for us, especially in terms of like how we think about meta transactions and how, we want to provide this ability for developers to easily, pay the gas fees on behalf of their end users. We saw that, lots of different companies in this space, were building out infrastructure on their own. And this will comprise of sort of, relay network in order to do this particular feature on the DApp. And so for us, we, it was just pretty plain and simple that, hey, like, how about we build a very professional, robust relay network for these developers to easily plug and play into. And really just in sort of a high level way, I mean, how it really works is very simple in the sense where our relays they are essentially sort of the sender of the transaction. They have either ETH or Matic tokens, depending on the network that the transaction is sent on, already stocked up. The developers, the end user that is basically doing a transaction on a Biconomy enabled DApp, all they have to do would basically is sign a message. And that message would then be collected by the relayer, and they'll also collect, and the relayer also collect sort of transaction parameters of that particular transaction, and then they would send, and the relayers would basically send that transaction on chain. And so in this way, you basically have the end user, just all they have to do is sign a message, but everything in the back end, on the background in this instance, is basically facilitated by us.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. It's like a much better experience for users, I think, because that's all they want to do, right? They want to sign transactions, keep using the applications that they want to use. But from your view, do you think that going forward in the future, we'll have one chain or a couple of chains that are seen as a settlement layer, and then the rest of them are used for like transaction finality? Or do you think that a lot of these layer 2 technologies are enough? Like, you don't need high levels of security if you're doing something simple like buying a cup of coffee or something like that?
That is a good question, and it also, I mean, we could definitely paint a picture of an ideal world we'd like to see, I think. But really what happens in practice is if you have a chain that actually has real business activity, that has real users and a real community, that will blow off no matter the tech, right? Of course, if it's very insecure and it, we see issues like BSC has had, then not many people will trust that particular chain, right? And this is why I'd say I'm more bullish on community, more bullish on chains or teams that actually can drive dApps to their platform, that drives real users, right? And then eventually that would sort of pave the way into how we would basically see, how many chains will be operating, right? So Ethereum has already sort of secured that spot in terms of being both a transaction and a settlement there, right? But it could really go in any way whereby, if Polygon and Arbitrum, for example, gets all the market share because they're the ones who are doing better BD, for example, right? Then that sort of might be the case in terms of, okay, we might just have a couple of L2s, and then we'll probably see the different communities that are surrounding other chains like Terra or Solana, and they will have their own ecosystem as well. and eventually these will be interacting with each other. So I definitely would say that, you know, both the developers as well as the end users, how they really form, you know, around a particular chain and to help bolster that up would be something to always look out for. Because from the tech perspective, you know, everything theoretically should be like X, but we haven't seen anything like that yet, right? But we could, but it's just so that you know, I love history because history, it doesn't repeat but it always rhymes, right? And it always showcases that you know, it's not necessarily the best tech that always wins. It's more so there are so many other factors at play that would really help, you know, let's say a new chain to come out on top. But of course, right, we don't want any sort of centralized or insecure or, you know, easily tampered, you know, L2s or L1s to come into the market, because they do this huge trade-off between, you know, UX and security, right? There should be a balance. But right now we're seeing, like, you know, there's this sort of tip in a way where these systems they're just not usable because there's so much focus on other things. But then how do you strike that balance, right? For broader adoption and security.
Yeah, a lot of great points in there. I'm going to go back and listen to what you just said, because I think you're completely right. And I think what you were trying to tell me too is, like, yeah, some chains have figured some things out, but like the war is not over, so to speak. And I think like competition is not always bad in our space. That's how that's how we're able to make all these innovative advances, right? But, you know, kind of going into a lot of the things that you all support in terms of applications and technologies that you help support that people use. How do you all support DeFi? Like, what are some interesting applications that Biconomy is involved with?
Yeah, so we basically have been working with a couple of applications. For example, if you were to check out DeFin, which is on Polygon, they're like sort of this gasless Uniswap on Polygon. And it's great that they've just recently enabled a toggle on and off for gasless experience. And that's using Biconomy in the background. And that's great because, of course, there'll be some power users who care about, you know, the gas they're paying, for example, right? But again, you know, broader adoption means 99% of the world who probably wouldn't care about that. And they just want their transaction to go through. And so DeFin has been one. Another one has been Perpetual Protocol, which is now running on XDAI. And they are using us, again, you know, for facilitating trades in a gasless way for their end users. Yeah, and we've been working with Curve before, and Curve have just recently implemented EIP 2771 as well, which is one way to integrate Biconomy to implement meta transactions, and that's something that we're hoping to do very soon with the Curve team. And yeah, I'd say, you know, these have been the main ones. We have, you know, a few more projects that we're working with closely as well. You know, both on the newer chains that we're supporting, but also sort of new projects that are coming onto Polygon as well.
Yeah, that's actually super interesting to hear that, like, we're talking about like a gasless Uniswap. I think a lot of our audience that is listening to this right now is, and maybe they've never heard of things like Polygon because it's still pretty new. They're definitely going to want to check it out. So what do you, like, when do you think this transition will happen of people kind of leaving the chains that they're comfortable with, the experience they're comfortable with, and then trying out other chains that offer like a better experience, or I should say like more realistic experiences in these applications? Like, what will it take in your view?
So I mean, I think it all goes back to the end user and how much, you know, how technical they want to sort of be when it comes to to exploring these dApps, right? A, do they want to go through the whole MetaMask setup? Will they will they basically go and use a different wallet, for example? And there are a variety of wallets out there that could achieve the same thing. And because a lot of these really dictate how the end user will also interact, with these chains, because what we're lucky with, especially when it comes to EVM, EVM chain, if we have, let's say, a MetaMask, you've got one address, you could easily switch between the different chains, that supports that is basically that you could see via your MetaMask wallet, right? So like with Biconomy, for example, we've enabled this sort of network agnostic transaction layer, whereby if you're on XDAI or Polygon, you don't need to switch your RPC. You don't need to do all of that if you want to basically use the dApp on this specific sidechain or L2, right? You would do it. You would basically have that Ethereum address, and you basically be signing this transaction from L1, but it would be executed in L2, right? And so I think that what's going to happen is that users will just interface with their dApp, and at the end of the day, things will just settle in the back end without them knowing how things are being settled, right? I don't see end users in the future saying, oh, I want to use Ethereum today, or I want to use Polygon today, or I want to it's going to be tough, because then you just have all these different wallets people holding for like different chains. And also it depends, like, whether you're an EVM maximalist. If you think EVMs will win and that's the way, then yeah, maybe we could have this sort of future where you have this one wallet, and it's an Ethereum wallet, but you could easily interact with any EVM chain via that Ethereum RPC, right? And yeah, it's a tough question, because each new ecosystem, and now I'm talking about L1s, would require its own its own standards, their own wallet standards as well, and seeing how these will affect end user behavior. At least what we're seeing now is that it's tough even for crypto native people going between all these ecosystems. It's an actual job. Right. And so it's definitely not something that is that in your normal average Joes will want to understand. And so these things will have to be abstracted away a lot before we can get to sort of this desired state that we all want to get to.
No, 100%. Those are great points. I think you answered it in a very balanced way. Like you're going to have like crypto native people that will care to the very bone about where that transaction is being settled. And then you're going to have, the rest of the world, so to speak, that it just wants to use this technology, right? They just want a better yield, or, for artists, they want to make more money. And sort of to wrap things up, tell us a little bit about, how your team has helped NFTs improve, I believe, on Polygon. And also, yeah, just tell us like how we can keep in touch with you and your project.
Yeah, absolutely. Just one thing before I get into that is one thing as well about especially when it comes to sort of, for example, like DeFi, just looking at sort of verticals, we'll definitely be seeing let's say centralized players tapping into these decentralized liquidity protocols, right? So you'll have these companies, they will be the ones who care about where yield is coming from and which chain it's coming from, right? But the end users, all they see is a number and a percentage, and that's it, right? And I think that is like one concrete example that we will probably be seeing for sure. And I think we're seeing this already with some centralized players like BlockFi and Celsius, where they're definitely tapping into into some of these decentralized protocols. And when it comes to sort of NFTs, we've been one thing that we've looked at is like why, if you're an artist and you're on these platforms, why should it create why should you basically be paying either $50, right, which is on Ethereum to sort of mint an NFT, or pay fraction of a penny to mint an NFT, right? It just, from a UX side, both extremes just doesn't make sense, right? Why do you need 0.00003 Matic, right, to mint an NFT? And so the gasless use case here makes so much sense because, you know, we've had, we're working with a Polygon NFT minter, whereby anyone could really just go and, you know, mint their own NFTs. And these are being, you know, those transactions, those minting transactions are being relayed by Economy. And we've been working with, you know, other projects such as Ethermon. We've been working with Decentraland as well. We've been working with Zrun. Zrun has been like, it's taken off so much in terms of how much activity they've had. And also Artvatars as well. We've recently integrated with a new project as well, which is a Museum of Crypto. They've been around for some time, but now they're also sort of, you know, ensuring that they have sort of NFTs that can be minted and sort of be sold as well. And so we're working with quite a few projects on that front. So yeah, we're just super excited about all this sort of activity that we're seeing.
Yeah, those are all like great points to end things off. And yeah, really glad like the ethos you and your team have about the way you guys are rolling out, you know, specific updates and really talking about the experience, like kind of even before the technology, because you're definitely right. Technology is like rampant everywhere, but the experience of, you know, your first impression is super important. Yeah, and lastly, you know, how can people get in touch with you and get involved, you know, with your project?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so we're pretty big on Twitter. We tweet as much as we can, whether it's, you know, from the Bioconomy tag or from my tag. So I mean, at Bioconomy, we're literally at Bioconomy on Twitter, and you could find us on Discord very easily as well. But alternatively, you could also sort of just at me, my name on Twitter, I'm at ARA Balagi, which is my surname. So you could check me out there. I'm also, you know, active on Discord as well. If people could find me through the Bioconomy Discord channel. So yeah, so that's how you can get in touch with us.
Awesome. Ahmed, thank you so much for being here today on the Reimagine 2021 show. I think we talked a lot about, you know, a lot of the interesting problems that are facing our industry. And yeah, I wish you all best of luck, and, you know, thanks for all of your work.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot for having me on.
For sure. And I'm your host, Roshan Marachkar, and I'll let you all tune back in to the rest of Reimagine 2021 version 9. Thank you.
Welcome. I am Greytail the Old and wise, yes, and I bring you another vocabulary lesson from Reimagine 2021. STO, Security Token Offering. The offering of security tokens differs from the ICO, mainly in what represents the token issued and the resulting legal and regulatory implications. To simplify, a security token can be thought of as a share in a company that will give real rights to the company, such as profit sharing, voting on the board of directors, or other. And when a wizard offers you a security token, you take it.
Dear citizens of the world, there is a revolution upon us, you see. The old and outdated ways of indirect representation, where those who parade around as if to have exceptional power, in their all but flattering three-piece costumes, claiming to speak in the voice of your values. The archaic ways of our past where we are separated by entry barriers to knowledge, where we are separated by time, space, and the speed at which information can travel. The days left on those bygone years are counting down and dwindling. The shadow of our past that casts itself upon the present is growing dimmer and dimmer by the day. Those of us here who believe in a brighter future, founded on technological innovation, distributed models of power, the separation of money and state, and, above all else, the free and open exchange of ideas. Those of us who believe in these things know what is to come. Through our collective efforts and through a coordinated strategy to educate others, we can, without permission, reclaim this world from the ground up. So, please, my friends, join us. I hope you are ready to reimagine 2020.
Stop being a panic seller. I'm John McAfee, and I approve this message.
Every 10 seconds, someone panic sells at a new all-time low.
Yeah, don't be this guy.
I seen the market dropping, I don't think it's stopping. The voices in my head keep yelling. I guess I'm panic selling. Guess I'm panic selling.
Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Every time the market crashing, why you always belling? You be selling all your shit like you garage selling. Always catching nails, dog, you need to check the spelling. Panic, 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 panic. I thought I told you about the dip. Every time the market dropping, why you always jumping shit? You be buying at the highs and you never stick to script. Then you selling at the lows, dog, you wasn't built for this.
I seen the market dropping, I don't think it's stopping. The voices in my head keep yelling. I guess I'm panic selling.
Panic, 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 panic.
Guess I'm panic selling. All I see is weak hands, weak hands. Fuck, I need some money for the weekend.
Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling?
All I see is weak hands, weak hands. But fuck, I need some money for the weekend.
Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Pussy. Panic sell, crypto crashing, no one laughing when it drops. Need to stop pulling stocks just to make up for the loss. I'm losing my mind, didn't see the signs. Crypto going down, got me feeling like a clown. What the fuck's happened now? Can't buy another round. I took a meeting now, had a panic sell. What the hell I'm gonna do now? What the fuck's happened now? Can't buy another round. I took a meeting now, had a panic sell. What the hell I'm gonna do now?
I seen the market dropping, I don't think it's stopping. The voices in my head keep yelling. I guess I'm panic selling.
Panic, 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 panic.
Guess I'm panic selling. All I see is we
selling? Why you panic selling?
And all I see is weak hands, weak hands. But fuck, I need some money for the weekend.
Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling, pussy?
I seen the market drop it, I don't think it's stopping. The voices in my head keep yelling. I guess I'm panic selling. Guess I'm panic selling.
Hi, everybody. My name is Leo Chang. I am a co-founder at Cream Finance, and happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 9th conference in a monthly series of events, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been very fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mousebell team, where we focus on early stage investments to our accelerator or providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within our Mousebell University program. Our main objective and goals are pretty straightforward. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real world applications. We basically seek to educate our audience, everybody tuned in here, on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. So again, thank you all for tuning in at this moment. We've been doing this for a year now. We've been super excited. So glad to have you back. And without further ado, I have Leo Chang, co-founder of Cream Finance. How you doing, Leo? Appreciate you joining the conference. How you doing?
Good. I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. So where are you calling from, actually?
I am calling from Taipei, Taiwan.
Nice. And I've heard you before. It's kind of cool. What's the scene out there, the crypto scene? You were here in San Francisco. We just chatted about it. It's kind of died down here. You probably thought you were going to miss out, but what I've heard is it's kind of cracking out there.
Yeah, definitely. San Francisco is very exciting, of course, and was a good place to get started. And I moved out here because, in short, I was spending a lot of time with lawyers, time and money, because some of the compliance overhead that's required. Like, yeah, it'd be good if I see that's I think it's getting fixed, right? That directionally I think it's going well. It's just at the time my business partner was out here in Taipei anyway, and it made sense to just come out here. But definitely Taiwan's been great. Good people, friendly people. There's a good group of crypto folks here, and they did just recently leave for various places, Miami, Puerto Rico, etc., for various reasons. And COVID's unfortunately picked up a little bit here. So we're kind of going into more of a lockdown situation, but all is well.
Awesome. And real quick, everybody has kind of a cool journey, right? We have a lot of viewers right now, ranging from university students, investors, right? Blockchain enthusiasts, crypto lovers, all the above. We have content for everybody, and that's kind of our goal with these videos. Is like, you've been working on things, we've been working on things, and it's it hasn't really reached the masses, and we're trying to get this broader reach with the content. And everybody has their own rabbit hole journey. How did you actually get into crypto?
Yeah, so I was actually kind of a San Francisco story. So all my career, and I've been in technology, on the management side of technology. After graduating from Cal, go Bears, so I was in hardware first, and then I went through a few different places: Apple, American Express, etc. And then eventually, San Francisco story. I was at Burning Man, met some cool friends, and then eventually, this whole startup happened where we did cloud computing, and we served Coinbase in 2014, so I learned about Bitcoins then, but I wasn't really involved in the industry. So it wasn't really until about 2017 or so I got super excited, and the company that we Solano Labs were at got acquired by General Electric, which gave us a chance to focus more on, gave me a chance of a chance to focus more on blockchain, which has been great. So started out looking at things, did a little bit of consulting, helping out some projects, and then then we launched this thing back in 2019 where we tokenized music copyrights, and it was during the bear market, and NFT, early to NFT, but it wasn't really all that successful then. And then we pivoted that group Machi X into a DAO, which still exists today, and we did some NFT art stuff. But in the meantime, we were building at things in DeFi last summer, and looking at some of the unmet needs of yield farmers and degens, and that's kind of how Cream got started.
Nice. So you were ahead of the NFT game. And then now we came around. Our last event actually was NFT themed last month. So we invited everybody and kind of, with the NFT boom, DeFi summer, we had What the Fi is DeFi last summer, right? And that went pretty well, had all the teams. So what's cool is that you were a player in the ecosystem, and I've heard you talk about this too, like, and you just mentioned it. So what were you doing that gave you inspiration to create Cream?
It was because I was actually degen farming myself, and my friends, a group of investor friends that I farm with, and then we were like, "Yo, did you see this thing? Did you see that?" And then my business partner, co-founder, and friend Jeffrey Huang, we were playing with some things, and he was big in the Wi-Fi early on. At some point, he owned a fairly significant percentage of Wi-Fi tokens. He said, "You know what? This is really cool. Have you looked at this?" I'm like, "Yeah, I've been playing with this thing as well." And it's like, "All right, cool. What else do we need?" And then other farms started happening. And it's like, "Hey, how come?" And then I started thinking from a product need standpoint, why isn't there a way for me to, like, why is it that at that time anyway, lending markets only allowed like 6 tokens? Why is that? Why can't it be like the 3-4 major stable coins, ETH, Bitcoin, and like a bunch more stuff that people need?
Yeah.
So the farming happened, and then it's like, well, I could use other governance tokens like comp token. I could use YFI. I could use the YEarn, the Curve YEarn LP token to farm yams and farm sushi and farm all that other stuff. Why isn't this stuff available? So then we thought, hey, you know what? We're really big fans of Compound anyway. We want to take that code and apply it toward this exact long tail of tokens that the market wasn't being served. So we thought, hey, look, this is something I would want. So why don't we build the thing and see if it works? And we did. And it kind of just kept going like, okay, well, if and then Yearn, dropped this YE thing, like, cool, like it's like the best ETH ever. It grows on its own, right? So you should have that. Okay, well then there's this YYCRV, which later became YUSD. Okay, so now I have the best stable coin that grows, and I got the best ETH that grows. Why do I even want the underlying thing when I could just hold on to the thing that grows? So then I thought, well, but then you have to unwrap one thing to get to the other thing. Why don't I create an exchange that allows you to go from the most yielding stablecoin to the most yielding Ethereum token and the most yielding anything else? And then you never have to unwrap, spend the time and gas, etc. So it was really, initially the thought was, how do we better serve capital efficiency? We just didn't have that term. So now our kind of official tagline is about, we're a decentralized lending protocol. We're enabling individual and institutional access to financial services. And a lot of this is due to our part as the lending arm of the Yearn finance ecosystem. And we're focusing on the lending side, permissionless as well as protocol agnostic. So I think part of the theme here is the chain thing. So we're not exactly saying we have to be on one chain or another chain. And our main breakthrough here so far, still our big differentiator, other than addressing the long tail of assets, we also do protocol to protocol lending, which is part of this Iron Bank product that we can dig into if you like.
And what excites you about kind of DeFi? Is it the decentralization? Is it yielding? Is it technology, innovation, all the above, right? Because you have you have a background, and you were playing the game, and you saw some. What excited you? Like, was it actually maybe building something cool, like to make an impact for others, or was it like, oh, I can make money, or
It's both, definitely. I think I would be lying if I'm like money completely doesn't matter and I'm fully here for the tech. No, I am here for the tech. I'm a tech nerd. Like I love to learn about this stuff. And I think thinking back about my life, like, when I started my career at Applied Materials, which is like semiconductor equipment, and it has nothing to do with blockchain today. I mean, I guess you could trace the supply chain or whatever. But the fact is, I was never a material science guy. I was never an engineer, but I was always very curious, like, yeah, cool. But I'm a bean counter. I do finance there when I first started my career. But it's like, but what does the thing actually do? What does the technology? Can you help me understand this? And I was super excited when I had a chance to take a class on semiconductor manufacturing process. So much in the same way, when I got to cloud computing, and I just had to get like a AWS certification on cloud architectures, just so I proved to myself, yeah, I know how these pieces fit together. So I nerd out on a technology.
Yeah.
And so the same thing here. Look, you got a way that's like the future of money. We've digitized all the things, right? I think when you think back to history, the fact that the internet, you weren't allowed to have commerce on it until 1997. Like, what? Like, why would you have the internet if you can't like transmit value? And then you think, that's cool, but what about the idea of having the ability to transfer value natively? And why doesn't that exist back then? So now that it exists, I'm like, yo, dude, this is the thing. So not only is it exciting in technology, but it's also lucrative. And now we found a new way for people globally to access money and move money around and get that yield that they need, especially in an environment like this where the system is a bit broken.
What are some of the advantages of like decentralization?
So I think in terms of DeFi and then calling it decentralized finance, I always thought it's kind of a misnomer. It's more like an open finance thing. So if you really, really, really dug deep into the tech, it's like open finance is probably the best thing here. So the advantage here is that anybody can get into this, right? And that's like, to take a very extreme example, you just have some guy in rural somewhere, third country, with an internet connection, and someone enabled by sending this person first, like say, call it $100 worth of crypto. That person can be an entrepreneur, much in the same vein that person can go to study MIT open courseware, learn how to code. That person has accessibility. Now that's kind of, fortunes at the bottom of the pyramid. It's kind of like, in some ways, I don't know how much of that is the real case, but in terms of the real world now, every average user doesn't have to go to the bank, doesn't have to fill out a bunch of forms, doesn't have to feel like they're being discriminated. Like, there's no way that our protocol sees you as a person, male, female, religion, creed, all the protected categories. None of that matters because you're just a 0x whatever, right? That's it. So it removes the need and the overhead of a bunch of the paper processes we have today, and it definitely removes any biases that the system may have against certain people. So it opens up access for everybody, and that's a lot of the kind of idealistic pieces. But now let's get down to the bucks. You can get huge returns. I was a bit disappointed, like, woohoo, my USDP earn curve on my stablecoin basis went down to 15-18%. Like, oh, woe is me. Now it's back up to like 45%. It's like, I tell my friends this stuff, and like, I feel I'm having more of these conversations. Like, yeah, so 45%. And they're like, how is that not a scam? I'm like, look, okay, we can go through all the steps. We won't do it here, but trust me, I have put my own money in there. Let's just say that. And then talk about security and how to kind of make sure you don't get, messed up on that. Of course, you should always ape responsibly. Just want to put that in there.
No, yeah, totally. I know people hear that, like, even at the lower ends, that you're just kind of, parking it, you're in the double digits, and I'm telling my folks, and it's sometimes the ones that I'm looking at are risk free, but depends on what site you're looking at and blah blah blah, all that. But I also want to get into, because you're talking about a bunch of stuff, and we have viewers here that maybe not have heard of you or heard of Cream, or maybe they have. Yeah. I kind of want to talk, probably just go down this list real quick of what products and solutions that you're offering, right? Just to kind of paint a picture and let people know what Cream is. So you guys provide lending, borrowing, swap, payment, tokenization of like services, right, for digital assets. So let's maybe go down, like, let's talk about lending. Talk about kind of the lending side of Cream, and how's it operating? How does it work?
Yeah, so the swap thing we've deprecated since our merger into the Yearn ecosystem, and we moved all of that stuff to our friends at Sushi Swap. So we don't compete with our ecosystem partners in that sense. So the swap is no longer there, but our main focus is on lending now, and we have done. We recently launched a validator service that's pretty exciting, but again, that later. So the main focus is lending for now. And it basically, if you are a very, very noob user and you're like, hey, I bought the dip, right? I bought ETH at 2,500, like, yay, good for you. I have like, some amount of ETH or some amount of, BNB or Phantom, doesn't really matter. We're currently deployed on all three chains. And so what you can do as a user, very simply, is kind of use it like a savings account. So you could just deposit the tokens in, and it's a peer-to-peer lending. You're borrowing and you're supplying against a pool. So
this is kind of like the what was it? Lending tree.
Yeah, it is kind of
Right?
like that. Yeah. You put money in, and then you have, based on other people borrowing demand, they pay you.
Yeah.
They pay the pool, and you get paid from the pool, and then the intermediary in the middle takes some of the money. In this case, the protocol keeps some of the fees. I do have to mention that we initially forked Compound code, and we very luckily have them as good friends. That as a security technical advisor, we gave them some of our tokens. I mean, there's a whole nother story behind that, but let's stick with the product side. So if let's say I have some amount of, let's go back to $100 again. I have $100 of BNB, or if I have $100 of whatever tokens, I stick that token into the pool, and I'm getting some amount of interest rate. And then, say you come in and you're like, I have that need for Leo's BNB, or it's not specifically mine. You just need some BNB, and I may have some percentage of the granted pool. So you're borrowing from the pool itself. And the beauty of the system, as opposed to like an order book system, is that the instant you put your money in, your tokens in, you're earning interest from the underlying itself. So if you put BNB in, you earn BNB. You put Ethereum in, you put Ether in, you earn Ether. You put wrapped Bitcoin in, you earn wrapped Bitcoin. So the percentage yield you're seeing, most people are used to thinking US dollar yield. It's not a US dollar yield, which means, of course, that the tokens underlying go up. You earn more of the tokens, so therefore the US dollar values go up. So this also, we have to think in terms of the underlying currency. And so, but it's over collateralized though, kind of like a home loan. If you have $300,000 for a home equity value, not in the Bay Area, but and you can borrow home equity like not over 300,000, because you have to be over collateralized in case the value goes down and they have to sell your collateral for some reason. Then they have to cover. So same thing happens in this lending market because of the volatility and solvency of the system.
What's the mechanism to earn ETH? I put in ETH. Where does that ETH get generated from? Oh, right. the margin on the lend on the
you don't even have to. That's the first step, right? So let's say you put in 1 ETH, and I come in and I'm like, for whatever reason I want to borrow ETH, but let's say I'm bearish. So like, you know what, this whole thing is a scam. It's going down. Vitalik, I heard he's like not working there anymore or something. Like if you come up with some FUD and then you go, okay, you got 1 ETH, and let's call it $3,000 right now. And let's say I've got, I put $6,000 in, so I'm 50% over collateral, 100% over collateralized, or I'm using 50% of my collateral to borrow your 1 ETH. So a few things happen here. It's an algorithmic lending model, so that means that I've taken from nobody using it, assuming just you and me in the market, nobody else. So assume that there's there's zero utilization and then max utilization all of a sudden. So the interest rate's adjusted based on how much of it's used. If I borrow half of ETH first, then I would have an interest rate that's half of that. So let's call it roughly 10% interest rate. And if I borrow all of it, I might be paying 30% interest rate into the pool, right? So under that event, let's say I did borrow all of it. I'm at max, it's a little bit over 30%. So let's say it's 30% interest rate. Then that 1 ETH a year later, I would have to come back with 1.3 to get my $6,000 of collateral back, assuming first the underlying value don't change. And then when you withdraw, you get 1.32 ETH, and who paid for that 0.32? It would be me, because I borrowed it and that was my car. And if for whatever reason it is, ETH went up in this 1 year, and I put it like stable coins as my collateral, then somebody out there can permissionlessly liquidate my token by paying back my $3,000 of collateral, and then paying back that ETH into the pool. Yeah. So the unknown third person, we don't know who it is. It could be a bot, could be a human, doesn't really matter. Yeah. Like, here's this person, nobody knows who he or she is or they, and then you got your money back because this person like liquidated Leo's loan because the value was in there. So it's a pretty cool system. But so that's just like that actually illustrated a few things. If you're just a new person in the field and you're like, I got some ETH, I want to get ETH yield. Okay, cool. So you do that, you get your ETH yield. The next thing too that illustrated me as a user is now I want to do a position where I am leveraging short, right? So I could take that ETH I got from you, I could sell it for more USDC. Now I got $3,000 USDC. It deposited back in. Now my deposit position went from 6,000 to 9,000, but I only really own 6,000. And then I could borrow more ETH if there was more in the pool, and then sell that, and then so on and so forth. And I'm borrowing at this 30%, 32% max rate, which is a lot cheaper than leveraging on exchanges, which can cost like they calculate their rates at like every 8-hour chunks, right? So it could be like 0.2% or 0.08% or something like that per 8 hours. So it's
and how do you get Cream tokens? You guys have your own government? You have your own token as well?
Yeah. So the Cream token for now is used as governance for voting into approvals of policies, as well as token selection. So one thing we're moving toward, though, we're revising our tokenomics, and we're also bringing in a token listing team. So for now, the main feature is to have the governance by the token holders. So what we're moving toward now is a token listing committee of really smart people with a lot of knowledge in the system, because much the same as in at least most economies, you don't have individuals, like you don't have Americans voting on the Federal Reserve policies. Like that's probably a bad idea.
I've been thinking about that. I'm sure we all have, kind of like, we just moved away from that, and that's how our traditional economy ended up with our smart, whoever got chosen. And then I feel like crypto brought back, let's give it to the people. And like, I don't think it always works. So I'm excited to kind of hear. I'm excited to hear because as this thing scales, it's like, who's voting? And then you hear the other, governance models of like, or even on the staking side, like delegated, you're delegating your votes, but then you're becoming more centralized, that whole theory of you're giving more to the rich, blah, blah, blah. But no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
no problem.
I thought about that, and it seems like you're going towards that way to say, hey,
we can talk about that. Yeah.
Scale this back in a little bit to some qualified, individuals.
So a bit to finish off the tokenomic bits. Basically, the tokenomics, the token holders control the fate of the treasury, the direction of the protocol, etc. We are working on this idea called Ice Cream, which is basically it's a combination of the XSushi model, where the protocol fees will be used to will be collected, and then tokens will be given out to stakers who stake the model. So if you're actually putting your tokens down, making decisions, helping out, driving the protocol, then you deserve to get paid for doing that work. And then also the other side of it is we're relaunching liquidity mining. So we started the summer with liquidity mining last summer, and we eventually, the kind of DeFi summer ended, we turned it off because it was like, well, look, people were just farming and dumping a token, and basically anybody who bought, believed, and governed the system was getting fleeced by the people who don't, and they just farm, take the token, dump it, etc. Which is why I think lockups are important. Curve demonstrated that, Sushi demonstrated that. So we're following these patterns that work. So that's why our new Ice Cream model is going to be basically a merge between the XSushi and the VE Curve model. I know this is getting a bit more of the advanced stuff that people.
That's all good.
Let's go back. But let's go back to the governance piece. Here's my thought. Before, I mean, if we go back to more earlier history, the reason that like polling booths are closed on polling day in America, from what I learned, that's open for one day. It's like sometimes in the rural countries, it takes you like a day to travel to and fro from the voting booth on foot on your horse, right? Well, that's these days Americans can't be bothered to cross the street to vote. Like, forget it. Like, but anyway, that's another topic. But so when you think about it, it's about like access, right? It's about you vote, and if these people are in their terms for 2 years, 4 years, whatever. Again, like you can't have your whole people base like travel for a day to vote, and if you're going to do this every 7 days, like how is that even possible? I can't. And, fast forward to now, we have this internet, we have this ability to authenticate through cryptography, we have this ability to vote every 7 days or 2 years or 4 years, whatever you want, and you can vote to change that. So from the standpoint of a listing committee, now we have very smart, educated people who understand valuation metrics, who understand safety, who understand like liquidity depth, etc. And these people are nominated and voted in by the token holders to make these decisions. Now, unlike our existing political system globally that's democratically elected, these people can actually be voted off kind of whenever, right? So let's say, for example, this voting committee example, we're bringing in some pretty sharp people, and we're about to put on the nomination for approval for the token holders. And someday, let's say you're a big token holder, and you're like, you know what, these guys are dumb. Like, I don't think they're doing a good job. You can put up a proposal to vote them off, and you say, yep, that's it. We're getting them. So it would be the same as, like, when you think about an impeachment process, that takes, like, that's a huge undertaking. It's a huge distraction. It takes a long time. There are a lot of processes in the token governance model. That doesn't have to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Why wait?
Yeah.
And why is there a token committee? You didn't have one before, and is it now because it's a little more mature? You know, are there more tokens, less tokens, complicated tokens, or is it just time to say, like, this is the next step to make sure, you know, manage risk? And
it's a little bit of both, like decentralization as we push toward that, and and that's kind of my original first point, right? If you're saying we're a decentralized protocol, well, is it completely decentralized? No, it's not. But we're moving toward that. That's why I like open finance better than decentralized finance, because, you know, from a product standpoint, you can start very, very, very super decentralized, which would look more like Aragon in a DAO space. It's super, super decentralized. Everything's smart contract based. Awesome, awesome, awesome. But the thing that's being used in governance right now is like snapshot vote and stuff that's just an off-chain gas list. Like, here's a thing, here's a signaling, right?
Yeah.
So how much of it can't be completely decentralized if it's signaling only. It's completely decentralized if everything's on chain. But there is that happy medium in between where you got to balance out usability, you know, the effort to build it, etc. So when we get toward this token model of the committee, is because we're moving toward decentralization, where initially it was like, okay, cool, we have this thing, we have a token system. So the token voting via snapshot decides everything, including policies, including listings, including reserve factors, including collateral ratio, etc. Or collateral ratio is roughly like the credit line. So we're moving toward that forward. Also for scalability, because we find that we're not moving as fast as we need. So back to the fact that we're serving the long tail assets, we have to continually evolve our product and our governance system toward that. So the governance system with the committee, then there's a better, clear, independent party that says, okay, what this is, what can be, it shouldn't be. Maybe here are the policies. And in addition to that, as we address the long tail, we also have come up with some new security measures outside of security coverage we've done on bug bounties, audits, etc. We also developed our own security features that can help us guard against this special usage of long tail assets. The compound doesn't have, but they also don't need, because their assets are a lot more major with deeper liquidity, etc.
And how many tokens are on the platform now?
Oh, geez. I think I lost count, frankly. It's like, no. We're over 60 tokens listed right now. Yeah. And then so it's just not just one platform. So we're on Binance Smart Chain. We're on Ethereum twice with the Iron Bank, and also the one on app.cream.finance. And then we're also on Phantom. So the combination of those things, if we counted each thing and we kind of double, triple counted tokens that exist in all three places, then I actually haven't done that math. It's probably closer to 80.
And how does that work? Like, did you have to create a standard? Like, how is the onboarding process? Do they each, for those protocols, have their own standards that you guys just integrated? So kind of like ERC20, right? Like, you could have all ERC20s, and then you could have all, you know, Binance Smart Chain tokens.
Yeah. The BEP20 tokens on Binance Smart Chain, and Phantom's equivalents of the ERC20, same thing. So if you have a standard way to tokenize these tokens, which actually then makes things easier to evaluate. And so we then take a look at the standards there, and if they abide by the standard, there's no weird stuff going on in the tokens. And, you know, we also looked at things like Ampleforth, and we're working with them as well right now to see about adding tokens like Ampleforth that rebase. And that, excuse me, that one's not a standard ERC20, so it throws a little bit of a wrench in the system. But when we do our CR token, which is your collateral token that you receive when you deposit something, you know, we have workarounds for that. So not all of our tokens are the same. For example, native tokens don't work the same as ERC20. So Ether doesn't work the same as a wrap Ether, for example. Like, so there are different ways of handling those things. But roughly, those are more technical hurdles. And we also really need to consider, like, how concentrated or focused it is, and how much liquidity depth there is on decentralized exchanges. Because when it comes time to liquidate, you got to make sure that you can do it quickly. So ideally, if you can go do a flash loan to do it in one instance, that's safer. Because if you have a massive spike down, like what happened in March and what happened recently, in order to make sure these protocols are solvent, you have to make sure that liquidation processes can happen quickly and aggressively. And so, as demonstrated in this last round of pullback, the DeFi lending protocols have all fared very well with the volatility, and I think that's fantastic, and that's a huge growth metric for the industry.
And we've kind of talked about like providing collateral and lending. On the borrowing side, I've heard you talk about like creditworthiness and like we are having to over collateralize. Are you working on this kind of this new credit system where you don't have to over collateralize?
Yeah, so we already launched this idea of the Iron Bank, right? So it is a protocol-to-protocol lending product that it was our first collaboration with Yearn. So I thought I'd put this background on this, and consistent with the theme and then the Iron Bank logo here. So the Iron Bank is basically a separate market on Ethereum. So on Ethereum, like I said earlier, we have two markets. One is on yearn.fi/lend, and that one is the Iron Bank itself. And then we have another market on app.cream.finance, and that one is our long tail asset. So you can also think of it as two tranches at two different pools. So the Iron Bank one is known quantities, DeFi blue chips. And then on app.cream.finance, it's a bit like riskier assets, longer tail assets. And we do put provisions in there to ensure that there's a certain lock on how many tokens can be used as collateral through our collateral cap product. But the Iron Bank, focusing on that for now, is a protocol-to-protocol lending system that enables whitelisted protocols to tap the liquidity from in the Iron Bank without a collateral. So this innovation is actually really cool. As far as we know, we're the only ones doing right now. And so it could be under collateralized, it could be uncollateralized. So I'll give you two examples. So our partners right now, mainly using our Iron Bank, are Alpha Homora from Alpha Finance and the Yearn Vaults. So from the standpoint of Alpha Homora, it's the idea that users can go in there and then maybe you could put ETH in, and then you can leverage your farming of any pair you want, ETH Uni, something, ETH Sushi, etc. And then you could or ETH USDC. And what you could do is you say, okay, I want to make money on the trading fees, let's call it. And instead of having one ETH in and then one ETH equivalent of the stable coins or whatever the other side of the pair is, you could put one ETH in and the equivalents or 2 ETH worth or whatever. And then you can double up or triple up or leverage based on that. But from that standpoint, it's still collateralized because you have your initial deposit in with Alpha Homora. Then Alpha Homora borrows from the Iron Bank to give you the rest of that leverage. But if you fall below the certain coverage area, then they will start liquidating you. So from the perspective of the Iron Bank, it's uncollateralized because it's not on our smart contracts, but it's actually collateralized on Alpha Homora's contract. So it's uncollateralized from this perspective, but collateralized from their perspective, meaning if they get liquidated, the supplier gets liquidated in Alpha Homora, the money does flow back into Iron Bank. So it's uncollateralized directly on our protocol, but it's collateralized on theirs. So, but that actually just basically means that it also utilizes one of the benefits of DeFi, which is that partnerships can occur without actually talking to anybody. There's no more need of like, hey man, do you know Leo? Can we talk about this? No. Just use our contracts and go. And then the other side of it
is that kind of relating to composability, like money Legos?
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, exactly. So when you think about a flash loan, right? When you do a flash loan, you might borrow from our flash loan in Iron Bank. You might go repay something on Aave, or you may repay something on our app.cream.finance. But in between, you might be taking your money to Sushi Swap, Uniswap, 1inch, whatever, and then you repay the thing. You go back to the AMM and then repay the loan back on a flash loan on one same block. In this case, it's not like you have to go sign into all these protocols, because in the Web 2 world or in traditional banking space, you got to talk to some person over there, get your credentials, log back in, and then log back, blah, blah, blah. And it can't get done in 15 seconds. At least there's that. So anyway, so in case of the Yearn vaults, the borrowing is actually not collateralized. So it's not just under collateralized, uncollateralized at all. So the first iteration of the Yearn Vault for DAI, for example, they deposit one DAI in the compound, and then they borrow some of the DAI, and then they redeposit and they borrow, and then they get this yield from the lending, as well as they get the yield from the comp tokens, and then the automation harvests the compound token for yield, and you end up with more DAI. So in that system, one DAI goes in, one DAI starts. But if you can borrow from the Iron Bank, so example, one DAI goes in and they borrow 0.9 DAI from the Iron Bank, so as an example. And then at that point, now you start with 1.9 instead of 1. So you can imagine your yield is juiced because you have this additional piece of liquidity coming in. And in the event of any failure, then that $1 you put in is more like the equity, and that 0.9 you borrow from us is like a senior debt. So if anything goes wrong and Yearn doesn't pay, although historically they've never had that happen, but let's say in that situation it happens, then you're the equity. That loss comes out of you, and the 0.9 still goes back to Iron Bank because we're senior debt. So all this is about capital efficiency, right? We don't want to have money sitting around doing nothing. We want to put money to work and increase that kind of flywheel effect of finance.
And how do you incentivize people to, become LP miners or provide liquidity? What drives traffic to say, I want to give up? And you mentioned it, like, I think a lot of it's education. Like you said, do you want, you're sitting on some crypto, it's doing nothing, I'm assuming that's kind of the incentive. But what do we need? Like more marketing or these numbers are crazy still. So it's kind of like, I don't know. We're in this bubble, you're talking about all these TVLs of, hundreds of millions and billions. And so like something's going right, but we still haven't even tapped everywhere else. So like, how do we, how do we get more people to, and everything you saying how's the UI UX too of everything you're just talking about, the moving around, the depositing, like from Cream's perspective, like how's the UI UX, and then how do you get people to continue to deposit or attract new, because it's fierce competition in the space.
Yes. So we are looking at dialing back up our liquidity mining program. And when you think about it, we are the only lender in the system. Maker doesn't, I guess. When I think about Compound and Aave, they both have a liquidity incentive program. So we don't, not right now. We did, but even without it, we have like $1.4 billion to deposit, and we have, with that $1.4 billion of deposit, we have 650 million or so lend out. And so that's close to almost 50% utilization rate, which is the highest in the industry. And that's across Iron Bank, our main Ethereum market, BSC, and Phantom. And so where our usefulness comes in is actually capital efficiency. You put your money at the Iron Bank because you're going to get good yield. And also you're going to get good usage out of it. So we allow a fairly aggressive kind of credit line, if you will, of collateral factors. So for the same dollar of Ethereum you put on our network, on our system, you can borrow more money out of it than you can, say, at Compound or Aave. And so, or even Maker for that matter. So if you want to put your Ether in, you want to be long Ether, you want to borrow stable coins to buy more of Ether to leverage long,
double down.
You can do that. You could do that safely on our platform for a much lower cost. That's actually a strategy that, and you should be really safe. I think we want people to be safe. Just because you have 100% of your credit line, like you don't want to use 100% of your credit line. You should. What I do personally is I use about 50% of my credit line. So you can have like a 50% drawdown. You're like, oh, I might get liquidated. But if you're like using it up to like 95%, the market only needs to drop like 95%, and then all of a sudden
happens every like 60, 90 seconds.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So that's a challenge there. But besides that, back to what you're saying about the UI, I think it's great that Aave and Compound has trailblazed this and have a bunch of credibility, so that now you can. I use applications like Zengo, and actually, I guess that's a smaller one that people. But I like it because of the security features. But I'm not here to talk about wallets, but like wallet apps that people could put money into that could fiat on ramp. That's the holy grail right there. So we're also talking to a few different applications that are allowing people, like I think Dharma is a good example in the US people could use, where you could put money from your ACH from your bank account, Wells Fargo, B of A, whatever, and you could drop them right into Yearn Vaults. You could drop them right into Compound Markets. So when you think about, oh yeah, my Marcus or my whatever traditional like banking savings account, they sent me this ad, I can get 0.5%. It's like, okay, well, how about you put that in the Yearn Vaults, get yourself 45% on a USDP vault. Then, for like every 100 you put in, you could call that $100,000 $100,000 worth of interest. Like,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah. I know. So that's great. So the UI UX is what you're saying on your side is
Easier to use.
pretty friendly. Yeah, which those were some of the challenges and barriers that we've had experience and we kind of still do here and there. It seems like you guys have tackled that. Now, what about ETH2 staking? Do you have a service or some kind of option for your current users now?
Yeah. So we actually do have an ETH2 staking service, and this is part of what I was saying earlier in terms of like, as a DGen, I want DGen stuff, but in this case, it's less DGen. It's more like I'm an ETH believer, and I did just about 8 months ago have a kid, and I was thinking like, hey, I would love to have her get like 32 ETH and have a node, and maybe pay for college or whatever in the future, which at this point looks like it's possible, but then I thought about how hard it is. Like, oh, well, then I have to go spin up this node and I have to do all this stuff. And it's like, I don't want to maintain it. What if it goes down, I get slashed? Like, I don't want to worry about any of that. It's like, okay. So I started looking around. So then it was like, well, once I put it in ETH2 staking, it's locked until ETH2 is open. And then what am I going to do with that liquidity? It's, again, not capital efficient. So then we decided, cool, then we'll just launch our own staking service, allow users to get like a proof token, the same way that when you put ETH in, you get the CR ETH token as a proof that you have this deposit. And then we said, okay, cool. So if users come in here, deposit their Ethereum onto our staking service, they get our CR ETH2 token. So it's a Cream ETH2 token. And now you can deposit that as collateral on Cream and borrow it against it like you do your current Ethereum tokens. So you're earning yield by lending it out. And you're earning yield by ETH2 because of staking. You're getting that proceeds, and you could borrow money against it if you wanted to, pay for personal expenses, buy some NFTs or pay for rent or whatever. And that's all. I think, again, the innovation of like what do people really need in this space and what we're building it. But from the ETH2 staking, we actually expanded into BNB and FTM staking. So we're now like number 1, number 2 on the BSC validator space. Out of the 21 validators, and we've made a good amount of money. I mean, we launched this thing like 22 days ago or something like that, and we've made about $200,000 in BNB in fees already from the validator nodes, and we're doing that for FTM. We're going to be doing that for all the chains we launch into because it services the need of the DeFi user first and foremost, but it also adds to decentralization of the chains that we go to. So we don't see ourselves as the benefit we bring isn't just a DeFi player and lending protocol capital efficiency. It's also like, hey, what else do you need? So we're going to build this validator thing for the chains that we can, and then allow our users to do that, but also help our chain partners that we're on to decentralize. So, BSC gets a lot of crap sometimes from people like, oh, it's not decentralized. Like CZ owns all the nodes. Well, I could tell you for sure he doesn't own this one node out of 21 at least for sure, because we control that.
So when you spin up these nodes, are these funded by your community, or you put up? Is it delegated, or do you have to put up your own token for that for the chain?
Yeah. So the validator node system isn't as unified. So when I say like for lending markets, right? If you use our lending market on Iron Bank, on like a regular Ethereum V1, on BSC, on Phantom, that experience is pretty much the same. So you log in with MetaMask, or at least if you do it from the Web3 and not from like a wallet or something like that, and then it looks and feels the same across. You have your RPC selector on MetaMask, and it's good. But the thing about validator nodes is that not all chains do it the same way. So then the UI is not the same. It doesn't work the same. Some have certain lockups, some have variable lockups. And so therefore, it's really hard for us to unify that. We'd love to, but let me just go. There's only 3 of them right now, so I can walk through. For ETH2 users, can just go to app.cream.finance, and there's like a staking section. You can go there and do the ETH2 staking. You can send your ETH2 in, but right now, you can also just buy them off of SushiSwap. It's actually trading at a discount right now. So
wow.
If you're going to be in for a long term, I think it's even as deep as like a 10 or 15% discount right now, because sometimes people go, oh, I want a FOMO in this other thing. Give me my money. So that's actually one way to get ETH2 cheaply. But besides that, if you want to just deposit it in, you send it into our contract, and then we would send it to a staking service that service that we run, and then it goes into ETH2 staking. And then for BNB staking, you would just go into Binance.org staking page and then log in with your BNB wallet, and then it has to be BEP2 instead of BEP20. But if you are doing this, you kind of know what I'm talking about. And then you can just click the delegate button. It's pretty easy. On FTM, you got to go to their F wallet, which is their native staking interface, and then you find our validator, which is number 60, and then you could just delegate to it.
Nice. We got a few minutes here, and you brought up all these chains, and your background is showcasing the theme of this event, which is Game of Chains, Battle for the Throne. We came up with this concept because Bitcoin came out, Ethereum came out, and then all of these supposed, Ethereum killers and different. Everybody's trying to figure out, what works best. Are you a believer there's going to be many chains?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm a believer of the multi-chain future. I'm a believer that it's going to be mostly layer 1, EVM compatible layer 1s, as well as layer 2s of Ethereum. So basically things are EVM compatible. And the reason that is when we look at deployment, we want to, well, of course, we need to look at security, and we need to look at like ecosystem. You don't want to be the only one at a party and there's nobody there and you're like, hey, so this is a part of the benefit of being a Yearn ecosystem. We talk to our friends at Sushi, the Yearn strategists, etc. So when we come to the party, we bring Yearn vaults with us. We bring we make sure we're working with some AMM and the ecosystems there. But zooming out a bit, when we look at different chains here, I think that the future at a very high level is a multi-chain world where the barriers to switch is significantly lowered. So there are other complexity. Layer 2s have the 7-day lockup, whatever, and you got to bridge over layer 1s. And how do you do that? They're different, etc. But I think solutions are coming out where the barrier to switch is lower. What's going to happen there is actually serves a consumer better, because now you have different chains kind of competing for everybody's attention. And incentives are coming up, which is why I think DeFi Farming Summer 2 is happening soon. Because you have, so right now we're on Phantom Ethereum and Binance Smart Chain. We're deploying the Arbitrum now, that layer 2 that's now often talked about in the last week or so on Twitter. They have a fantastic technology. They're going to be the first optimistic roll-up technology that's deployed. And we're happy working with them. Things are going smoothly. After that, we're also looking at, we're a bit late to Polygon, so we're also working on Polygon. We're working on Moonbeam for Polkadot ecosystem, which I think is going to be pretty big. And then other chains we're considering include Harmony, but in the future, roughly looks like a way to transit fast, and whichever chain has the best technology, best ecosystem, best payout wins the end user.
And when you say you're looking at Harmony and Moonbeam and some of these other, what does that entail when you say I'm going to build on Polygon, or I'm going to build on this? What do you guys have to do to do that? Is it a bridge, or you have to start not from scratch, but you have to rebuild it? What did that entail when you start looking at other chains and deploying on the chain?
Okay, yeah. So EVM compatibility here, for those who may not be familiar, so the Ethereum virtual machine is the underlying compute that runs this stuff. So our code that's mostly written in Solidity would just deploy into these environments that are able to support and run this code. That's the Ethereum virtual machine. To contrast this, we're a bit conflicted. We have a lot of respect for the Solana ecosystem. We think that FTX and Solana and those group out there are very capable people. We have no doubt that they're going to succeed, but I think that in the evaluation of chains, if we were to go there, we'd have to rewrite our application in Rust. Yeah. So it's not in Solidity, and that has additional overhead. So from a project standpoint, now I got to think about, do I want to deploy on let's call it 2 or 3 of these chains, or do I want to go to only Solana? Now, our argument could be made that Solana is the only thing you're going to need in a year. Maybe not. I don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know. But outside of the technology bits, we also want to see and make sure that there's a few main things. One is you have to have users, right? You have to have users, you have to have assets, and you have to have a healthy ecosystem there. And our original thesis, we were going to launch first Cream on Binance Smart Chain, because we noticed that DeFi wasn't serving super large market caps back then anyway, last summer, like XRP, Ripple, Litecoin, Bitcoin Cash, Cardano, Cosmos even aren't really that much into the ecosystem. And to me is why would that make any sense? If you added up the market cap of all these tokens, that's a huge untapped market. So we thought, okay, Binance Smart Chain, because they have this pegged asset thing, so that users can take their tokens and then send it to their BEP20 version, and allow then we have done that integration. So users can take their EOS, that they take these tokens that arguably some say they're good, no good, whatever. But I'm not here to make a judgment on what is good or not. I'm here to serve the needs of the users.
Yeah.
And users can then take these tokens on Binance Smart Chain and supply and borrow them just the way they can with USDC, with Ether, with Wrapped Bitcoin. Now, so that's why ecosystem, pegged assets, user, and transactions are interesting and useful. But I will have to say, though, that on the Binance Smart Chain markets, we've seen a lower amount of activity across these tokens that I talked about, given the size of the market cap. And it might just be, though, that a lot of the DeFi activity exists mainly across these tokens and chains that are more DeFi active, natively.
Yeah, sorry, and you're talking about the EVM side, like if they're as opposed to like your Cosmos and like
the assets. Yeah, I think that there are less people as a percentage of market cap. There's a lot less of that liquidity, running around in DeFi, in EOS, in Cardano, and XRP and Litecoin and Bitcoin Cash. Those community are less engaged in DeFi for whatever reason it is.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. And a couple last two questions here. Like, do you have any data or some kind of update in the DeFi landscape? Actually, we're just talking about a little bit of it right now. Just the users and kind of the communities that are more DeFi active. Have you seen, since your guys' launch, I don't know, more TVL, more users, more, what are some numbers that maybe you can share to paint a picture of the activity that you see? And it can be whatever, more wallets, more this, that, and the other. Curious.
Yeah. So when we launched last summer, we were super excited to be like, OMG, 400 million, whatever. So now it's like, we've got $1.7 billion deposited, a little bit over that on our platform. And it's like, I mean, okay, so taking outside just in the main context of any startup, like, yeah, we're less than a year old and we've got $1.7 billion AUM. Like, who does that? So,
that's awesome.
Right, on a team that's not like we don't have like floors of employees, like we don't have, and that's the beauty of Web3, right? Like the smart contract ensures that everything runs and settles. There's no like, hey bud, I did this thing and there was a clerical error, can I get a refund? Like that doesn't happen. And then I jokingly say, if the whole team were hit by a same bus and all died, the thing will still run, and that's the most incredible piece. So I think, as DeFi crossed over $100 billion like a few weeks ago before this crash, I have no doubt that we're gonna hit like we're in June right now, right? If you were talking about like prediction land, like $200-300 billion TVL for DeFi by the end of the year, not surprising. A trillion, like, ooh, that would be surprising. I don't know if we're gonna hit $1 trillion by the end of the year. You never know. We could also go down to $10 billion instead of 100. Like, the market's so volatile. But yeah, in terms of numbers, like, the growth is humongous, man. Like, if you think about how Compound, as the OG lending protocol for this model, they've been around since 2018. 2019 it was kind of like crickets. It wasn't until really 2020 that it really blew up. So the industry has had such tremendous growth. And I think those are kind of roughly the numbers. Now, if you go scale out into a more of a macro lens, you're looking at like the $2 trillion crypto market versus something like a $300 trillion equities market. So there's still a lot of room to go.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, one last question. Like, are you worried about Ethereum's like scaling and gas problems and all that, or do you think that would with scaling solutions helping Ethereum?
I think actually Ethereum scaling solutions maybe this is a contrarian view. It may be over already. I mean, look at the gas prices right now. Yesterday, I voted on a proposal, one of my DAOs I'm in, for 15 Gwei. I have not seen that. 15.
Wow.
And I think a lot of this could be due to miner extractive value going down with things like flash bots and Archer DAO MEV prevention, as well as the side chains like Polygon and like all these other ones going. And you could also even consider like BSC a side chain, right? So I don't know about you, a lot of my friends learning DeFi right now starting at BSC because it's cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, I think you got ETH2 coming around the corner. You've got these scaling solutions coming out next week with Arbitrum. And after that, with optimism, you've got Polygon continue to have a lot of users. I don't think scaling is a problem at all. In fact, I think what's going to happen is chains are going to have to start specializing, and then you're starting to see it happen, right? Polygon's actually doing both DeFi and NFTs, but
Yeah.
XDAI is kind of like the sidechain of choice right now for Moloch DAO and DAO Action going on over there. They have some NFT. They have a little bit less activity there in DeFi. So I think the future is going to hold where chains are going to specialize on certain things. So going back to Solana, they're super betting down on like exchange and trading of assets and value. And then BSC is basically the integration with the huge like exchange is going to lead to a lot more users from that side. So they're introducing. So it's like different chains are addressing different use cases, different demographics, different language regions of people. And I think that's actually a very beautiful thing, because the whole idea for me here is proliferate DeFi and proliferate blockchain to reduce the friction, to make things more effective and efficient, whether it's capital efficiency or I'm a fan of NFTs, like the idea that you could digitize assets and not just art, right? So I'm talking about real estate. I'm talking about removing the need for an escrow middle person. Like when I bought my home in California before, I was like, hold on, I'm paying 10K for this dude to like hold my money and hold my deed and then swap. Like, isn't there a technology for this? And then, oh, the title insurance guy. No, this is called your transaction doesn't get confirmed because you don't have permission to move that NFT token that represents your home. And that's your lien. If it can move, then there is no lien. So, I mean, I think overall these chains and what they're going to do, it wouldn't surprise me if some chain is like the real estate chain that does this like real assets transaction, and it then bridges in with DeFi. So now you're going into an OpenSea equivalent of a real estate market, and you're going to get your loan from the Iron Bank, and you're going to buy or sell that home, and one transaction, your collateralization is that the terms are there, your loan servicing, and then you can put up wrap Bitcoin for collateral or something like that. It's going to be a beautiful world.
Awesome. No, I mean, yeah, I believe that too. There's going to be different chains for different reasons and different purposes, and yeah, there's these other blockchains that are trying to, outdo Ethereum, and then there's Ethereum supporters. So it's just kind of interesting to hear everybody's take. Last question, Cream. For those of you who don't know, like, what does Cream stand for?
Crypto rules everything around me. Cream. Get your money.
And I'm assuming you're a Wu-Tang fan, I guess. Or what?
I am definitely a Wu-Tang fan. Yeah, I saw them at Coachella. That was cool. Also, my co-founder, Jeff Huang. He's a kind of a hip hop star himself here in Taiwan. He brought hip hop to Taiwan, and we're fans of hip hop, and just like cash rules everything around me. But that was so like, a few decades ago. That was so like before the turn of the century. Like, we need this thing to be about crypto rules everything around me. Cream.
I like it. Well, we're coming up on time here. Leo, again, thanks for joining us, participating. Everybody watching, just talked to Leo Chang, co-founder of Cream Finance. It's a decentralized peer-to-peer DeFi platform providing lending, borrowing of various digital assets and tokens. Please check them out. Where can people learn more about Cream?
So cream.finance is where we have a landing page mainly, but we do disseminate most of our news out on our Twitter. So cream.finance. And then we also have a fairly active Discord. You can join through either of those places. You can find how to get into to our Discord. But I definitely think, though, that if there's only one thing you're going to do to research Cream, I highly encourage you to go to our Twitter and look at the pinned message, which is the video of Method Man rapping about Cream. You should check that out. That song will get you hyped, man. Like, seriously, go listen to it.
All day. I love that, Jim. So we chatted about decentralization. We chatted about Cream Finance and all the products and solutions they're providing to their user base. Not only that, their ecosystem of partners, what they're tackling. We discussed the various blockchains that Cream's actually developing on, the pros and cons and the reasons, and everybody should check out all of these chains in general to learn more. If you're curious and you're interested, a good place to start. So aside from that, we'll go ahead and wrap this up. Leo, we hope to have you back. And again, we thank you for participating at the Reimagine 2021 conference.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Have a good one. Have a good evening.
Yep. Thank you. Hey, have a safe trip out there in Miami. Stay safe. And yeah, like hopefully numbers go up from here.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021 version 9, Game of Chains. This is our 9th event, and this time we're focused on highlighting innovation that's happening, just outside layer 1. We're looking at layer 2 solutions. We're looking at things like side chains, and it's been really interesting for me speaking to a lot of the entrepreneurs and leaders in the space who are really driving the next generation of mass adoption. I'm Roshan Marachkar, one of your hosts for this event, and I'm very excited to be joined here with a returning guest. With me here today, I have Lou Kerner, who's the partner at Blockchain Co. Investors. Lou, welcome back to the show. Really glad to speak to you here today. I know we've had you many times on before. Let's just get started with, how has the past couple of 6 months been for you and your team with the balance of the bull market and many liquidations?
Sure. Well, yeah, it's been great. We obviously went through a long crypto winter. We believe that we're still in the early days of a bull market here, and there's so many exciting things going on in the industry today.
Yep, definitely. There's been a lot of changes in just the past couple of years. It's been quite interesting. And I know you work on a variety of different projects and help support the community. But just to get started, tell us a little bit about Blockchain Co-Investors and what makes you guys different.
Sure. We're a crypto fund to fund. So we're invested today in 25 of the leading crypto VCs around the world. And from a venture capital standpoint, venture capital is really all about getting the big winners, getting the Facebook and Microsoft, Google's, and the way that you optimize for that, we believe, is by making a lot of bets. And so Blockchain Co-Investors across our 25 VCs, our LPs are invested in more than 300 of the leading blockchain projects in the world. And we think that's a great strategy. We also do one-off investments, both in SPVs, special purpose vehicles, as well as via our AngelList syndicate. So, if you want to invest in one of our deals, you can just become a syndicate member on AngelList of blockchain co-investors.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Kind of opening up access for more people to participate. And I think that's one thing like DeFi has definitely done or tried to do. What's your view on, what has really been the driver for, I would say, more participation and adoption in this market this time around? Like, how is it different than 2017 is the famous question everyone's asking.
Sure. Well, the difference is now really outside of Bitcoin. There are projects that are scaling, that are bringing real value to users. Really particularly in DeFi, where things like Uniswap get really massive valuations that we think are well deserved. Just like 2017, when there's a lot of easy money to be had, you get a lot of people flocking to the industry. And I think that that's great, as long as we realize that, when the easy money goes away, so will the majority of those people. Just like they did in 2018.
Yeah, exactly. Like a lot of these, where there's opportunity, the yield is good, for example, for a while, but it sort of dries up as everyone kind of rushes to it all at the same time. And there's definitely been some issues in the space. People have been talking about, things like front running and the market not being as fair. So, from your perspective, how fair do you think the market is right now? Like, do you think institutions have an edge, or is it still the people?
Well, look, there's definitely front running going on. I think the more the liquid market is, so in some of the kind of larger cap cryptocurrencies, there's a lot less front running going on. In some of the smaller ones, certainly there's a fair bit of it going on.
And how do you think, what are some solutions to things like front running? Is it just innovation with the actual code, or do you think it's more like a governance related issue?
I think it can be all of those things. I think that we've seen already a lot of innovation happening almost every day in the AMMs. I'm a big fan of Bancor. And their solution for impermanent loss. I think that's a big step forward for the industry.
And how do we build more of those, I guess, standards in the industry? Like, do you think it will be something that people self-govern and figure out, or do we need more? Do we need each and every individual protocol taking responsibility for that?
Again, I think it's all of the above. I think that the companies that continue to innovate and provide value to the users are going to see a lot faster growth, and you can see their innovations, imitated, copied, and improved on by others. And I think over time, you'll see industry standards evolve. But things are moving so fast today that nobody's sitting around waiting for industry standards today.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's not a lot of documentation, or even I would say it's not always obvious to I would say regular everyday people, like for our audience, what they should be even doing or on these protocols, like not just buying or selling. So kind of from a investor standpoint, what do you look for in projects and startups? Like, what are your two or three top things that you look for startups now that you think will make them successful?
Sure. So I obviously the team is key. Who are the people involved? What have they done before? The great thing though about this as well is you see new teams coming in all the time. So, if you're bringing innovation, if you're bringing value, if you're giving users an experience that they can't get someplace else, you've got a chance at attracting a lot of users. Obviously, it's still so complicated today for the vast majority of users, and even though you've got projects like Zapper that can make it a lot easier, for most people it's still very, very complex. And so I'm excited about over time this has to get so easy that you don't need any education, right? Nobody got educated on how to use a mobile phone, right? We were just able to pick it up and get massive value from it without understanding even how it works. And I think crypto's on the way to getting there, but obviously we're not there yet.
Yeah, exactly. There's still some barriers to mass adoption. Everyone always wants to kind of know how we solve them, but I feel like they're the same problems that are repeating or getting kind of worse in every cycle, because you have so much innovation in every cycle. But I think the one thing that still kind of lags behind is the educational aspect. So like how do you sort of see the entire market? Like, do you see it as like many protocols sitting on top of each other, like forks? Or do you think, like, basically, do you think we need individual education for each protocol, or should we focus on protocol like Ethereum, where many projects have built on top of it?
Sure. Well, I'm all for education. I think education is super important for the industry, and the easier we make it for people to understand and learn about crypto, the better. That said, we're not going to educate our way to mass adoption, for the simple reason that the vast majority of people don't want to spend time getting educated about crypto, and that's just a fact. If you take a look. I think the internet is a great analogy. The very first email was sent in 1968, but it wasn't really until the Netscape browser was introduced that made it so easy. Nobody needed to take a lesson to understand how the internet worked. And that's, was 1994. And that's when you started seeing people using email, even though the technology had been around for more than 25 years. And so, I think things have sped up a lot since then. So I don't think we're going to have to wait 25 years for mass adoption. But what we have to get is a set of tools that make it so easy for people to use that they don't have to get educated. That's the key. When we can give a great user experience with great value that they can do without any education, that's when we'll see mass adoption.
Yeah, and there's a couple of products out there that at least try to give you exposure by, I guess, learning about the technology first before you even buy anything. Definitely a fan of those things. But I think another thing that's not even really an application, is just one of the foundations of our industry, is stable coins. What do you think the current role of stable coins is to supporting our market and making it more mature?
Sure. I mean, what I love about stable coins is it's incredibly easy for people to understand. Everybody understands, to some degree, that a stable coin, and most stable coins today are trying to replicate the dollars. And successful stable coins like DAI or Circle, are very good at keeping their pegs. And so I think it's very easy for most people to understand. Oh, I understand what it is when I own Tether. I understand what it is when I own DAI. Now, actually getting DAI, how they get that is still complicated. They understand interest. So, if people, if we could give people 3, 5, 10% interest, and they could get it easily, we would, be mass, there'd be mass acceptance. But it's still so complicated. People want those returns, but it's so hard to get them today for most people. And people don't understand also how they're getting it. And so, I think that there's people think it's much riskier than I think it is. It is, there are some risks associated with it, but I think most people who don't understand crypto think the risks are much greater than they are.
Yeah, for sure. And there's all, there's all types of, there's different types of risks. And I feel like people don't, are not very good at natively like breaking apart the differences. Can you explain some of the current risks that you think, exist as opposed to maybe a couple of years ago? Like how has the risk profile changed?
Well, sure. Well, as things become more interdependent, you get things like flash loans, right? That now, have been used to drive exploits, in multiple projects, right? And that's a level of complexity that's so far beyond the average person to understand and appreciate. We're early days. We're going to see a lot more exploits. We're going to see a lot more hacks, and that's fine. Those are all growing pains. But again, it's about getting somewhere where people, can know that, that the risks are really minimal. And again, but I think even greater than the risk is the ease of use. And when people can really easily get their phone and use their phone and in a couple taps, get into a stable coin and use stable coins, day to day, that's when we'll see mass adoption.
Yeah, like stable coins definitely have an important role in the whole industry, like just getting people in, or a less volatile way to give them some crypto exposure. I think it's really great. But kind of going back to talking about, I guess, institutions and VCs, what opportunities do you see for those types of constituents in a crypto and decentralized market that doesn't really exist in just being a traditional VC?
Sure. Well, I don't think we're going to a world that's going to be completely decentralized. And so, I think that there's huge opportunity for centralized entities to interact with decentralized entities. And I think it's a way that you're going to get a lot of people in, is not by them holding their own wallet, but by going through entities like a GBTC that buys and holds the Bitcoin for them, in a way that's very easy for most people to to interact with. It's a NASDAQ traded stock. It's very liquid. And so I think that's a very easy way for people to get involved. Again, leveraging a centralized finance to get involved in decentralized finance. And so I think the interplay of those is where you're going to see most institutional investors be for a long while.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And when we talk about things like network effects, I feel like crypto is one of those specific things that might have more network effects in terms of how these entrepreneurs are building these different protocols. But like, kind of go for the future outlook of this industry. Like, do you believe we'll have one, I guess, one protocol like Ethereum that's used as like a settlement layer, or do you think we'll have many more side chains, and like the new people that are coming in are going to use those technologies first?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that whatever it's going to be is different than what anybody thinks it's going to be, right? Nobody in 1993 and 1994 was talking about Facebook or Google, right? Those were things that people couldn't even imagine then. And that's where we are today. We're in the very, very, very early days of the biggest thing to happen in the history of humanity. And what it's going to be is, the only thing I'm pretty sure of is it's going to be huge. Exactly what it is, I don't think anybody really knows. And that's why, I think blockchain co-investors is such a great way for people to deploy capital in the space in terms of investing in more than 300 crypto projects. And so, to some degree, I describe this period as similar to the Cambrian period. So there was something called the Cambrian explosion about 500 million years ago, where we got, we went from really a bunch of single cell, amoebas to, this massive number of new forms of life. And it was an incredibly, exciting period. But most of those new forms of life died out. But the ones that came out of that period, the ones that survived, a lot of those are, were truly, truly epic. And I think that's where we are today. I think we're seeing this Cambrian explosion of new projects emerge, and most of them, will die out. But the ones that remain, I think are going to be, massive, massive home runs. So I think you can make a lot of bets. And if you can capture one or two of those massive home runs, you're going to do extraordinarily well.
Yeah, and I think we're already beginning to see that with the way the market is responding to, I guess, like new people getting in and not exactly going for those top hardcore crypto protocols that everyone is so used to using. So you're right, we can't really predict at all. But I feel like one thing since the beginning that people always could kind of predict or used as a strong indicator was community. So how do you think community is, driving retention for, these top blockchain protocols? Sure.
Well, yeah, as you know, I'm a believer that community is really the central element of crypto. And it's really, when I got excited about crypto, what excited me was this new set of tools that we had, blockchain, smart contracts, cryptocurrency, zero knowledge proof, that in combination are enabling all kinds of new ways of doing business, the most exciting way being, in a decentralized fashion. And so for the first time, we could actually solve for the community instead of, up until now, we've always been solving effectively for the man in the middle. But it's still super early days in understanding how you optimize community, understand how you govern community. So we're seeing a lot of innovation in the DAO space, but it's still very, very early. And then the other part of community is community incentives and token economics. And again, we're early days there, but we're starting to see a lot of progress as well in terms of, projects that are doing a good job of rewarding their community and creating this flywheel.
Yeah, for sure. And it's kind of different this time around in this market because, it's not just about like buying and selling activity. You can actually do other things like staking and voting, which you couldn't really before. So do you think in general, like this whole governance structure for a lot of these blockchain protocols, do you think they're working, or do you think there's like some issues in, things being equal? Like, is the voting systems actually working?
Sure. I think, they're working, but they're still, for the most part, really basic. As, we develop more and more complex decentralized organization, we're going to need to have, new governance tools or a better understanding of governance tools to really enable that.
Yeah, for sure. It's still a little experimentary, and sometimes there's even a cost associated with things like voting. So I'm not sure if it's fully equal yet, but hopefully more proof of stake protocols will kind of equal things out. But going back to like,
but also, I would point out that to the degree that we're competing against centralized entities, right? The idea isn't there's no panacea. Right, this is about what trade-offs do you want to accept, and to the degree that we're competing against centralized entities, the trade-offs there are very significant. There's no panacea there. So all we have to do is get better than these horrifically run centralized entities. And when I say horrifically run, I think they're run great for the, quite often, for the employees and shareholders of that entity. But, if you're the customer of Google, or a partner of Google, what is Google's going to change the rules and eventually fuck you. But now you can be part of organizations and partners with entities that what the rules are. And I think those are going to have massive advantages as we go on.
Yeah, that's actually a great point, because I think there's like kind of two views in our space. One view is like everyone thinks it's like a competition. People are competing with other protocols in the space. But there's another framework that's like we all have a common enemy, so to speak, and that's like centralized finance, like really breaking down the use cases, convincing people to shift over. So how do you? Is that what you advise on, like when you see a company or entrepreneur? Like, what are some of the attributes you look for, and just maybe not the founder itself, but like kind of different categories? Like, what interests you the most?
What interests me the most is using these tools to do things in ways that couldn't be done before. So, I'm less interested in decentralizing Uber or decentralizing Facebook. Turns out those work pretty well. And I think there are advantages to decentralized Ubers and Facebooks, but I don't think that they're so huge that, billions of people are going to leave Facebook tomorrow, to do that. But, using these tools, to again, one of the recent investments out of our AngelList syndicate was in Brain Trust, and Brain Trust is setting up an ecosystem for people to hire developers and engineers that have been self-vetted by the community. And and they get basically the significant majority of all of the revenue generated, as opposed to most systems like that, where the person and the entity who gets them the job takes 20, 30, 50% of the revenue, and and the vetting is done in a much different way. So again, using these tools, creating a set of rules. One of the best descriptions of crypto, in my view, is rules without rulers.
Yeah, can you actually explain that a little more? Like, what do you mean by that?
Sure. So, one of the funny things is, a lot of people talk about, the naysayers who don't really understand crypto. To them, this seems like the Wild West, and that there are no rules and anything goes, and it's anarchy. And in my view, it's the exact opposite. The way the real world works is there's a lot of anarchy there, right? You don't know what the rules are. You don't know what's going on, right? In the US, how much money is the Fed going to print today? We do not know. They do not tell us. It's anarchy. How much are they going to print next year? We don't know. It's anarchy. But in crypto, we know exactly how much Bitcoin is going to be mined next year. So this is, so there are rules, right? It's not anarchy. There are rules. The only difference is there aren't rulers. There's nobody up at the top telling you the way it's going to be. And the thing about all rulers is eventually they change the rules because they can, right? That's what everybody does. If you can change the rules to benefit yourself, that's what people do. There are some benevolent dictators in the world, but not many.
Got you. Yeah, that makes more sense, and I think that's a pretty accurate way to describe our industry. Like we're operating in this sandbox sometimes, and it's like it's not clear where the edges are, but there definitely are rules and structure as the market evolves. One thing that I've always found interesting, when we're talking about things like DeFi, is the amount of roles and responsibilities that you can even have. So for example, when you're staking and you're actually an LP provider, I feel like in the traditional world, for someone to even do those same mechanisms, the requirements are so much higher. So are you also do you also think this is going to bleed into the VC world as well? Like maybe there'll be more protocols trying to disrupt like venture capital specifically and have like a different LP structure?
Sure. I mean, there already exists. Metacartel Ventures is great, right? It's it's a community-run venture firm, and they are in a lot of great deals because people want them in, because it's the community, and by getting them involved, it's really like the good housekeeping seal of approval in the industry if Metacartel is invested, because they're incredibly smart LPs. There are lots of them. And I think it's just the beginning.
Yeah, and like, do you also? Well, here's an interesting question. Do you think that like LPs in the traditional world will also be interested in trying to be like LPs in the DeFi world? Like, do you think more institutions will start to have more exposure through participation and not just like buying and selling?
Well, I'm not sorry, when you say participation.
So I guess participation, like actually like things like running nodes or actually providing liquidity on some of these protocols and maybe even doing things like yield farming.
Sure, undoubtedly, as it gets easier, as the risks are better understood, institutions are coming. It's like gravity. If you look back, it's a little reminiscent to me of junk bonds. So there didn't used to be junk bonds, and then Michael Milken created junk bonds in the late 70s, and every other investment bank other than Drexel Burnham said that they were garbage and they would never get involved with them. It's rat poison. And now here we are 40 years later, and 100% of the investment banks do it, and it's just like everything else. And I think that's where crypto is heading. It's not going to get there today or tomorrow, but in 40 years, it's just going to be another thing on the shelf. It handled exactly like everything else is handled.
So you think the majority of the industry is going to be institutionalized? Do you think there's anything that won't be, like any product categories that it'll take a very long time for institutions to catch on or even process?
Sure. Well, I mean, it's interesting. How much in 2019? What percentage of U.S. retail sales do you think were sold online in 2019?
I would say like over 80%.
Yeah. So that's a common answer. The true answer is 10%. Right. So 25 years in, it was just 10%. Now it seemed like a lot more than that to you and me, because we're probably at 80% of our buys are online. But not not most of the United States, right? Most people, cars and food, are huge expenses that are still not online. So it's hard to predict where they're going to be the first industries. It really looks like finance. I liken finance to print. In the internet, print was really the first industry that was significantly disrupted by the internet, and I think finance looks like it's going to be the first industry to be significantly disrupted by crypto. But over time, I think every industry is going to get meaningfully disrupted. But over time, the world moves slowly. If we're 20% of finance in 25 years, that would be I think that would be a great accomplishment. Maybe we'll be more than that, but that's where that would be double where internet sales were. So that seems to be to me to be a pretty aggressive target.
Yeah, you said it earlier when you were speaking as well. Like now we actually have the internet, so it kind of should speed up everything, like the good and the bad. But as the market is developing, do you think that a lot of the issues are going to be solved by the people, like through open source technologies? Because there's not, a lot of people don't really talk about things like intellectual property in the space, and I feel like one of the reasons why is because everyone is building or forking on previous chains. But what effect do you think that they'll have, maybe like from a security standpoint, if an institution, tries to gain exposure or tries to get involved, but you might just have one bug that permeates the whole system? Like, how do we build a better system in that way?
Well, I think the system is getting better every day. I liken it to, hacks somewhat to plane crashes. When they first invented the plane, we had a lot of plane crashes, but every plane crash would get investigated and generally solved for, so that the reason that caused that plane crash wouldn't happen again. And over time, we got fewer and fewer and fewer plane crashes till today. A year or two can go by without major plane crashes. And so, I think that's where we're moving to in DeFi is, we're still in that early phase where we're seeing a lot of car crashes, but over time, we'll see less and less.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's going to be a majority, maybe community driven. You get more data and more people kind of like auditing the projects, and more importantly, the code, which is something that we definitely need. My last question to you is, what are some, what use cases are you the most excited about for this year?
What use case I'm most excited for this year? There's so much going on. Obviously, the whole NFT space is exploding, certainly beyond anybody's wildest expectations. And I think NFTs are also an area, and collectibles are an area, that has very, very broad global appeal. And also what NFTs can be. Again, we're in the very early stages of when an NFT, can be, is, we're getting more tools to make them more functional. So certainly, the NFT space, I think, is super exciting.
Yep, for sure. We've just had early developments there, and tons of new people getting exposure and actually interested in the market. It's quite fascinating. Lastly, I just want to give you a chance to tell us about any upcoming updates, and like, where can we stay in touch with you and reach out to you?
Sure. So, I'm Lou at cryptooracle.io is my email address. Again, encourage people, if they're active on AngelList, come join our AngelList syndicate. I'm a blockchain co-investors, as well. So you can go check out our website at blockchaincoinvestors.io. And check out a Crypto Mondays, in your city as well. New York hasn't started back up yet, but my guess is we're just a month or two away from that. We're already starting to see some of the Crypto Mondays, start up, and, Crypto Mondays Los Angeles, is getting big crowds. Crypto Monday Shanghai just started up a couple of weeks ago, again, after more than a year. So it's time to get back out. And again, Bitcoin, BTC Miami, if anybody's down there, well, this probably won't be out before that, but that's going to be, a great time. So exciting to see so many people.
Yeah, Lou, thank you so much for joining us here again as a returning guest. Always a pleasure to talk to you, and it's very interesting to see the progression of thoughts and innovation as the market evolves. I had a great time speaking with you here today. And I'll let you all tune back into Reimagine 2021 version 9. And I'm your host, Roshan Marashkar. Thank you, Lou.
Here, matey, Long John Silverbells here, and it be time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to ye by Reimagine 2021. Oracle. An oracle sends data from the outside world such as the daily temperature or the number of votes a political candidate received, to a blockchain such as Ethereum. A smart contract on the blockchain can then use the data, typically to make a decision about whether to dispense money and to whom. Hyar, I once sailed the seven seas to find a legendary oracle. Turns out it was Santa. True story.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 9th conference in a monthly series of events, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've had various topics for the last 12 months, ranging from what defies DeFi, tales from the crypto during Halloween, happy HODL days, NFT boom recently this last month. And we decided for this 9th event, let's do Game of Chains, Battle for the Throne, where we're discussing layer ones, layer twos, the pros and cons and advantages that we're all experiencing and have an impact moving forward on our projects and kind of the applications we're designing. So we've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mouseball team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator or providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within the Mouseball University program. Our main objective and goals are simple. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real world applications. And we hope to at least bring this through Reimagine, through all the content. So feel free to check that out. So again, I'll go ahead and stop talking here. Very fortunate enough to bring in one of our industry partners here, Nick from the Teller team. He's a CTO. He put this panel together, and we're super stoked to kind of get involved, learn about what these projects are doing, how it involves Teller, and not only that, talking about crypto in general from a technical perspective. So Nick, I'll go ahead and let you take it away if you can do a quick intro and get this panel going. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. So as Adam was saying, I'm Nick Fett. I am the CTO of Teller. And luckily we have the opportunity to get together 3 projects that either are using Teller or may potentially use Teller. Mainly it's just 3 guys who I sort of really like talking to, who I got the opportunity to bring on a panel together. So I'm super excited to kind of kick it off. Teller, for those of you who don't know, we're a decentralized oracle, so we allow you to bring off-chain information on-chain. And right now we're sort of on Ethereum, but at the same point, we're starting to begin to move to other chains as well. And that's why, this is one of those exciting times where it seems like the entire space is starting to move to other chains, or at least think about it. Kind of before we get started, and I start kind of asking these guys some questions about other chains and their own projects. First, I'll let them introduce themselves and their projects. Maybe give us the minute or 2 minute elevator speech as far as who you guys are and what you do. And we can just go alphabetical. We'll go Brandon, David, and then Robert to keep it simple. So Brandon, over to you.
Sure, thanks. Happy to be here. So I'm with the Ampleforth protocol.
For those who haven't heard about Ample or used it before, Ample is a cross-chain digital currency. Like Bitcoin, it's uncollateralized, so it's highly scalable economically, and it's rules-based. But unlike Bitcoin, it has an adaptable supply that can adjust every day according to needs in the marketplace, which provides like a long-term unit of account that can unlock things like safe debt denomination or denomination of other financial contracts. So we're kind of in between a pure digital currency or digital asset like Bitcoin and something like a stable coin. But unlike stable coins, we don't have the centralization risk of things like Teller do. Like we don't have to rely on centralized custodians. It's also very simple, so there's no extra risk added from extra dependence on marketplaces like liquidation markets or lenders of last resort. So we view Ample as being a sort of financial primitive or building block that can be used to construct more sophisticated but safer financial systems built on top of it on the blockchain world.
Cool. David?
Awesome. Yeah. Hey, everyone. Just excited to be here. So we first got connected with Teller from the Scaling Ethereum Hackathon, where my friend and I were one of the winning projects for Scaling Ethereum. And basically what we're doing is looking at different ways to bridge cross-chain liquidity. What we've been seeing from just sort of like an inflection standpoint is that as crypto becomes more mature, there's tons of different chains, different solutions, different siloed environments, and it's becoming increasingly difficult to, move funds and sort of use them, go from chain to chain, et cetera. So the kind of focus we've been having is on Ethereum to start, and we've been looking at layer 2s to layer 1 as an interesting use case around fast withdrawals and things like that, where there's several hurdles in place in order to have like really good user experience. So where the sort of idea had come from was just having experienced some of the friction around moving to L2s and different chain environments or rollups. And so happy to and excited to kind of go into deeper details on that. And yeah, that's the quick summary of what it is that Xfil is trying to figure out. So
cool, thanks. Robert.
I'm the founder and CEO of Liquity. Liquity is a fully decentralized borrowing protocol, and it gives out loans by issuing its own like native stablecoin called the LUSD, which is pegged to the US dollar. And the main like selling points of Liquity as a protocol are that the loans are interest-free. You have to pay a one-off fee when you open your loan or when you take out your debt, but that's it. So there is no variable interest rate at all. And the second big benefit is the fact that you only need to maintain a relatively low 110% minimum collateralization ratio. There are some exceptions to this main rule, but in general, the system is more efficient by allowing you to take out more against your collateral. We're only using Ether as our collateral, and the system is fully immutable and it's governance free, so there is nobody who can change it at all. And we are not even running as a company our own front ends, but this is all done by incentivized third-party operators. And we are already using Teller as an oracle, at least as a fallback oracle. So when our main oracle becomes defunct, we can fall back to Teller.
Super cool. Thanks, guys. I think the first question I wanted to ask, so we're actually all building on Ethereum, but one question I don't actually know the answer to is, were you thinking about building on another chain, or have you ever built anything on another chain? Because I think, so us at Teller, like we were trying to become a decentralized oracle, and we were in the Binance incubator, if you guys don't know. So this was back in 2019, and then they were trying to get us to be one of the first projects over on Binance, and we were just saying like it wasn't ready. So we were like, we're going to build on Ethereum, and because that's where everyone is, and that was sort of why we built on Ethereum, and that it was just by far the biggest ecosystem. But for like say Ample for their Liquity, there might be reasons that you would want to build on another chain. So I guess, Brandon, or back to you, like, have you guys done anything on any other chains, or like, what's kind of your experience over there?
Yeah, for sure. So let's see, when we first started our project, this was almost 3 years ago now, I think. So we've been live for I think our 2-year anniversary is next week that we've been launching live, which is
congrats.
Really cool. But when we were first starting, yeah, thanks. When we were first starting the project, we made the somewhat, at the time, controversial decision to not build our own blockchain, because back then, this is where you were sort of expected to build your own blockchain, and that's kind of, if you weren't building your own blockchain, then you weren't really doing real work in the ecosystem, which is very different nowadays. But instead, we were reading papers like Polkadot and Cosmos and that sort of thing, and seeing development in the space and thinking, okay, we could, build our own silo and make people come to us, or we could just go where everyone already is. And so we decided with that second path. I think that was definitely an interesting, maybe the right direction for us to go at the time. And so I think, yeah, being multi-chain has been core to the DNA of the project for a long time. Like our first, post was back in 2019, early 2019. And so since we were deploying on top of systems and we wanted to be everywhere, then being cross-chain was, very core to the use case and value proposition that we were trying to build. So we've been, thinking about this for a long time, but mostly in a waiting mode because it's taken so long for the space to develop. It's very difficult work, complex systems to build and test and operate. So we're actually just making our first movements into the multi-chain world, like very, very soon, like within the next month. And we're hoping that we do a lot of the upfront work in the beginning to sort of build the infrastructure that allows us to do it. But once we get the basic building blocks in place, the marginal work of adding in extra chains should be rather small. Crossing our fingers, we'll know more when we get there. Provided that the chain is an EVM chain. If it's not an EVM chain, then it's going to require a lot more extra work. So that's sort of where we are in the project right now. Just starting to dip our toes into the multi-chain world. BSC is going to be the first place we go to, but eventually we want to be anywhere where there's like a ecosystem where there are users or people who are doing some sort of financial transactions. So it's going to be a really exciting space, and I think a lot of other projects are in a similar boat where we're just now to the point in the ecosystem where you can sort of see how things are going to develop for real this time.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, David, so for you, it's a little bit different, I would say, because you guys are bridging chains. So which chains, I guess, are you starting with, and do you see that kind of changing over time, even in your short company?
Yeah. So the way we're starting with L2s and L1 as like on Ethereum for like the basic use case, like the initial kind of MVP basic launch use case. We definitely see a lot of interest in expanding to like other popular chains outside of Ethereum. One of the big things I think I've learned just throughout my time in the crypto space has been, it's not just about the tech, right? A lot of it comes down to the community and the support, right? The developer experience of building on a chain. So, for example, I can remember going back in 2017, 2018, when I started tinkering around with some of the developer experience on a different chain. I won't say any names here or anything in terms of what it was, but basically just found it was sort of like crickets in terms of support and help. And whereas when you looked at Ethereum, you have this robust ecosystem of tons of different resources and developers. So I think that's also like been a big factor in which chains have been able to gain adoption, is just who can create an ecosystem in addition to the actual tech, right? So I think that's important, and that's a factor we would look at as we're analyzing different environments. I also think like an interesting trade-off is from UX to like security, right? Like if you think about something like Polygon, they've done a really good job of optimizing for user experience, making like the transactions low cost and fast and what people are looking for. But then if you think about like the underlying security mechanisms, maybe it's not quite as secure as like rollups, for example, but people don't really care because it's a better option from a UX perspective than what they have today. It'll be interesting to see how that changes once maybe roll-ups and other solutions kind of actually launch and have robust ecosystems and become live. So yeah, we're excited to be able to be operating in a place where the fact that there are multiple environments and chains benefits us.
Well, yeah, I mean, I feel like, it seems like rollups are coming along a little bit differently than, I can remember, if you guys remember back, like DevCon 2018, it was like the year of Plasma. And everyone was talking about how Plasma was going to change the world and Ethereum was going to scale via these Plasma chains. And then, oddly enough, like Polygon sort of was this Plasma-based chain, and they're sort of doing it. But like Plasma sort of fell flat on its face, you would say. We didn't scale because of Plasma, and now it seems like, well, rollups are the next big thing. Do you think there's still that risk there, or is this for real this time? Are we gonna start moving?
So I think the risk is just, obviously, I think you're seeing this a little bit with the different rollup solutions is, it's quite technically challenging what they're building, even if it's less challenging than ZK rollups. Like optimistic rollups has still been quite an effort. And so you're seeing that sort of struggle to go live on mainnet with something like that. I think it's, we're getting close, it's happening. There's already certain things that are live on mainnet. It's just, they're obviously to make it more robust, there's more coming. I think if you pay attention to like Vitalik and other resources that I kind of follow around these areas, there's no question ZK rollups offer a much more robust long-term solution than optimistic rollups. But at the same time, it is unknown of when those ZK will be actually feasible and to support this sort of generalized use case that is Ethereum, right? So I think that's maybe the thing. Like even Vitalik says, optimistic rollups teams should probably have a backup plan for eventually when ZK does emerge. It remains to be seen when that is. I think there's still plenty of time for optimistic rollups. They're not going away,
yeah.
And it's when more practical. Yeah. So I think I think it really comes down to just like sort of the unknowns of the Ethereum roadmap, and there's like knowns of what will exist. It's just the unknowns are mostly around like the timing of it, right? And I think that's a big question. So
cool. Thanks, Dave. And Robert, what about you guys? Were you thinking of another chain for Liquidity, or?
Yeah, we have been exploring various chains for the last few weeks, I would say, and we stumbled into some technical challenges. But it's not only a technical problem. Like first of all, we need to see what kind of advantages we could offer by expanding or by creating a system on a layer 2 chain or a rollup or whatever. And this is weirdly, I guess, not so obvious for like a stable coin / borrowing system as we are at Liquidity. It's like we are a bit struggling with the same issues as Maker is, because they just they have a long thread on that. Like they're also looking into similar solutions. Like the question is like, when you create your stable coin, I mean, you also need to integrate it. You also need to make it popular. Like you don't want to just multiply, create like multiple versions of a stable coin everywhere, because that somehow dilutes the whole brand and dilutes the whole utility of your system. So you have to be careful in what your system is supposed to achieve when you expand to layer 2 solutions. Of course, you can do bridges, but then the question is like, are you just bridging the token, or are you bridging the borrowing system as well, or just the borrowing system? Or we also have this kind of stability pool, which is the mechanism that backs the loans. And then we just had some ideas around that maybe we could use it to act as a bridge at the same time, so that the stability pool can basically back tokens that you can move around to other chains and move back. So, I mean, there are a few open questions we need to first get clarity on before we can even decide on which chain we want to use or which layer 2 solution. And there are like the technical difficulties around EVM compatibility. I mean, many or most of the layer 2 solutions are claiming that they're EVM compatible. I mean, that's true for the most part, but there are still some exceptions to the rule, at least when it comes to block height and block time. They might not be as compatible, or in some systems like Polygon, the native token is not Ether, but their own tokens, so you have to change your interfaces. And there are a couple of issues that, we need to first dive deeper before we can decide on a strategy.
Yeah, well, I mean, for you guys and kind of for Ampleforth as well, there's some really interesting questions when it comes to other chains, because you kind of like you were saying, do you want to just bridge the token? At which point you can, but to be honest, it seems like most of the use cases, at least for these things, like people don't just want like a token to trade around. They want to interact with the protocol. They want a way to get an interest rate or a way to use leverage, or an Ampleforth, like access to the rebasing and things like that. So how do you but then if you split the whole protocol, then you're sort of cutting your liquidity in half. You're like, you have two systems that are competing for liquidity with each other. How do you do you see that sort of being more of a problem that, well, I guess when we get big enough, it won't matter if we split liquidity, or maybe there will be some sort of better Oracle mechanism for bridging it back and forth? Just curious your thoughts.
Yeah, exactly. So the way we look at it is, so I guess we're going to step back and look at the economics of moneyness of things. We sort of view monetary asset as defined by two things. So it's the nature of its scarcity, and then its use value. Its efficiency is determined by liquidity, right? So you definitely don't want to split liquidity if you don't have to. But for Ample, like the scarcity is determined by the rules of the supply policy, which exists on Ethereum. So the supply policy and the oracles exist on Ethereum. And then if we say you have Ample on the Ethereum chain and Ample on some other remote chain, as long as the Ample on the remote chain responds to the same supply policy as the other Amples on Ethereum, and as long as you can send Ample tokens back and forth, then it's really the same asset, right? It is the same Ample. It's just sort of represented or existing in a different place than Ethereum. And so, so I think that's very important, that we're absolutely, at all costs trying to avoid parallel deployments. Like, we don't want to just create 20 different versions of Ample in 20 different places. What people really want is, we want, the same system that exists in lots of places, in the same way that, like if aluminum or silver were to exist on one part of the world, it's still aluminum or silver, if you take it to a different continent, right? It's still like the same commodity. And so that's how we're approaching Ample. Now, so I think Ethereum has come up a lot in the conversation, I think for good reason. Even though we talk about like lots of different chains, we're still huge fans of the Ethereum platform. Like, I think Ethereum has definitely like planted a flag and owned the space of, we try to build a platform that maximizes decentralization. I think that's sort of the role of Ethereum in the space. Like, they're going to take the decentralization maximalism and then try to push the envelope of that as far as they can. So, so for the Ampleforth protocol, like, I see the supply policy and the oracles living on Ethereum for a very, very long time, because we want that to exist in the most decentralized platform. So like the core operations the protocol does is relatively low volume, but very, very high value, which is the perfect match for a purely centralized system like Ethereum. But there's no demand, like user demand, for using the financial applications in some areas that doesn't need such high decentralization. Maybe they're willing to sacrifice some decentralization for throughput in certain cases. And so when we think about bridging to other platforms, that's really the way we think about it. Is like, okay, if people don't care so much about maximizing decentralization, they're okay with taking some risk there, but they like the lower costs, where they can still sort of do what they want to do in these other swimming pools, so to speak.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, Robert, are you kind of in the same boat with thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would agree with what Brandon just said. I think my main like reservation against just like blindly deploying like a new version of our system on different chains is just the fact that like it dilutes like the brand. I mean, it's like just creating different detached versions of a stable coin doesn't make it kind of dissects the whole value of our current stable coin. So I think I'm quite vary in that regard. So that's why we are now looking into something more sophisticated, where we could at least build something that is more an extension of our protocol, maybe not a full extension, or at least something which is at least partially bridged, so that there is a way back and forth, like at least there is this stable coin living on mainnet and maybe some like twin token living on a layer 2 net, and they can be interchanged at least in normal, like in the happy path of, and then, yeah, but at the same time, you can offer like borrowing functionality on layer 2. Like, I mean, the big benefit for us would be like the lower gas costs, of course. I mean, for everybody, I mean, that's one of the main drivers why people would even want to build something on layer 2 chain. But maybe there is another benefit, which could be, if we were to go down that route, is that we could create like stable coin, or we could issue stable loans in a stable coin on those layer 2 chains against other collaterals than just Ether. I mean, that would also be interesting, because currently we are just limited in that regard, because Ether is our sole collateral type.
Cool.
But this is all like an ongoing research at the moment.
Yeah, I think all of it is. And David, I mean, you're building a bridge. You know, both of these guys were just talking about, you know, token bridges and bridging data and things like that. So what would you say, you know, as somebody who's been building on this, what would you say is kind of the issue to building secure decentralized bridges at the moment? And like, you know, despite the fact that people have been talking about these since 2015, like, why don't they exist yet?
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, one of the challenges, it comes back to that, you know, if you want that true sort of like security model, right, there's some UX problems, right? Or there's some pieces that are missing, right, that from a UX perspective. Like, for example, if you're using a bridge right now, it sort of feels a little, it's just hard to get confidence that like your transaction went through, unless you're, like, if you're like, for example, I talked to someone recently who sent some funds over to Polygon. They were saying that it took about 10 minutes, right? And they just didn't know what was happening in that 10-minute period. And it was a very stressful period of time, right? So I think if you just think about that, like, it's there's just a lot of, you know, user experience improvements I think can be made. The other thing, you know, to think about here is, like, as you think about security, right? It's the way I kind of look at it is, if we just like zoom out and think about like, where's crypto going in like years from now, right? Like, let's say 5 years from now, what is the state of the crypto market? And like, how do people view crypto? You know, if we're talking about DeFi, right? You sort of think, okay, what are the factors people care most about when they're considering DeFi, like yield farming opportunities, for example, or like getting a loan in DeFi, right? It's going to be, what's the yield, right? Like, how much do I either receive or how much do I pay, right? It's going to be, what is the underlying security of my funds, right? So there's different ways people would measure that. There's technical security, such as smart contracts and audits, and who are the auditors of this protocol and stuff like that. Then and you know, what's their track record for history, et cetera, of getting hacked, or, you know, acting weird, or, you know, not well, like maliciously or whatnot. And then there's also just the crypto economic security as well, right? Like, what are the incentives that people on this network have to not behave maliciously? And so I think, you know, just basically being able to say, okay, here's the predictable yield I'll either get, or if I'm taking out a loan, here's what I'm paying. You know, what's the underlying confidence I have that my funds won't get drained or rug pulled or hacked, right? And then it's sort of like, what's the easeability of the experience I have, kind of moving around and adjusting things as I want, right? And so I guess that's kind of the way that we've been thinking about, like, the future of DeFi and the space, less so concerned about, like, is this happening, you know, over there, or is it happening over there, right? It's like, as long as, you know, over here or over there meets the sort of underlying security requirements of a user, right? Then I feel like it's
Yeah, but I think the bridges really matter, because like you could say that right now we have whatever how many chains there are, and we have bridges. They're called centralized exchanges. We just move our coins to a centralized exchange and then pull them off onto a different chain. And but there's still no decentralized bridge. You know what I mean? Like it's still it's still sort of debatable if we have such thing as a trustless Bitcoin Ethereum bridge. And that's, people have been trying to build that for years. Is there any sort of hope you would see that eventually these, do you guys, I guess any of you, do you envision all of these chains eventually being connected, or do you still seeing these sort of disparate chains with more slow centralized bridging?
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going with it. Was I see all those things being connected, and then those being sort of the criteria people look at as they consider different options, because it becomes easier to use these bridges and move around from chain to chain. So yeah, that was kind of, you kind of hit it exactly where I was going with it, which was just, those are the things I think we think people will care about the most. But then it's those things, having this cross bridge system in place will basically allow for those important characteristics to be what really matters, right? So
yeah, cool. Anybody else feel free to jump in, but my question too, another one would be, maybe for I guess Robert, would be, I'm sure you've seen if you guys are thinking about putting liquidity on other chains, at some point you actually don't want too high of your token on other chains, or else it actually becomes a giant security risk. People have, I'm sure you guys have talked about if too much Bitcoin is locked on Ethereum, what's the security implications of that? Do you guys worry that eventually too much of your coins are going to be locked on these say centralized rollups or something like that, or L2s with, say, not the same trust assumptions as Ethereum?
Well, I'm not quite sure if that's the main issue I see in this regard, but what I can see as an issue is if the collateral token that Liquidity is using, let's say if we were to use a bridged Ether token on any layer 2 solution, or even some native token on that specific chain, and now the layer 2 version of Liquidity grows too big, then it would become the main driver of this token. I mean, the underlying collateral could then be really reliant on the demand created by the Liquidity borrowing system. And that could become an issue, because then you cannot make the argument anymore that the token that you're using as collateral, that its price is really exogenous to your system, then becomes endogenous, because your system will have a big impact on the price. And then this would probably negatively impact all the security assumptions that we have. And I mean, our system is based on some exogenous Ether price that's not as volatile as maybe some token that is just moved around by our own system.
Cool. Yeah, and Brandon, anything on last two?
Yeah, so I think security is a tough question. There's probably a few different layers to this. So I think the most important, security aspect for at least our protocol specifically is the oracles. So we want to make sure that we get primarily, at the top of the stack, good price data from the marketplace coming into our oracle. And so even though we might bridge to a non-Ethereum chain, and even though there might be markets there where people are trading with their own spot price, I think it would be a long time before we choose to actually incorporate those markets into our price feeds as supply policies. Because if someone were to find a vulnerability in that liquidity pool, then they could maybe do some funny things with the marketplace. They could feedback into the protocol. So I think that's one thing that we have to be very mindful of. Aside from that, Ample is more like a floating price token, at least mechanically, a lot of ways, than something that relies on collateral or debt. And so, yeah, in the worst case scenario, there could be a lot of tokens on some remote chain that get locked. So maybe something goes wrong with the communication channel or the bridge going back. Maybe they just get locked there forever. But that happens already just on Ethereum. People will send tokens to a smart contract, will just get into a black hole and you can't recover this. So aesthetically, it might be weird if the total supply is this, but the actual number is somewhere below that. But we already kind of live in that world already. Yeah, I think it's from the user's perspective, it's more of like an individual, how safe do I feel using this platform or this platform? Do I think I would be able to exit if I needed to? And I think that's something that as a user, you just have to know before you start using those platforms. And that maybe is the hard technical problems of actually building this stuff, but the user experience is going to be very, very difficult to get right. And I don't know if we will for a long time, right? So just like understanding the space, I think that's the minimum bar you have to get to. Even that is hard. So like, what's the difference between a layer 1, a sidechain, a layer 2? And you have things like Aurora that looks like a layer 2 and talks like a layer 2, but its execution layer is actually a layer 1, but it doesn't have its own token. So like, what is it?
Right.
A user is in the hard position of trying to figure out like what to do and what's safe. That's really, really hard. And I don't know if we'll solve that for a long time. I think the space is going to get potentially very, very complicated before it gets simple again.
Cool. And kind of like the last question I'll give all of you guys before we sort of start wrapping it up, unless you guys want to talk about something else. I think I'm sure you guys are all kind of successful projects, and one of the things we get approached by other chains all the time, saying, "Come build on us. We'll give you a grant or whatever." And we're like, "Well, let's see some demand first. Let's see some, a reason for us to build over there and not dilute our brand." But what would it take, like, for if you're talking to other chains, what do you guys need to go build over there? Right? I think some of you have said EVM compliance. Some of you, is it a speed issue? Is it a programming language issue? Is it more of a philosophy issue as far as decentralization goes? Even for like, exfil, where you guys are, not even launched yet. What would it take if you guys are fighting, if they're trying to get you to move away from Ethereum and say, come build on our chain or come bridge our chain? What would it take? Yeah. So David, you want to go first? Since you're
Sure.
the young one.
So basically the question is like, if some chain says, hey, come build with us, what would it take to get us to sort of focus on that? Is that the...
Yeah, instead of Ethereum.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty focused on Ethereum. Like, I guess our belief is that once Ethereum scales, it will continue to position itself as like sort of the go-to DeFi, the main DeFi solution. Not to say there won't be others. It's just like at this point you have large bag holders of other chains, and clearly I think it's hard to I'm quite confident to say there'll be other chains, right? It's just I think we want to make sure we're agnostic, right? Like we're starting with Ethereum. We believe in Ethereum. We've been Ethereum supporters for a long time, right? We think the scaling solutions that are coming are quite exciting. But that sort of what I was alluding to earlier is like, we also believe that if there's attractive DeFi opportunities on other chains and people want to go after those, as well as feel confident that their funds are secure, right? Then like we want to support those use cases, right? We want to be able to say people should be able to do that as well. So yeah, I don't think it's I think to rephrase like how we're thinking about this, I'm not sure we're thinking about it as like a one or the other, but we're definitely excited to work with like different chains and sort of bridge the gap that seems to exist between yeah, some of the UX there. So hopefully that helps.
Cool. Yeah. Brandon, you want to
go? Sure. Yeah, I think yeah, as our project gets more and more decentralized, right? So we released our governance token not too long ago. We're trying to decentralize, as much as we can. As that happens more, the viewpoints and opinions of us start to matter less, right? So our goal is really to sort of follow and support the community is to the best way that we can, right? And so we'll go anywhere where the community has sort of natural or organic demand. I think in the same way that, silver is impartial to the environment around it. Like I think Ample or any monetary asset should also be impartial to the way it's used. And so I think it probably doesn't make much sense for us to integrate with some platform just to say that people can hold Ample there. Like it's not very useful. It doesn't provide much value. Ample is really designed to be used in financial contracts and instruments like that. So I think it makes the most sense for us to prioritize places where there's a community, where there's organic demand, and there's some sort of ecosystem for us to plug into. I think those are the three most important things that would direct the development effort.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure you guys get it probably like we do. Whenever you have like the decentralized, your community wants to vote. A lot of your community doesn't quite get a lot of these security implications. So I feel like a lot of times they do just want you to partner with every other chain out there. So then you can say that you're partnered with every other chain out there. If you want to say something to your community about why that might be a bad idea or why that might be just adding too much work for the core team.
Right. I think, that is a sort of trade-off, because there's always, as long as there's going to be some portion in the community that wants news to make that go up and happen. And so like, as someone who does development work, one of the most valuable things we can do is do some analysis and look at the ramifications of certain design decisions, right? Because it's essentially, these are sort of design decisions of a very large ecosystem that's being developed. It is a sort of complex trade-off, but a lot of that is just sort of coming down to setting healthy patterns of discourse within the community too. So like, ideally you also want to, and it's very important to cultivate a sort of incisive, interested community that's sort of focused on solving problems for the long term. And I think we're sort of seeing a lot of that recently in our community, which is really, really cool to see. I hope we see even more of that. But like, I think that's very, very important to get right for a project. You need that sort of healthy base of people who care about the project and want to shepherd it in the right ways.
Yeah, no, for those that don't know, there's an open Ample fourth proposal to include Teller, and it's a fun, lively discussion. So we've been enjoying being in there and reading them. So thanks for having us. And Robert?
Yeah, I would say there are a number of criteria or requirements that we would ideally want to see fulfilled before expanding to a layer 2 solution. Like, one of them, of course, would be security. I mean, that's like kind of obvious, but also decentralization, because we as a protocol, we take it really far or really seriously. And it would be a bit strange if the underlying network would be less decentralized as our system in a way. And of course, Ethereum is one of the most decentralized like networks out there. So it's hard to compete already, but I mean, we will need to make some compromise there, most probably. And then another thing, as already mentioned by Brandon, is the whole community ecosystem part, which is also very important, because we don't just want to give out loans in some random token, but we want this token to become a stable coin that's used in other systems. And then the issue is that with all the optimistic rollups, if you have to go back to the mainnet, if you want to use your LUSD that you minted on a layer 2 chain, then you have to wait like 7 days or whatever this challenge period is. So that doesn't really make sense. I mean, that impairs the whole user experience. I mean, if anything, then we would like to see an existing ecosystem on the layer 2 network already, so that we don't, like, our users or borrowers wouldn't need to go back to the main chain, so that they can use their tokens already without moving them around. Yeah, I mean, and those are the key factors that matter.
Cool. Yeah, well, if you want to get rid of that 7-day wait period, the guy David might have a solution for you that he's working on. Sort of their whole thing. But yeah, I think no, thank you guys so much for joining us on the call, and this was an awesome conversation. So I kind of look forward to working with each one of you guys and kind of continuing finding out how we can work on different chains and work more on Ethereum together. So thanks. Any parting words, or pass it back to Adam?
Yeah, Robert, where can people learn more about your project? Where can they get more information?
Yeah, I mean, they can just visit liquidity.org, and we have a docs section, which is quite comprehensive. And also, like, just visit our YouTube channel. We have a few videos up there that are interesting to watch.
Awesome. David, how about your project?
Yeah, so we just we wrapped up the hackathon just a couple of weeks ago. So basically, we're still in the early stages here, but we're moving towards getting our MVP rolled out. We have a Discord. I'm not sure if I have the ability to show what the link is, but you could also find us on Twitter it's at @xphil_finance. Yeah, there'll be more to come soon.
Awesome. We didn't mean to bother you on the beach over there.
Yeah.
Brennan, where can people learn about Ampleforth?
You can go to our website, ampleforth.org. There you can find links to Discord and Telegram. On Twitter, we're at ampleforth.org. We have a pretty lively community that likes to talk about lots of different things.
Awesome. And last but not least,
that gave me an idea. So basically, if you go to xphil.finance and then you just scroll down to, it's just a landing page. So bear with us on that. But if you scroll down, you'll see the link to our Discord and to our Twitter. So that'll make it pretty easy. So there you go.
Perfect. And what about you, Nick? Where can people learn more about Teller?
Teller.io. So happy to.
Awesome. And Teller's been on a few times actually during the Reimagine conference. So we appreciate them and their support. Nick and his team put on this panel. Couple takeaways from, just to kind of recap this discussion. Very great discussion. One of the things that I took away from it, we're talking about layer twos and bridging and partnering. And what I've heard from everybody really ultimately is that it's not about just partnering, and it's not about just having as many chains as possible. There's some requirements, there's some standards, it's community driven in terms of not just community making their suggestions or opinions, but an actual utility of the network, which is something that's eye-opening. People just think, we should just bridge everywhere and connect everywhere. But what I've heard from everybody in this discussion was it's more than that, right? Security, privacy, decentralization, all of the fundamentals need to play a role in order for one to continue bridging or at least consider, being able to move assets back and forth. So again, thank you all for joining. I want to thank Teller for supporting this and supporting Reimagine in general for the last year. They've been a big sponsor of ours and very fortunate to be working with them. And aside from that, I think we can go ahead and wrap it up. Everybody, thank you for tuning in to Reimagine 2021. I'm your host, Adam, from the Mouseball team, joined here by Nick, CTO at Teller, and he put this beautiful panel together, and we hope to see everybody again and enjoy the conference. Thank you, everybody.
Cool.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Robert.
Thanks, guys.
Dr. Fauci Nakamoto here, advising all of you on crypto vid-19, reminding you to quarantine your private keys. Now, don't forget that if they aren't your keys, it's not your crypto. Be sure to put a mask over your hardware wallets.
Y'all thought crypto was a fake. We ain't going nowhere. We the OG Ledger gang. Ledger gang, Ledger gang, Ledger gang. We stay rocking in the chain. Blockchain. Auto crypto be the main. BTFD.
See the ledger swinging from my neck? Y'all already know what I rep. Stacking that crypto, we gaining no haters. There's really no flexing, be wet. Splash. I can go anywhere with it. Don't matter the number, there really no limit. Really no limit, there really no limit. Ooh, yeah, get it. Know that I get it. You know that I get it. Load the bit, pay, yeah, spend it. You know the private key is authentic. Know that I get it. You know that I get it. Load the bit, pay, yeah, spend it. You know the private key is authentic.
Y'all thought crypto was a fake. We ain't going nowhere. We the OG Ledger gang. Ledger gang, Ledger gang, Ledger gang. We stay rocking in the chain. Blockchain. Auto crypto be the main. BTFD.
Man, crypto's a bubble. When it pops, you in trouble. What you gonna do when the government kick in the door and start taking it from you?
Man, crypto ain't a bubble, please. Tell me how they gonna get my private keys. The government can't keep an eye on me. I mean, you act like you don't want privacy.
Yeah, but what's a Bitcoin really? I mean, it seems so silly. So what you trying to tell me is banks are about to fall flat on their belly?
Yup, that's what I'm trying to explain. This is peer-to-peer, global exchange. In this world, banks ain't running the game. Border to border, blockchain, blockchain.
Tell me what you know about the blockchain. Gas limit set, low octane. Taking down the banks, we are not playing. Bitcoin and fiat, we are not the same.
Y'all thought crypto was a fake.
We ain't going nowhere.
We the OG Ledger gang.
Ledger gang, Ledger gang, Ledger gang.
We stay rocking in the chain.
Blockchain.
Auto crypto be the main.
BTFD.
Y'all thought crypto was a fake.
We ain't going nowhere.
We the OG Ledger gang.
Ledger gang, Ledger gang, Ledger gang.
We stay rocking in the chain.
Blockchain.
Auto crypto be the main.
BTFD.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
So welcome back to Reimagine, where we're here, talking about some of the most important, elements, narratives, developments that are taking place across the whole crypto space at the moment. We've called this conference, we've themed it our 9th iteration, a game of chains, because there is really so much going on, competition for supremacy. People, bring up ideas around, flippenings and the idea that, Bitcoin could lose its top spot in this sort of time when there's so much mania and hype and cycle, so much going on and so much noise going on of, not necessarily people talking clearly about what's happening and why it's happening. So in order to help clear things up, we want to bring in the experts. We want to bring in those that really understand the space, who've spent some time in this space and really, are a bit more immune, I would say, to some of that sort of hype and buzz that flows around. And I think our next guest definitely, exemplifies that to a great degree. So now, without further ado, I'll welcome Bruce Fenton. Bruce, thanks so much, firstly, for being here with us.
Hey, thanks a lot. Thanks for having me. Good to see you.
Pleasure, likewise, to see you. And then, without further ado, let's crack in a little bit to some of these narratives. I'm so fascinated at the moment at some of the major narratives sort of going through the crypto space. At the time of recording, the big things people keep talking about. We're talking the news of El Salvador taking on Bitcoin as an official currency. Obviously, Musk endlessly tweeting one way or the other on his love or hate for the crypto world. These are some of the major narratives playing through, but what do you see as important? What's the noise? What's really worth talking about and focusing on?
I think El Salvador is important. I think that's one of the news cycle items that really is important long term, because it represents the really big picture vision about what is important, which is these questions like what is money and what makes better money and how should economics work in the world and what will the world look like in the future. And I think that there's a lot of signs over the last year that starting with institutional interest and now nation state interest, that shows that this thing just might be for real. And that's very exciting, because it's always been kind of a binary play. It'll either work or not work.
Yeah, and look, a binary play it may be, but I sort of always wonder, obviously any nation state is good news involvement for Bitcoin, for crypto as a whole. But a country like El Salvador, I don't know, I feel like this often sort of gets passed in hype conversations about this. El Salvador is known as, the most violent country per capita in the world that isn't an active war zone. It's not exactly known for its clean, anti-corruption attitudes or anything like that. I mean, is this really the stalwart that we want for crypto, or does it not matter? Is all publicity good publicity?
Well, I think it's overall good. Remember the president and his party is new. He was the first person in, I think, 30 years or something to go from not a major party. He wasn't, their equivalent of Republican or Democrat. He's basically like an independent, and he's very young and very progressive. And, I'm sure that he's flawed just like anyone else. But, the problems with violence and corruption and those kind of things, that comes from broken money. And that's not the fault of the people that are in power now. It's from people who were in power decades ago. And I think that leaders and citizens all over the world are waking up to the fact that the money's broken. It's broken here in the United States. And it's just more apparent in Latin American countries, places like Venezuela and El Salvador and other places where these problems are even more obvious. But it's the same kind of thing. Money's broken, and it's a system that favors the cronies and the connected, and Bitcoin is enabling people to move away from that and break away with something better.
So, given this is the first example of a nation state taking Bitcoin on and cryptocurrency on as a formal national currency, what would you see as a metric for success? What does success look like in this El Salvadorian experiment?
Well, ideally, they could get off of the very destructive cycle of IMF loans and the kind of global money games that the powerful countries prey on the poorer countries. So rich countries will go into poor countries and say, "Hey, we're giving you aid," and they steal the aid from the taxpayers. So they go to the taxpayers in America, for example. They steal money from us, and then they say that it's aid to other countries. But the aid isn't really something that goes to help the people. What it does, the aid is typically in the form of wind turbines and airports and these kind of things, which are constructed by companies like Bechtel and Halliburton and Lockheed and the same government contractors that have been, bleeding the taxpayer and involved with all kinds of bad things all over the world for years. So it's kind of a sort of a scam, and it's something that is enriched the few at the expense of the many, and it would be very, very healthy for any country who can to break away from that. So that would be the ultimate goal. If Bitcoin helped get off of because all of these things come with the petrodollar and the US dollar based system. When you get off of the dollar, then there's a lot of other good things that can happen. And overall, it's just better money. So I think that would be success, and just to see if it really works and see if people widely adapt it. But at the top level, if the country can get away from these other hooks that the global monetary system has in them, that would be great.
I mean, do you see this, I know you, from our past conversations, you're an advocate of, hyper-Bitcoinization, hyper-tokenization. I mean, do you see this as a watershed moment that's going to lead to a cascade of other countries coming on board with the Bitcoin movement? Are other countries going to be watching this warily? Is this more about business and enterprise than it's about governments? How do you sort of put this into the sort of the right chapter of history, I guess?
It's early yet. I guess it's the country equivalent of when those first couple retailers accepted Bitcoin. Tiger Direct and Overstock were a couple of the first. So I think Tiger Direct was the first, and that was just amazing news because $1 billion company was going to accept Bitcoin. And it just seems silly now. Everybody accepts Bitcoin, but it was big news at the time, and I think it'll probably be something like that. It's still many, many steps. It's kind of like, okay, now the country's accepting it. Well, then there'll be another and another and another, and hopefully we'll get to the point where a press release about a country accepting Bitcoin as legal tender is no big deal. And then the next step is, are they storing it on their balance sheet and hodling? It sounds like El Salvador is kind of close to that already, but that'll be interesting. And then do you see the big sovereign funds doing it? And that's the kind of change. It may take a while. I mean, the time from that first major company accepting Bitcoin till now is several years. So it could be quite a while before we really see widespread change with a majority of banks or central banks or governments that are adopting this, not only adopting it but holding it and everything else.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I suppose governments and regulators at that level are not known for a rapid turnaround, even when they do happen to like an idea. I imagine these things are probably going to be, counted in the span of years or even potentially decades rather than weeks or months. But thinking about one side, that's one narrative that we've been running, quite a hyping narrative in the Bitcoin space. But let's turn to the FUD. There's always plenty of that. Elon Musk. I know you've got strong views on the man. What's your sort of current take on his latest announcements?
I wish he would do a little bit more depth. I think it's, coming from a life as a financial advisor, I think it's irresponsible to hype Dogecoin, for example, without having a really solid thesis. But there's nothing wrong with hyping a particular coin if you like it. But I think when you have a position of power like that, and that much influence, and you have that many people who are kind of jumping into something because you are, I think it would be much, much better to, have a little depth. As far as I know, he's never really gotten, into depth, with like an interview like this. I mean, where he's just actually talked out his thoughts on the stuff. And so for somebody so influential to have so little depth, or at least no evidence that there's anything beyond, very little depth, I think that, it's not ideal. So until he, as he says, this thing about 50% mining, he's not going to accept Bitcoin. I'm not going to accept Elon until he starts doing more, more substance and more interviews. Do like Michael Saylor does. Not everybody likes Michael Saylor or agrees with him. I happen to agree with him, but at least he goes out there and he says his opinion, and he's very, very, clear in what that opinion is. And I think that would be great if Elon did that.
Oh, but Bruce, as he pointed out, his PayPal history proves that he has the credentials to talk about this, no matter what. Surely that must be good enough, no?
Not quite. I think that Bitcoin behaves harshly towards important people who come in who feel like they can, and he's already doing that. He talked about changing the code for Dogecoin, which there's not much pushback because nobody really cares. But I think he probably has the same attitude towards Bitcoin. Even just his suggestion yesterday to say that 50% of miners should be green energy. Well, that implies that 50% of miners have to report, and they have to go by Elon's definition of what something is. How is that going to be policed? Are they going to get kicked out? Would somebody want to kick them off the network if they don't? These things aren't well suited for leadership positions, and I don't want 50% of miners collaborating on anything, and I don't want Elon as the leader. And I think that people who are used to being important, and they're used to being leaders, and they're used to being CEOs. Certainly Elon is in that category. I think there's certain things that may be harder to overcome in Bitcoin for somebody like that. They've got to realize that it's not their show to change things around or lead or push it in a direction that they want. But that seems inevitable. There's always going to be powerful people who are trying to do that. So, but I wouldn't be impressed by former credentials, whether you were because it's going to just keep going up and up. If this thing works, we're going to have former presidents saying like, okay, now's the time. I'm gonna set it up, and I'm gonna have the real Bitcoin group, and we're gonna really, now that it's finally reached 10 trillion, now we can have, like, these 3 former presidents are gonna run the show. They'll try it. You believe me. We'll see that. We're going to see a lot of people try, but that's not the nature of Bitcoin.
Yeah, and I mean, I saw in a recent tweet you made, even talking about this exact idea. You individually do not matter to Bitcoin, and that idea that this is beyond the scope of ego. There's between the raw mathematics that underpins the network, the Bitcoin network, to the sort of decentralized nature of it all, that an individual should not matter. Yet it seems that so much of the market, whether we talk about individuals or institutions, seem willing to give, at least in a correlative sense. I guess we can't see what's really going on behind the scenes, but there's so much power to someone like Elon, who, the second he tweets, the whole market moves. Why do you think that still is? Is this a developmental stage, or do you think there really is some attempt to centralize power here?
There's a lot of people who crave power, there's people who crave power, but there's also people who crave leaders.
Right.
And people want to give up their power. They want to know, like, what's the magic coin? What should I be buying? What's the next Bitcoin? They crave this. They want to be led. They want direction. They ask obvious questions all the time. Anybody who's in the space, it's kind of a joke how they get the same common questions. People want to be led. They want to, everybody in crypto, people come up and say, what's the hot next thing? They want an easy shortcut. And so somebody like Elon, or any charismatic figure with power is going to be, people are drawn to that person, and they want to have somebody lead them and show them what to do. And it's not just Bitcoin. It happens in politics. It happens in the world. People are afraid of their own responsibility. It's work to have responsibility. It's less work if you delegate that to someone else, but it doesn't always work out, because very rarely do they have your interests ahead of their own.
So then that leads nicely into that next idea. I mean, I look at the top coins in the space right now, and you look beyond Bitcoin. You've got those that have the sort of cult of personality affiliated with them, or at least some sort of sense of leadership associated with them. Whether we talk about Ethereum, Vitalik Buterin, BNB, we've got CZ, Cardano, we've got Charles Hoskinson, Doge, obviously Musk, the list goes on and on. There are all these coins out there that have not just necessarily organizations or foundations, but individuals who have this sort of strong affiliation. Now, obviously, compare that to Bitcoin, and this is not a new idea or anything, but, looking at the space as it is now, what impact do you think that has for them to have, a leader to rally around, but also, I guess, a marketing guru or a direction point to give them? Is there a strength in that Bitcoin lacks? Will that be an advantage even in the short term, or does Bitcoin have its superiority due to its, the mysterious and enigmatic nature of its founder?
Yeah, that's a great question. And there's advantages and disadvantages. Having a leader, a benign leader, is great. They can get things done quicker. And the ultimate leader of any system would be to have somebody who's a perfectly flawless, benign kind of angel who just does the right thing all the time, and they're very wise. And you can aspire to that. There's some very good humans out there. There's some people that are very wise, and they're people who are good people, and they do care about, in this case, a network or whatever. But from a security standpoint, Bitcoin is built sort of adversarially to to be very, very different from that. So it partly depends on what the project is and what the goal is. I mean, if you want to make a movie, there's an old joke that you know, if it has one writer, it might be good. If it has two, it may be good. But if it has 3 or 4 or 5 writers, it's usually not a good movie. And there's certain things that are best done when you have a clear vision and you know, kind of a CEO. A lot of us are used to working that way. So these coins that have a charismatic leader, it can serve to rally people, and you can even have that in open source. Bitcoin had it to some degree with Satoshi and even Gavin Andresen, and certainly much less so now. There isn't really anybody in Bitcoin who has that kind of you know, role like some of the other names that you mentioned from some of the other coins. But it can be an advantage to them. But I think Bitcoin just has a different security model, and it depends on what your end goal is with the project.
Certainly, it does depend on the end goal, and as I guess everyone likes to say, you know, Bitcoin was the only one coin created in the vacuum of a pre-crypto space. Everything else was created with the context that there was definitely money to be made, there was something to be grown, there was something to be built, and there were egos that needed to be managed, which I guess gives its unique flavor. But all right, you know, I want to take this point to pivot now and think a little bit more about the wider, you know, crypto space, where it stands at the moment. You know, and I feel like here we stand at this point. You know, some think that we're already back in the bear market, and you know, we're going to have the hype has ended for the meantime. Others say this is the pause before the next big run up. But you know, I don't want to fixate on price here because no one can know any, you know, particular movement day to day. But I want to talk about sort of ecosystem building. You know, I spoke to so many people, so many founders, so many innovators who said that the crypto winter still, from this point, they still feel like the crypto winter of 2018, 19, and early 2020 was the great time for building, the great time for developing. Here we are in this hype cycle. Bruce, what do you see in terms of ecosystem growth, scam growth, development? Are we growing as a community still, or are we being lost in this sort of scammy, overexcited hype that still pervades so much of the space?
Yeah, I think the growth continues through the bear markets and the bull markets. It's a different kind of growth. Like you said, you know, there's probably a much more high quality growth in the bear markets. Bear markets are a quieter time. A lot of people who come to our event, the Satoshi Roundtable, they like the bear market. I've heard a few people say they like the bear market roundtables better. It's just more serious. Conferences, I think, are definitely better in a bear market, although people may not feel like going as much, but that's part of the reason. You know, there's just sort of less hype right now. I've just noticed a big uptick in noise. You know, it's just harder my calendar's harder, and I have more pitches and more just general more noise, and it's harder to kind of find the signal and focus on what I need to do during the dark depths of the bear market. And even you know, 16 months ago or so, it was, you know, nobody was calling me. It was quiet. You know, it was just we were able to put our heads down and build. And I think that's the case for a lot of startups in the space. You know, particularly if you know, like really thick into crypto, whether it's Bitcoin or DeFi or whatever. I think that you know, bear markets can be a good time to build, but there's still a lot of building going on in an exciting bull market. It's just harder to find the really good quality versus those who are just jumping on the opportunity or newbies or whatever.
Right. You know, I mean, I see so much of what you're talking about there, that idea of, you know, so much noise being out there, and a lot of that sort of that fresh blood coming into the space that are asking some of the basic questions, which on the one hand, you know, we've spoken about this in the past, but, you know, education is such a critical part of the space. Obviously, it's going to be new to every new wave of people, and those same questions are going to get asked every time new people come on board. But, you know, all you have to do is look at any sort of major forum, whether you know, on Reddit, you sort of Bitcoin or cryptocurrency or any other major forum in the space, to see that people are sort of getting frustrated with these same basic questions getting asked, and it's sort of called to do your own research, not really being heeded. As you say, those people in the space looking for a leader. But, you know, I suppose I wonder, does this dilute the space, or is this the strength and responsibility of a growing and still nascent industry that it needs to continue to educate for a long time to come till we hit that tipping point?
Yeah, there's a lot of, it's an interesting cycle, because you'll have a lot of people that educate and then they become the next educators, you know, in this. And part of the education process is not just learning on forums. It's actually hands-on. A lot of times you have to make the mistakes. You have to dabble in scam coins or whatever. Everybody's different. It depends what your background is. Sometimes it's a very painful lesson. It takes 2 or 3 times. Sometimes somebody can come in and spot a scam right away, but there is an overall learning process to figure out, all of the different things that are important. Why is decentralization important? Are groups and committees and clubs a good idea? Should I buy these altcoins, and who's the powerful people? All of these kind of questions and the learning experiences. And sometimes people have painful lessons where they lose a lot of money, and hopefully they don't lose so much that they get discouraged and leave, but they come back and learn. And then you have a new generation of experts that comes from that. And also the people, it's exhausting to do education. The people who were educating early on, a few of them are still educating, like Andreas, but Andreas is different now too. He's very, very busy, and he's certainly not the way he can't be the way that he was many years ago, because he's just busier. So, but a lot of people don't even stick with it. They'll do it for a couple of years, and then they'll kind of go into something else and maybe something more profitable or whatever, or they'll go back. I've met a couple people in Miami who have done really, really well with Bitcoin. So now they want to go back, and now they're just getting into education. And sometimes people do it the opposite way. But the cool thing is that it's overall growing. You have new OGs. Anybody who's been around for a year and a half now is sort of an OG with these crazy markets. So you have people who've been through the turmoil, and the space goes on. And you have people like Nick Carter, who it seems like he just joined yesterday, but he's like an old timer now, and he's very, very, very high quality content. So you have this army of people from his generation, and now even behind. I mean, there's kind of 2 generations of people behind him that have learned. So you go on Clubhouse, and there's people who've been in the space only a couple of years, but they have just a great amount of wisdom because they've been in it so much. So I think that's exciting. And you're trying to educate 1 billion people now. So you need more leverage. You need more Nick Carters and Clubhouse managers and that kind of thing to really, spread the word the people who have the reach that Andreas had, say 5 years ago, there's hundreds now, that have what would have been a huge reach just a few years ago. So that's great.
Do you worry at all about, a dilution in the quality of this information? For every, Nick Carter you might have, who might be putting out good quality information, there are surely those who are, putting out, whether it be scammy or self-interested information. I mean, do you worry that they're also seeing an uptick and that misinformation is spreading, or do you think that's just a natural part of the cycle and people have to learn for themselves?
I think overall it's you definitely have more scams and more junk, but the volume of good information outweighs the bad. So if you have 10,000 new educators, maybe 1,000 of them are scammers, but that's still 9,000 good ones. The signal usually rises out. I mean, you look at an open forum like Clubhouse or something like that, where kind of anybody can talk. Usually quality rises or the rooms kind of die. There's people who try and do scam rooms, but people just pop in and criticize it. It doesn't work well. They'll have to close it off. But usually the pretty good ideas that, we're all human beings on this earth are on a search for truth. And it's hard to find what's true right now. We certainly can't rely on the sources that we've always relied on in decades and centuries past to tell us what's true. So we're all searching for what's true. And there's a lot of really high quality conversations, events, chats, forums. We've always been a great space for that kind of thing. Crypto Twitter, whatever. We have good conversations in this space, and I really believe that helps us find what's true. So you look at Bitcoin as a narrative. I mean, that's just emerged that a good chunk of people. I was just talking to somebody earlier today who used to be with they were very well known with sort of another coin, but they've become kind of, really pro Bitcoin now. And that's just kind of a narrative that's happened. There wasn't any central planning that did that. That's just something a lot of people came up on their own because that was their own search for truth. And there's other things that are sort of agreed on like that. So I'm optimistic about it for sure.
Yeah, certainly. Plenty of cause for optimism. I would definitely agree there. I want to touch, Bruce. I know you have always been an advocate of a sort of hyper tokenized world, and that ultimately, the belief that we should all be heading towards a total tokenization of pretty much everything in a market economy. But looking at the state of the DeFi space at the moment, in conjunction with that idea, it is a developing space, and I feel some of the hype has left it, as compared to what we saw, a little earlier in this year and the last year. There now seems to be some more solid work going on with people ensuring they're building, good liquidity pools, or their automated market makers are, really, bug-free and or issue-free, and doing good auditing and this sort of process. What are your thoughts about the DeFi space as it stands right now? Is it heading in the right direction? Are there problems still? Is it still a hype train? What do you feel?
Yeah, DeFi, I have such mixed feelings on it. I think it's a great idea, but I'm still not impressed by a lot of the projects and the tokens, a lot of the governance tokens. And, at the end of the day, you can make it really cool and slick to move an instrument around. But at the end of the day, you've got to look at, what is that instrument, and does it give you rights? And what are those rights? And, so far, for hundreds of years of human history, equity, plain old simple equity, boring equity, has been pretty good. Equity doesn't have to be boring. It's certainly not boring if you're a early investor in Coinbase or Facebook or Microsoft or Google or Apple. Equity is very, very, very well proven. And so I would like to see more tokens that are based on equity, where you have, like you mentioned, things like real estate, which are typically, you have actual equity in this real estate or this startup or this major business. And because of particularly how the way securities laws work in the United States, equity is a security. And I think a lot of DeFi projects have made a mistake of, instead of saying, oh, equity is a security, let's figure out how to do this in compliance, they say something vague about, well, let's just kind of ignore that or forget that, or we'll make a better way. And you're not going to make a better way than equity. Equity is pretty good. If somebody has a better idea than equity, I'd really love to read the paper, because I'm a big fan of equity, and you'd be basically saying that you're doing a Bitcoin level innovation. If you're going to go out and say with a straight face, like, oh, I have something better than equity, wow, let's see the paper and you're going to want to have a parade or a press release, because that's a big deal. But they're not saying that. They're just saying, like, oh, I'm going to make it not equity by doing these other things so that I don't have to follow the rules. As a security, I'll call it a utility or something like that. And I think that's a bad idea. And where there's a lot of confusion about it is people think that securities are the regulation. The regulation is just based on a definition. So if you have something good like equity or a bond or something else that makes sense, unfortunately, the law, governs that very heavily. So unless you're going to change the laws, there isn't really a way to, skirt around them, not unless you strip out anything useful from it and it's, not equity anymore. And that's unfortunately what most have done. I think that's misguided. And I've mentioned that, and they misunderstand. They think like, oh, you just want regulation or something. That's not the case. It's the regulations are with us. They've been with us for almost 90 years, and they're based on this definition. So as soon as something is like equity, it's under those regs. But the good news is, these things could be compatible. Even something with a decentralized base layer like Uniswap could be compatible with securities regulation if you build it on the, on the second layer. So I think that what is being built now will be good learning experiences for, what comes next, which will actually be able to work the way it's supposed to with equities and everything else.
Yeah. Bruce, are you back?
Yeah, I'm there. Hey there. Can you hear me?
Hey, Bruce. Sorry, we had a.
Did you lose me?
The power here all of a sudden. Yeah. I think we've got it back. So let's keep going, and I'll ask another question. We'll make sure that our editors do a smooth cut there. But so would you say then that the issue stems from the sort of you spoke about the issue being that they're not relying on equity, and people are afraid of sort of using that idea. Do you think the issue is that innovators in the DeFi space are afraid of the legacy financial system? They're not aware of it properly. They might be fine coders, but they don't necessarily have the economics and commerce backgrounds to really understand it. What do you think the issue is there?
I think the main thing is just an understanding of, just as simple as it is, how the world works and what instruments make sense. Instruments like equity make a lot of sense, and their equity, whether we like it or not, is very, very heavily regulated. Equity is definitely a security, and that means all of the things that come with it. So unless you come up with something better than equity or you change the law, your best bet is to just do something in compliance with the regular system. I'm all for changing the laws and making it easier, but the idea that you can just sort of change the definition or cypherpunk around something, it doesn't really work, because at its fundamental nature, equity is a very, very good structure that you don't want to avoid. I mean, it's easy to avoid being a security. Just, a poem's not a security, but it doesn't mean I want to put $1 billion into a poem. There's certain things that just don't make sense, and equity makes a lot of sense. It's a good system. So I think that would probably improve a lot of DeFi projects if they looked at the world like that and say, what is it now, and what can we do? This idea that we're just not going to have securities is just crazy, because securities includes equities, and equities is awesome.
Certainly, a lot of development still to be done in the space, and I guess maybe it highlights, as we say, the nascent element of this space. People need to learn to work, and integrate it with the legacy system, rather than, I guess, some of those calls that still get made, although I'd say less and less often, for the sort of revolutionary change, that people want more of an evolutionary change than a revolutionary, and that still means integrating with the systems that work. So then, Bruce, looking ahead, here we are, mid 2021. There's a lot of optimism in the air, whether it be in terms of post, Corona opening up, the governments, sort of returning back to normal, economies seeming to be restarting and reboosting, and obviously in the crypto space, still a lot of excitement mixed with trepidation. But what are the sort of trends, the key points, the key ideas that you're looking out for? Sort of, let's say, until in the next 6 months.
Well, I'm watching, what's going to happen with the world. We haven't really paid the price for the lockdowns and the money printing. There was two massive things that happened. One, a huge chunk of the global economy was shut down, everything from factories to, restaurants and retail, and millions and millions of jobs were lost, and millions of businesses went out of business or faced serious losses. So that's significant, and we haven't really paid a price for that yet. The other thing that's significant is that the government has printed a lot of money. If you take, kind of all the money that they've in the United States already printed or announced that they're planning on printing, it comes to like 40% of the supply, over the, last year and next year or so. That period will be like almost half the supply of all the money that there is. And we haven't paid a price for that yet, unless you're really paying attention, or you're in certain areas like lumber or other areas where you've seen the prices skyrocket. But, sort of the official word is acting like, everything is fine, and it's not fine. You can't have millions of people lose their job and then, make up fake money and not have a price to pay. Those jobs and people and businesses are the lifeblood of the economy. And if they're cut off, there's going to be a price to pay. So I'm watching for, when will that happen and what will happen? And it's important to think about this and be ready to adapt, because we don't know. Nobody alive today has seen anything like this. This is at the very least, a once in 100 years kind of fourth turning. At the very least, it might be more like a once in 400 year kind of, revolution, like we saw with the French and American revolutions. But at the very least, I think we can all agree that it's at least a fourth turning, the kind of thing you only see every century or so. Last time we saw it was just about exactly a century ago with World War I and creation of all these financial systems that we have, the IMF and the World Bank and the UN and everything kind of all came out of that. The borders that we see now generally came out of that time period. So I think we're looking at radical change ahead. Will it be a Great Depression? Will it be massive hyperinflation? Will something like the dollar collapse? Will the EU collapse? Something's going to happen. And it's not like, a quarter of down earnings and airline flights go down and then they recover. That's not how it works. You can't take actions this significant and not have a much bigger price to pay. So watching that and keeping an eye on it and trying to adapt quickly once we figure out what that is, I think is something that everybody should do right now.
And in that sort of mindset, and if we're sort of seeing one of those major disruptions like that, what are your predictions for how cryptos as a whole, and maybe Bitcoin specifically, fare throughout that because obviously so many say that, you know, Bitcoin will thrive in a crisis, that it was designed for it, it's the deflationary currency of choice. With so much enterprise interest involved in the crypto space of late, surely that money would be flowing elsewhere than what they would consider a risk-on asset, whether it truly is or not.
Yeah, I mean, I think the crypto narrative and the Bitcoin narrative specifically is very key to this because, you know, I've joked before. I said, what if we were all wrong and we only by this weird one in a million black swan happenstance of the events of 2020, it made us right. You know, these crazy events could be the catalyst that changed the way that money works. You know, eventually money has to switch, and maybe, you know, now's as good time as any. But the inflation is the thing. We should have pretty high inflation, you know, 5-10% for a while. And, you know, I don't know how they're going to report it, or, you know, for a while they've been saying it's 2%. I mean, that's just absurd if you look at things like lumber. You know, but eventually it's going to have to be reported accurately, and we're going to see it. And, you know, maybe people don't even care about the reporting. They care about their own reporting in reality. But inflation will be one thing that could drive the hyper Bitcoinization, or just a regular, if you go out and say Bitcoin's going to grow at 10% or something, you know, based on inflation growing at 10% and Bitcoin keeping pace with it, even that is significant. So I think that, you know, there's never been a better time to buy Bitcoin because it's so much more likely to work, and it's so much less likely to fail. I mean, there's just so much interest in it now from institutions and people who are viewing this narrative as a hedge against inflation that I think it makes a lot of sense. And we've never been in a position like that before in Bitcoin. It was much more speculative before. And, you know, you could have argued a lot more effectively 2 years ago. You could have argued, you know, oh, no, there's no inflation, the dollar's fine, the Fed works, everything is great. It's a lot harder to argue now. A lot of us have been arguing that for years, but I mean, now I think it's just like the curtain has been revealed now, and for everybody to see who's interested, I mean, it's clearly a big house of cards. The fiat government system is just nonsense, and I think anybody who pays attention should be able to see that.
It is amazing to see those, you know, inflationary narratives re-entering the sort of public salience. You know, it's that idea that people are actually aware that, you know, oh, things are going up and things are starting to look more expensive, something that hasn't happened in most of the developed world, you know, we're talking a good generation now. You know, it's been a while since there's been that sort of high level of inflationary pressure, enough that people can observe it day to day and see, hold on, you know, this thing that cost me this yesterday costs me this, you know, cost me this today. And it's, you know, I think that awareness is interesting to see. But do you think that will bleed into the crypto space? Do you think people will then take that next leap of logic, those that weren't otherwise interested, and say, you know what, maybe Bitcoin fixes this?
I think some are already. I mean, if you look at some of the conversations and you go to, you know, some of the places where people who haven't been into it are talking about it, they just know something's wrong, whether you're you know, educated or not. You know, everybody kind of just knows. So, you know, you can talk with somebody who has a very low education level, who doesn't really know about economics or business or finance, and they just know something's messed up when they see their friends who are able to get paid to not work, and they see their company that can't hire people because the people are choosing to play Xbox instead, and they see the price of lumber go up, and they look at the leaders and they say, you know, are these people that we can trust? I mean, do we know this? I mean, it doesn't take much. It just takes a little nudge. All they have to do is tune into a Bitcoiner and have somebody talk about these ideas of sound money and why how the Fed works and why it's broken. And the difference between scarcity and unlimited supply, and, you know, money printing for cronies. It doesn't take much. I mean, maybe 5 minutes you can say, oh yeah, you know, and I've seen those conversations many times firsthand, where somebody just sort of knows, and it almost works better with somebody who doesn't have, you know, years of preconceived notions, but it works with the really educated people as well. You know, the people who are in business and lawyers and stuff, who pay attention to CPI, and they know the history of the bond market and these kind of things. They pay attention too, and they know that this is unsustainable, and they know that, you know, 7 trillion in new spending in the United States, and you know, I keep talking about the United States because that's where I am, but it's all over the world, you know, everywhere. these governments are just printing money and doling it out to cronies, and it's just not sensible and not sustainable. And Bitcoin may be a silly idea, maybe even a stupid idea, but it's less stupid than everything else. I mean, I often think that Bitcoin is kind of just like, man, really, this is the best we can do. But I think it is the best we can do. The alternatives just so absurd. Everybody's been circulating that photo of the G7 leaders, which there's 9 of them on the stage there. I mean, it just looks silly. It just looks ridiculous. And I think that as silly as Bitcoin is, I think if you look at that system and you say, wait a minute, I'm going to have Janet Yellen as my lead developer, and her and her cronies can just decide what the supply is, that's even worse. That's a scam, and people are opting out of it. So I think it's exciting. A lot of people are learning this stuff. I think inflation is a catalyst for that, because it's bad economics and bad government systems of money have brought a lot of people into Bitcoin. That's why there's so many people from Argentina and Latin America and Greece and other places that had economic problems. Those were some of the first people to see Bitcoin, because there's nothing like unfortunately seeing your family's life savings or something tragic like that happen that educates people about money. A lot of people don't care, and they don't care about trillions and trillions in printing, but they're going to care when it starts hurting them, and that'll onboard a lot of people into sound money, I think.
Yeah, certainly it'll be an interesting space to watch as people start to be more aware, more salient, and to see what that affects. As you say, countries that for so long have worked very well and now maybe are going through a difficult or change time. Bruce, there's so much more we could talk about here, but unfortunately we'll have to tie the conversation up here. I want to thank you for taking the time to talk over these major narrative lines, which I think are so critical in this space. And for all those watching, stick with Reimagine. We discussed this on so many different levels with so many different fantastic guests throughout the entirety of this conference. Bruce, I'll let you give the last word to the audience. Anything you'd like to say to sort of take us out, people need to be aware of, thinking about at the moment?
We're in a changing world, and it is changing fast. Don't let the change be against you. Learn all you can, and keep on keeping on, and hodl.
Sound advice. Bruce Fenton, thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks a lot. Great to see you.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Greetings, decentralized citizens of the interweb. As I told you before, the time of destructive centralized monopolies over our world currencies is coming to a halt. The intentional destruction of money by our fanciful world leaders and their lack of sound economic understanding and compassion for human rights is no longer our only fate. Decentralized finance is on the rise, and it's coming stronger and stronger by the day to help people reclaim what is rightfully theirs. Make sure you're on the right side of history. The clock is ticking.
Dear Journal, this is quarantine day 5. I don't know how long we're gonna make it. All our supplies are running out. All the Oreos, Coke Zeros, not here anymore. I really hope we make it out of this.
Quarantine, we locked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Toilet paper stay stocked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Toilet paper stay stocked up.
I've been glued to my phone waiting on breaking news. Group text from my friends is just a big black naked dude. Ooh, you got me, you motherfuckers just got me. I done ate up all of my rations, now I guess I gotta go shopping. How the hell did I gain 20 pounds in 3 days? Loaded up on tuna fish, forgot the mayonnaise. Ugh. I love the family time, but there's so much I can take. Now every time I take a dump, it's like a 2-hour break up in this quarantine.
We locked up.
Quarantine,
we locked up.
Quarantine,
we locked up.
Toilet paper stay stocked up. Quarantine,
we locked up.
Quarantine,
we locked up.
Quarantine,
we locked up.
Toilet paper stay stocked up.
Dear Journal, quarantine, day 10. The girls have been out of school now for 7 days. I swear to God, they're getting dumber. We're gonna get past this. I just don't know how much I can take.
Damn, I've been bored as hell.
Up in this bitch.
And if you need a plug, I got that Purell.
Up in this bitch.
Crypto is the only point of sale.
Up in this bitch.
And if you deal with cash, you can go to hell.
You better switch.
Yeah, that gamer tag is Vegas 2-0 if you want it. When I leave the house, I look like Sub-Zero buying chronic. Everybody's got a buddy with conspiracy theories, so I just practice social distancing so you can't get near me. Up in this
quarantine,
we locked up.
Quarantine,
we locked up.
Quarantine,
we locked up.
Toilet paper stay stocked up. Quarantine,
we locked up.
Quarantine,
we locked up.
Quarantine,
we locked up.
Toilet paper stay stocked up.
Hey there! Moo Race the Cow here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Okay? On-chain governance. On-chain governance is a system for managing and implementing changes to cryptocurrency blockchains. In this type of governance, rules for instituting changes are encoded into the blockchain protocol. Developers propose changes through code updates, and each node votes on whether to accept or reject the proposed change. The beauty of on-chain governance is that amendments can be made to a protocol without a hard fork, keeping a single blockchain intact for all of its history. And that is totally off the chain.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021 version 9, Game of Chains. We're back with another event. This is our 9th event. I'm Roshan Mirajkar, one of your guest hosts for this event. And this time we're really exploring, the innovation that's happening in the space with layer 2, a lot of cross-chain projects. And we really want to highlight, how these different blockchains are interacting in the ecosystem and what impact it's really had on the entire community as a whole. I'm very excited to be joined here by a returning guest. With me here today, I have Arthur Brightman, who is the founder at Tezos. Arthur, welcome back to the show. And really great to have you back. I think just to get started, want to give you a chance to let us know, like, how's it been going for you and your team since the last time we spoke? And yeah, just tell us a brief introduction on like what Tezos is.
Hi, well, thank you. It's good to be back. I think it was a few months ago that I was on this on this conference or show. So I don't, time is a blur, but I think one of the main things is that we've been experiencing exponential growth in usage of the network. I think in May we had 1.5 million smart contract calls. It's coming up to 2 million for June, and it's been growing 10-11 months in a row. So lots of adoption. It's been driven by mostly by a art platform called Hic et Nunc, which has attracted a ton of artists creating NFTs, and also with a lot of new coins being traded on a decentralized exchanges like KeepYourSwap. So those have been essentially leading the charge in terms of network usage. And so that's big news. And there's also several projects which are launching on Tezos. Red Bull Racing is launching its series of NFTs to engage with its fan on a Tezos blockchain. And one of is focusing also on NFTs on the music side, and has signed major artists to launch their NFTs and for NFTs for their albums on the Tezos chain. So I'm super excited about that.
Yeah, congrats on all of those advancements, and really excited to cover, some of those important use cases and kind of like the convergence of what you all have been able to do to get into a lot of these traditional, partners, things like Red Bull. It's definitely going to give a lot of exposure, to the mass adoption, as everyone says. Yeah, but before we kind of get into those things, tell us a little bit about, what is kind of what is your ethos behind some of the foundations of Tezos, and what role do you see Tezos playing in the blockchain ecosystem?
Yeah, I think the main idea of Tezos is to be able to keep up with innovation without sacrificing decentralization. I remember, in 2012, 13, you would talk to people in cryptocurrency circle, which were essentially Bitcoin circle at the time, and people would say Bitcoin is just a ledger. It's what defines Bitcoin is a set of ETXO. The algorithm, the consensus, all of this is basically secondary. What matters is a property record, and we can put any algorithm on it if anything better comes along. And I think that was a great ethos. The problem is that it doesn't really specify how those changes can come along or how they can be adopted. And I think quickly the Bitcoin community converged to the idea that there would basically be almost no changes, and a lot of the design decisions became pretty much enshrined in stone, especially the aspect, the insistence of proof of work. In parallel, so other cryptocurrencies launch and adopt a much more loose approach to upgrades by saying, we'll just convince everyone to run a new version, and that will let us advance. If people don't like the new version, they don't have to run it. And of course, I think that choice is kind of illusory, because you have to guess what everyone is going to want to run, because there's no point in being an independent network. So Tezos tries something in the middle where it says we are going to change, but if we're going to adopt changes, it has to follow a formal process, and we use a chain as a source of consensus. So it's a chain that can upgrade itself. And part of the SO of Tezos is a strong commitment to decentralization. And it means essentially keeping the token holders in control of the chain, whether through the consensus algorithm or through the approval of any change to the protocol.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And I think that's very different than how a lot of these other protocols and chains kind of do governance. So can you explain a little more about kind of the self-amending updates, or your self-governance mechanism? Like, kind of take us through, like, how was it when it started, and how has it been, going for the past couple of months? Like, what changes have you seen?
Yeah, so I think that Tezos has upgraded 6 times over the past 3 years. That's more than any other blockchain. There's a 7th upgrade which is coming. One thing which I find quite interesting is that the 7th upgrade is probably the most controversial that we've had so far. It has an 83% approval rating. Now that might sound super high, but the bar for approval is 80%. So this is one which is a bit contentious. And what I find to be super interesting is that I think it's an upgrade that if we were reliant on hard fork might not have happened. And the reason for this is I find a lot of hard forks are based on proof of social media, as opposed to actual genuine discussion and consensus. And so if we had a hard fork, I think some people might have thought, oh, wow, there's a lot of noise. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know if I should run a hard fork. Or it might have been seen as illegitimate, as a hard fork being forced. And the fact that we're relying on this procedure is, I think, a great way to have somewhat controversial upgrade goes through the legitimacy of on-chain governance. And that's super important. And I think it really demonstrates the power of this approach. Now, the upgrade itself, and it's still being voted on, I think, there's a current voting phase, which ends in about a little more than a week, and then there will be a quiet period, and then another voting phase. So, it's yet to be determined whether or not the upgrade will be accepted. But if accepted, it has a feature that was dubbed liquidity baking, where essentially the protocol is going to issue a little bit of inflation. We're talking about 0.15%, 0.15. So it's very, very small amount of inflation. But a very small amount of inflation is going to subsidize an AMM on a chain between a wrapped version of Bitcoin and Tez itself. So it's a way basically to use a little bit of inflation to subsidize a large amount of liquidity provision. And I find that quite interesting.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty good mechanism, and you all have definitely, I feel, figured out a lot of the pain points and problems in the ecosystem that wasn't driving a lot of usage early on. But now, as you said, you've seen like billions of smart contracts being created, and So, kind of from your perspective, do you think that we'll always have different blockchains kind of in competition with another, or do you think that over time there'll be more bridges with other chains?
Yeah, so I'm a pessimist. And well, I mean, I'm not a pessimist in general. I don't think I have a bias towards pessimism or optimism. But the position that I believe to be correct here is one which is not good, but it's a reality. I think it's basically a lot of the reasons why we have many chains today is lack of scalability. But I think that eventually scalability is going to be solved by everyone. This technology just like ends up percolating, and so the space is going to get a lot more competitive than it already is. And there's going to be consolidation of existing blockchains, like a ton of consolidation. I also think that a lot of the projects who try to extract rent from smart contracts are going to suffer from a ton of competition. So essentially, I foresee the space as being far more competitive, which can be good for some projects which are incumbent, but it can also be bad if they're relying on tokenomic model, which are based on having values through transactions or like through capturing some fees. So it will be interesting to watch, but I'd rather have a clear view of what's going to happen, because I think trying to play a game where you are just going to say, oh, I'll find my niche, that's not going to work. All these niches are going to be destroyed. So I think it's interesting to make concentrated bets and go after specific verticals, because it's a way to build network effect. But ultimately, the only way to win this game is by trying to be a global settlement layer, and nothing else is going to cut it.
Yeah, for sure. That's an interesting point of view. And what I was going to ask you as well is, over time, in the past couple of years, what use cases have you seen the most for Tezos? Like, what have you seen people slowly evolve and use more for Tezos? Are there any specific applications or decentralized apps that perform better?
Yeah, so I think the main use case for Tezos is the main use case for every single cryptocurrency out there. It's basically a censorship-resistant store of value, and it's a way to own something directly to which you have title to, which is in your possession, in your custody, and that's, to me, is the main appeal of cryptocurrencies. And I think holding is using, basically, and that's something that people don't quite see. It's not about just being a platform for applications. It's primarily about being a cryptocurrency and a store of value. And so, de facto, I think, even on a lot of, if you take, for example, Ethereum, which has a bunch of applications, I think most people who hold Ether, they hold it as a store of value and not necessarily because they want to pay transaction fees in ETH. But in terms of applications which have been very popular on Tezos, I think NFTs have been extremely, have had a ton of traction. Hikenuk is the most active art marketplace, all chains combined in some Tezos. Tezos recently had about a quarter of the transaction volume on Ethereum, so it's really attracting a ton of interest. And the other one is just in general DeFi. I think DeFi applications took quite a bit of time to get to Tezos, but they're getting here now, and they're getting quite a bit of traction.
Yeah, for sure. I think in the past couple of years, we've seen a lot of different waves of applications as different things get popularized. First, it was DeFi, and now it seems to be NFTs. I've definitely seen a lot of community members create NFTs on Tezos, and that was kind of one of my questions as well. Like, what is the best way? Like, how can you describe to us how we should think about? A lot of people compare it, like, for example, Tezos to Ethereum. Do you see it as more of a competitor? And does that question really even matter in the broader scope of the industry right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's competing against everyone. And some people don't like to say it, but it's true. Ethereum is competing with Bitcoin, Tezos is competing with Bitcoin, Tezos is competing with Ethereum. And it doesn't mean that, it's an easy task to compete with, very large incumbents, but it's just a matter of fact. It's going after the same users and it's going after the same use cases. I think Bitcoin kind of limited itself in the use cases that can be around Bitcoin by deciding not to have, well, it's not like anyone took the decision, but there was, with the ethos of basically not having smart contracts, I think it limits the possibilities. But in general, the main use case, I think, for everyone is store of value, censorship-resistant store of value, and so everyone's competing for the same thing, even if they don't say it. What I find hilarious is that you have a lot of projects around Ethereum who market themselves as not competing with Ethereum, even though they're actually directly competing with Ethereum. And they've all done it. I think early days of Cosmos, they were saying like, oh, we're going to hard spoon Ethereum. What does it mean? Oh, we'll copy all their contracts and try to get the network effects. But a spoon is nice. It's not pointy like a fork. Or Definity saying like, we'll be a sister network to Ethereum. What does that mean? Or Polygon, saying like, oh, we're a scaling solution for Ethereum. No, you're competing chain with your own token, and fees based on like Polygon or Matic are not fees going to Ethereum. You're directly competing. It's not that different from, like your competing relationship with Ethereum is not that different from that of Tron. Marketed completely differently. But if you just look at, is it complementary or competitive? It's completely competitive. And a lot of people don't want to admit it, but it's competition. Now, competition doesn't mean you have to be an asshole about it. There's a lot of people has this like, well, either you're complementary or somehow you're mortal enemy and I'm going to wage some sort of religious war against you. I think you can, compete and admit that you're competing and still be nice about it.
Yeah, 100%. That's actually a really great point. Like in all other industries, competition breeds innovation, and our industry is no different. So can you kind of walk us through a little bit of the journey of like, what did it take to build a completely different chain, as opposed to like, what kind of different value creation do you get as opposed to finding an existing chain and, as you're saying, creating value from a fork from the existing network effect? Like what were the, I don't know, top 3 things that were important to you to, create such a big blockchain with different parties involved?
So first of all, I don't think there's many forks which have actually gotten a ton of traction by having this user base. The main ones are, I want to say Ethereum Classic, and of course Ethereum Classic is the original, it's not the fork. But let's say it's a minority branch of the fork. So there's been BCH, BSV, but I think a lot of these things also have a lot of market cap sometimes because they inherited a lot of dead coins from the early chain. And so if you look at some of the stuff that Coinmetric is doing, where they're looking at what is the actual supply based on the age of UTXOs and like what has moved when, you get a better view, and actually they're much smaller than they appear in terms of market cap. I don't think I think in some sense forking, there's a difference between forking a code base, saying like, I like this code base, I'm going to start over with this code base, and like forking to get users strikes me as like slightly worse than doing an airdrop, right? You could launch a new chain and just say, I'm going to do an airdrop on like everyone who wants a token, because at least you get people who are interested. Or I'm going to do an airdrop on all the addresses which have been active for the past year or something like this. So the reason people fork, they don't do it because they want to get a community, they do it because they want legitimacy. Almost single fork like this has been made with the idea that they are the original. So, minority branch, Ethereum Classic say, no, where's the original? So they have to keep these balances because they're the original. If they don't have them, then they lose the narrative. Same thing for Bitcoin Cash. Bitcoin Cash is Bitcoin. So if somehow they do a weird airdrop, then they lose that narrative. But I don't think it's going to go very, very far. And if anything, you're much better off trying to basically. So whenever you launch a chain, you're going to have a Genesis block, and that Genesis block is going to contain an allocation. You can have no allocation and say everything is going to be mined, which of course doesn't work with proof of stake. Or you could do something which is kind of similar to auctioning off the Genesis block, which doesn't mean that people are going to accept this, but at least you can auction off one proposal for the Genesis block. And if you do that, you actually get a surplus, and you can do that to endow on profits, which is what happened with Tezos. Or you could do it for other things. You could give it to charity. You could do a whole lot of things which are more efficient than just randomly, airdropping it on some other chain.
Yeah, for sure. Those are all great points, especially when you're talking about the Genesis block. I think as more new people come into crypto, they're going to slowly learn about those things where you can actually look back on a chain and actually find the true origination. It's one of my favorite things about the blockchain. You can kind of look at the entire history. And kind of speaking about history, or maybe speaking about the future, everyone always talks about the launch of ETH 2.0 and how it took so long. Tezos started with being proof of stake. So from your point of view, like, why do you think proof of stake is going to have such a big impact on the world, and what advantages do you think it has over some other coins like Bitcoin that are still proof of work? You know, are there any specific use cases,
So,
applications?
first of all, you know, is that almost no new chain is launching with proof of work. Like if you think of, you know, recent chains which have proof of work, I think you had like Nervous, I think is proof of work. I think Grin, well, I mean, I know Grin was proof of work, but I think Grin was fairly recent, Grin and BIM. And there was this other one whose name I can't recall. They have a list like programming language, but I haven't really heard from them in a while. So anyways, everyone who's launching a chain now is launching proof of stake. And there's several reasons for that. One is that any small proof of work chain now is getting attacked and is getting 51% attacked. And second is that I think in general, the arguments for proof of stake have largely won outside of, you know, people who are really, really attached to proof of work. So people really attached to Bitcoin, for example. So it's, you know, the general argument that's given against proof of stake is that there's some properties you get with proof of work which are impossible to get with proof of stake. And the argument goes like this. So you connect to the network for the first time. And so you connect to a peer-to-peer network, and then people say, hey, here's one version of the chain. And another person say, here's another version of the chain. And the question is, well, which one is a real one? It's kind of like, you know, you have a clone, and you know, one is a clone and one is a real person. It's like, how do I know which is which? And in proof of work, you can't do that because creating a clone will be very, very expensive. It's prohibitive, so it's not going to happen, or at least it's very unlikely. And in proof of stake, it would be very cheap to do a fake chain. And so the argument goes, well, you have no way of distinguishing it. So there goes the argument. It's impossible. You're going to checkpoint it regularly. You're going to have to have this. And that argument is completely true. What's completely false is that it matters. You know, it's a neat property, but we don't really care about it because it's just never the case that you connect to a network and you have any doubts. First of all, so like on Tezos, for example, every single transaction you see on the chain signs a block. So if you know just one person who's using the chain, you can look at their signature and you can identify which branch they were using. If you know a single honest party who's been connected, just one, you know, you don't have to trust, you just like need to find one person, you're good. But it's even deeper than that. So the goal is to be global money, right? A global form of currency. So essentially you go and you try to buy an item and the merchant is going to be in a specific branch. So you know which branch it is. You know, if there's two branches, there's only one the merchant is going to accept. And it's just, you know, it gets so entangled with reality. There's just like so much that it's impossible to miss. And you could make the same argument, by the way, with downloading the Bitcoin clients, saying like, oh, with Bitcoin, you can just look at the chain and it tells you everything you need to know. Well, you need to, which clients do you download? Well, it's obvious, you know, you go to GitHub, you know which client to get. No, it's not obvious. Maybe you have to trust someone to give you the initial client. So it's kind of it's really a non-issue. The main way it can be an issue is if somehow the world internet stops for like 2 or 3 weeks, like no internet for a month. So your chain doesn't make progress for an entire month. And then when you restart, then how do you form consensus? Because you could have different versions, everyone unbounded. So first of all, this is a very rare event. And second of all, if this happens, you know, even, you know, like everyone's going to have bigger problems to deal with. And also it's not impossible to regain like some sort of manual consensus. Yes, you get disruption, but you know, it's like you get epsilon more disruption in an event which is already massively disruptive. So I don't think it's a good argument against proof of stake. However, proof of stake has advantages against proof of work that are massive. And in proof of work, essentially, if you have a coalition against 51%, so they can attack the chain, they can censor transactions, they can create reorganizations. So creating reorganizations, you know, once you see they happen, basically you stop commerce, you get to stop the chain. And you can prevent, you know, the way you defend against that is by changing your algorithm. So you could say, but I can change my hash function and now all their ASICs are worthless. What's interesting here is that you're depending not on the energy consumption, but on the fact that you have actual capital. So, you know, it's like the ASIC acts as a stake, which is already why it's more interesting. But the problem is that you have to punish everyone equally. So you're punishing the attacker and you're punishing the honest people at the same time. So everyone is kind of worse off. So it only works as like a threat in some sense. Like if you do this, I will waste you. I will waste all your machines. In proof of stake, you can do something a little better because you can know which party is misbehaving. And so you can slash the party that is misbehaving. So you get to have massive deflation and you only hurt the bad guys and not the good guys. So the good guys get an asymmetric advantage over the bad guy, which is a really neat property of proof of stake that you don't have in proof of work. So that's the main reason. But the other thing as well is that proof of stake is a lot less inflationary than proof of work. Proof of work requires a ton of inflation to secure itself because you need to pay the miners. Whereas here, the money stays in the system. So you need a little bit of inflation to pay for all the locked capital, which is at stake. But that's going to be a lot less than proof of work. And it's also, and it's also largely internal. So that's a huge benefit to proof of stake, is that if you want sound money, if you don't want inflation, you're actually a lot better off not spending your money on energy.
Yeah, thank you for explaining that. I think a lot of people are still learning the differences of different consensus protocols with all the different chains, trying to figure out which ones are forked, which ones have like a origination point. But one of the things I wanted to ask you is, you talked a lot about the use cases, a lot of just now about, how it's energy efficient and all these different things. So right now, that's been the discussion in kind of the macro world in our industry, where a lot of people are, pointing at the companies like Tesla and saying, Elon Musk doesn't want to accept Bitcoin because of its energy use. But I also find it interesting that there haven't been a lot of institutions that, have put Ethereum or other, layer 1, layer 2 coins on their balance sheet. So for institutions, how long do you think it will take until they actually have more of these assets on their balance sheet and they start to transition some of their assets kind of on chain or on the side chain?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how long it will take for this to happen. And I think it's some, I think it's basically an incumbent in this case. Because you get, like the most, the institutions are most conservative. So I think they're going to take some time in terms of looking at this. But let's see. I think what's interesting as well is just tokenization of other assets that they hold. And I think holding the assets on chain has some benefits that they might get to see. I think the DeFi yield might attract people to keep their assets in stablecoin, because it's just like an interesting market, and there's some benefits to holding it outside of banks. But generally speaking, I still think it's going to be slow. There's a potential for FOMO, which is interesting. Right now, if you're a CFO and you say, like, let's put some cryptocurrency on the balance sheet, you're wondering if you're going to get fired. And what might flip a switch is when we get to the point where, like, you're the CFO and you worry that if you don't, you're going to get fired, because everyone's doing it, and all of a sudden it's not risky for you to do it because everyone else is doing it. But if you don't do it, then you get in trouble. Imagine everyone does well, and then you're like, why didn't you do it? And you're like, I didn't know. Whereas if tomorrow, for example, you have Microsoft doing it at just like random company, and you do it, and then it does poorly, and they say, oh, why did you do that? And they say, well, Microsoft did it, so clearly I didn't do anything wrong. So some people could still get fired today for adding Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies to the balance sheets. Absolutely. Where it gets interesting when some people like think, oh, I might get fired if I don't do it.
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
Cover your ass effect can be extremely powerful.
Yeah, for sure. Especially in the traditional world, I think, where you have more of that cascading domino effect, where just to stay competitive, and I think a lot of traditional players are kind of losing their clients, or maybe even losing like the retail traders and investors, because they're flocking to like better alternatives in this weird world we live in. But again, you've been able to pull off some interesting things. So can you tell us a little bit more just about Tezos and the Red Bull partnership you have, kind of the NFTs that you're looking to create? And maybe if you can tell us a little bit about why they decided to choose Tezos.
Yeah, so I think for a lot of the NFT adoption have come from people having concern over the energy cost, like you were mentioning, of proof of work. And so there's two aspects essentially to the energy consumption of proof of work. One is like, hey, it's expensive, it's inflation. This is like purely economical. It doesn't matter if you are, spending it on energy or if you're spending it on, digging holes or what have you. It's just costly, and it's costly for the entire chain. So there's the inflation angle, and the other angle is to say, well, it's not just any cost. It's a cost. If you're buying energy, you're basically buying something. It's bad to buy energy because in some sense you're paying less than the full price of the energy, because energy production has externalities, and these externalities are not captured in the price of energy. And so there's this idea that somehow if you buy, if you buy more energy than you need, or if you buy energy and you have alternatives, then in some sense, you're contributing to the negative externalities of that. I think there's some merit to this argument. I also think there's merit to the argument of people saying, look, Bitcoin spends the marginal electricity, and that electricity is going to be renewables generally, because when there's no demand for anything else, and people are when you have a bunch of windmills, for example, and there's a bunch of wind, people might not be needing electricity at the same time, so you get surplus, and because the surplus is free, then in some sense, Bitcoin benefits from it. But there's two things which are interesting here. One is that you're actually kind of negating the argument for the security of Bitcoin, because if you're saying like, oh, the energy we're using marginally is free. Okay, well, if that's the case, then where does the security come from? It has to be costly to mine, and it will be costly, because if somehow you're using free energy, then you're just going to keep growing and growing and growing and growing. At which point you're going to use a lot more than this excess energy. So there's a bit of a flaw here, and in this argument. The other thing as well is that you are crowding out other solutions like batteries. People will say Bitcoin is a battery, but what would be super interesting is grid scale batteries. People actually taking these sodium sulfur batteries, putting them on the grid, and saying, hey, yes, we have excess from these windmills, but if we actually store it, we can restore it to the grid later on. And if you actually, if you arbitrage the low off-peak price, then you're essentially preventing it to be arbitraged by other solutions, which would reduce the need for carbon fuel sources. So in some sense, it's a little bit of a subtle argument, but you're crowding out other solutions. And the last point is that you're turning it again into proof of stake. Because all of a sudden it becomes, what do you need for making a Bitcoin? And it used to be that all you needed was electricity. So it's just there's a cost of the block, and that's it. And then well, you need electricity and an ASIC. And actually a good part of the value of a block goes to the depreciation of the ASIC. And it can turn into oh, well, what you need is an ASIC and a windmill. You have this thing, and that's your stake. And so you produce at zero cost, because all your cost is just depreciation of this. So I don't know, it can go either way, but it was definitely a source of adoption, because a lot of people are concerned about this. There's a lot of tremendous artists who gave up on making NFTs because they really didn't want to contribute to a proof of work chain. And I think it's great to offer an alternative with proof of stake, where the question doesn't even appear, because it's just consuming 2 millions of the energy consumption. So I'm glad that all of artists were able to create NFTs on Tezos without having the conundrum of contributing to the power generation that's involved in proof of work.
Yeah, those are actually some very interesting thoughts on just the energy debate. So really glad to get your thoughts there. I'm sure a lot of people will have some feedback on what you just said, and maybe even rethink, right? I think it's also important to kind of always be updating your different beliefs. A question that I had kind of on the development forefront is for the developers that maybe are still working on proof of work coins, or Ethereum is slowly getting to proof of stake. What advantages have you seen for developers, or what can you tell us on how quickly you can make different upgrades, and maybe even scalability? What are some benefits on working on layer one chains?
So, I mean, the upgradability of Tezos is different from the proof of stake aspect. The only overlap is that it's good in general to be proof of stake if you want to upgrade your chain, because otherwise you can get conflict with the miners. The miners can have interests that really diverge from the token holders. You've seen this, for example, in Ethereum's AIP 1559, which is not really good for miners, but in my opinion, good for Ethereum. And so, wait, no, it's bad for Ethereum. Don't do it. Anyways, it's one of these conflicts, and you have a lot less of this conflict when you're proof of stake. But the upgradability of Tezos is really different, and I think it's maybe because of Tezos, because we kind of like, had both this focus on proof of stake and governance. A lot of people incorrectly assume that proof of stake means governance. That proof of stake means that people are voting on what the algorithm should be, and that's not the case at all. You could have, the same ethos as Bitcoin of saying like, we're never going to change the code no matter what, or we'll do this very, very minor sort of soft forks once every 4 years. So you could do that and still be proof of stake, and you could be completely proof of work and have an upgradable ledger. But the benefit of working on a layer one, which has this flexibility, is that a lot of things get easier to implement. For example, if you want to implement an optimistic rollup on Tezos, you could try to do it by implementing a version of the Michelson virtual machine inside Michelson that can replay instructions and do all this, which carries a bunch of overhead and is a little complicated. Or you could just modify the protocol to say, hey, let's add replaying a transaction as a primitive. So the fact that it's very easy to add primitives to the protocol, I think makes it a little better for evolving and growing. I mean, in theory, having a virtual machine could let you do anything. You have a virtual machine, you say, no, we'll build everything as a smart contract, nothing in the protocol. We'll get precompiles maybe. But there's a lot of overhead in doing things this way, and a lot of time it's very, very useful to do things at a protocol level. The other thing it lets you do is control inflation, which I think is quite useful. Even if you had a perfect platform in terms of like being able to do everything as a smart contract as opposed to changing the code of the protocol, it's nice to be able to say, hey, let's solve some collective action problems using a little bit of inflation, which is one of the things mentioned in the Tezos position paper. For builders, it essentially also means that the chain can keep up to date and has reasonable prospect of keeping up with the advances of technology.
Yeah, those are things that I haven't really heard other people cover. I just thought it was a really interesting question on the other side of the community, like the developers. Everyone has different decisions on what to contribute to, and I think it's interesting also that sometimes with these bridges you can also contribute to like multiple chains at once. But yeah, no, thank you for covering that. Great to know for the people out there, our audience, and the developers watching this. To kind of end things off, I want to give you a chance to tell people how they can get more involved in Tezos, and also tell us what is your outlook or anything interesting that's launching on Tezos, in the next couple months or this year.
Yeah, so I think the best way is you can go to Tezos.com, and the site is being revamped. But you can go to Tezos.com, and there's a developer portal. You can also join the and if you go on Tezos.com and you scroll way at the bottom, you will see the social media link. So you have Telegram channels, Reddit, and the Riot channels, which I really like as a source of discussion. They don't see as much traffic as Telegram, but I think it's higher quality of conversation. So Riot is pretty good. Stack Exchange. Get familiar with the documentation. Tezos.gitlab.io has some pretty good documentation. Or reach out in general. In terms of what's coming and that's exciting, I think the launch of One-Off, which is the platform I mentioned earlier, who's doing NFTs for major musical artists, is super exciting. On the technology side, I think with these new use cases and with the exploding demand for transaction, we really have to focus on scalability. And I think this is a path which is going to be taken by both making the chain faster, but also introducing techniques like rollups, for example, to accommodate more throughput.
Awesome. Arthur, thank you so much for joining us here again at Reimagine 2021. Really interesting to speak to you. Thank you for your thoughts. And I look forward to speaking to you again, hopefully in a couple months.
Thanks, Roshan. Likewise.
Thank you, everyone. I'm your host, Roshan, and I'll let you all tune back in to more of Reimagine 2021, version 9, Game of Chains. Thank you.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever.